Good morning, everybody. Did everybody have a good night? Yeah, groans. Well, welcome everybody to day 2 of Southeast Conference Mid-Session Summit. It's a pleasure to have you all here in Juneau. We had a tremendous first day, I thought. Um, Hoping some more folks come in. We've got lots of seating up front. I can tell that everybody really wants to shy away off the camera. But really, really great sessions coming up today. We're going to talk a bit about transportation here in a moment before Thursday's full day symposium. Also talking about broadband and workforce development. Workforce development, I think, is something that is really top of mind for all of us. Some of the statistics that Melanie shared yesterday were really startling in terms of outmigration in the state and critical jobs that we all need to have filled. So looking forward to hearing more about workforce development. As always, would like to thank our sponsors for this event. It's not possible without them, but also I really want to shine a bit of light on some of our staff. If you can give them a round of applause for putting this together. They put so much time and dedication into this, and just remarking with Robert, it's so true that following the holidays, this group has about a month to pull this off. Even though there's all the lead time from the last mid-session summit and the annual meeting, it really is a Herculean effort that comes together in a very, very short amount of time. So thank you all for your support and being here and support of them. I think what we are going to do is I'm going to invite the transportation panel to come forward and have a seat before we play Representative Peltola's address to the audience. So those of you who are on the transportation panel, if you could please come up if you are here. Wonderful. Thank you all. All right. Well, I think we will just hop into, if we're ready, to Representative Peltola's address, and then we'll just move right on over to the transportation panel. All right. Thanks,
Hello,
everybody.
Southeast Conference. I'm excited to be talking to all of you today. The Southeast embodies the idea of living on the water. The livelihood of our communities relies on the health of our bays, passages, straits, inlets, channels, and sounds. And what better way to navigate those waterways than on the Marine Highway? Over the last year, a total of $436 million has been dedicated by the Federal Transit Administration to Alaska's ferry services. That was a process that was anchored by Senator Murkowski, and I'm glad to have had the opportunity to support these efforts from the House. With this funding, we can make major investments in Southeast's transportation backbone. Another area I'm focused on is seafood. The fact that I'm in this office is a testament to how much Alaskans care about and rely upon our marine economy. First, I got NOAA to review their national standards for the first time in years. After 10 years of the Alaska delegation pushing multiple administrations, I got President Biden to ban Russian-caught Chinese processed fish from our markets, protecting Alaskan fisheries from unsustainable and unethical international fleets. But the blue economy doesn't stop at fish and shrimp. The Southeast is also home to Alaska's quickly growing mariculture industry. I'm co-sponsoring the Coastal Seaweed Farm Act of 2023 to embolden Indigenous farmers to get a head start on cultivating Alaska's kelp and seaweed. Your organization does a lot of work on this front with the Mariculture Cluster, and I'm eager to see what opportunities for collaboration we can find. We are all still figuring out how this business can be done in a way that's healthy for our waters and our workers. I want you to know you have a willing partner in Congress, and I always want to hear from you. I hope the conference goes well, and I hope to see many of you soon. Thank you.
You know, it takes a team, and she is certainly one that is advocating for as many of our rural issues and the mariculture and the things that matter. So we're pleased to hear from her, and I'm looking forward to actually visiting with her and the delegation next month when we go back east there. So we certainly appreciate all the work that they do for us back in DC and their hardworking staff. So we're going to keep rolling right into transportation, especially since Deputy Commissioner has another appointment commitment that she's got to go off to by 9. So we would start with her anyway, but she will give her remarks, and then she'll have to move on. But she'll be with us later on today as well as tomorrow when we do a deeper dive. So really appreciate the work of what the department is doing, and we get to see. I don't know if this is the first time all three of you have been on the stage together. It's kind of been an evolving team at DOT this past year, changing roles, changing personnel, and I really appreciate the partnership that they've offered to not only the organization but communities and transportation stakeholders. So, without any further ado, I'm just going to ask you to please welcome to the stage Katherine Keith, Deputy Commissioner.
Good morning, everybody. Well, more than anything, I always appreciate the opportunity to see so many familiar faces, and thanks to Southeast Conference for hosting a forum like this where we can talk about our key transportation issues that do affect each and every one of you and your families and businesses throughout Southeast Alaska. So personally, I do strongly believe that the topic of transportation is vital to all of the other topics that you're talking about throughout yesterday and into tomorrow here at Southeast Conference. I do have a couple of slides if someone wants to pull them up, although that's not entirely necessary, but what they would show you is I wanted to talk a little bit about our year last year, 2023, and what the department has been busy on, and then talk a little bit about what's going on this year in 2024 to expect. And then looking ahead into future years, what is it that we're planning? Like what's the trajectory and focus areas of our team here at the table and everyone around the state. So if you can go to the next slide. What you can see here is that last year, 2023, and this is statewide, you know, we had obligated $1.2 billion of funding, and that includes our surface transportation, including the marine projects, as well as our aviation projects. So of that 1.2 billion, 852 million was awarded to contracts around the state for projects. And what's interesting about this is when you start looking at the data that this represents, 41 million of it, which is close to 68%, was awarded to contractors. 41 million was paid to employees, their families, to support their livelihood. So of the money that's coming to the state, that 41 million has gone directly back to largely Alaskan residents working in the state to build state projects. And if you go to the next slide, at the same time as managing that capital program, which is typically, you know, what you see directors like Director Chris Goins and Craig Tornga here working on, they also have been dealing with these frontline emergencies that have been, you know, increasing in number of frequency. What you see here listed are avalanches, landslides, flooding, failed culverts, coastal storms, you know, you name it, bridge strikes, and these guys are dealing with it. So we have kind of this constant crisis management that happens at the state that these folks are 24 hours a day sometimes keeping Alaska moving. So, you know, anytime you want to talk to our staff about the safety of their transportation system, it's great to talk to them and hear what they're doing, because there's a lot going on behind the scenes just to keep safety is our top priority. And it's a big focus area of not only our department, but other state departments as well, how we can work together how we can partner, increase communication so that not only are we acting quickly when a disaster does occur, but that we're doing what we can, preventative maintenance or mitigation to be able to be ready and mitigate those and stop them from happening where possible. So if you go to the next slide, and one way that we're doing this is we kind of start looking at the current year within the department. We have done some restructuring, and for you all that might not matter that much or make a difference, but I do want to talk about it just so that you understand that we're trying to be very responsive to the needs of the public. And at events like this, when you tell us things, we're taking it to heart. Commissioner Andreassen spends a lot of time talking to people and traveling the state to listen and learn about what the challenges are. And then we take that back. And if we're not structured to meet the demand in this dynamic environment that we're in, then we're not afraid of changing who we are. And that means we've had a number of new divisions or reframing of our current divisions. And the first one that we'll talk about is project delivery, because that's what we do. We deliver projects, and looking at what they're doing around the nation for innovative delivery, whether that's through innovative contracting or other management methodologies or new construction techniques. We want to make sure that we are leading the nation in these things, not lagging. And so project delivery is an exciting division. You're going to learn more about this from Director James Marks, who will be here, I believe, tomorrow to talk through, or later today perhaps, to talk through a little bit about what they're working on. Another one is data modernization and innovation, and that has to do with giving us, all of you, access to the same information that we have. So if there's information about safety, the rate of accidents in different locations around the state, if you want to know the condition of bridges that you travel every day, it should be an easy thing for you to find that information. So our data modernization office is putting that together so that we have GIS tools that'll help us. Hand me that water. Thank you. Despite all the water around here in Juneau, you still can get a little dehydrated. Thank you. So with data modernization, I'll have some things to share in a minute about that, but it's very exciting. We're attracting folks that you may not think of as transportation workers, you know, the data scientists, that group that loves to program, utilizing generative AI to be able to look at our assets and understand what we can do to be smarter about using our funds that we do have to maintain our infrastructure. This has to do with fast access to data, and what we do with it is the information piece. So we're very excited about this group. And then program management and administration is looking at our funding, not just funding, but financing projects. Are there options for us to leverage like our TIFIA loans so we can help get some of our big projects off the ground, and look at our funding from a portfolio perspective so we can, again, make sure we're moving the needle on key areas like safety, and we're demonstrating that through our investments. And the next slide is showing you a bit how that's put together. So if you're interested as representatives from your community in infrastructure development, maintenance operations, or just how we're managing our strategic assets like the Alaska Marine Highway System, within our department, we're focusing resources on these groups so that we're all supporting each other, whether it's developing the capital infrastructure, such as construction of our ferry terminals or vessels, whether it's the day-to-day operations, such as keeping the roads clear here in Juneau. You know, this all is woven together. And as we look ahead to this year, you can progress the slide. Let's go one more. Is what you'll be able to see is our statewide transportation improvement program. And what this does is outline our STIP. It outlines the next 4 years of our funding. And it's not just our federal highways funding. It also includes our transit programs. It does not include our aviation projects, but it would include big discretionary grants that the state has received for transportation. It includes major emergency projects that are significant to the region and a number of other things. So if you haven't taken a look at it already, you can take a picture of that QR code and be able to navigate to our website, the DOT website, and be able to access the STIP. So we have submitted the final version to Federal Highways about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we expect to have that approval back within about 2 weeks. And we've been working very closely with Federal Highways and Federal Transit Administration for about 6 months now. I think at the last annual summit, which I was not able to attend, we had just submitted our STIP out for public comment. But I do want to be clear that the federal government has not rejected our STIP. There's some odd rumors that really I'm not sure what they are about. We have not had a rejected STIP. We haven't even submitted our STIP. This is a collaborative process. We've been working with our federal partners for months to work through any regulations that they want to see more clearly outlined in our document. Our document is fully legal. It does not break any laws, and we're working closely with all of our municipal and metropolitan planning organizations and others. So happy to answer any questions on that anyone has. I will be around throughout the day, but we love working with facts and being very clear about this because your money matters. You know, your transportation dollars are not at risk. We're working hard to make sure that you can have a full and normal construction program, which we're very confident in. So please check out this document. We put a lot of work into it across our state to make sure it's comprehensive and that you could look up your community and your region and be able to see what projects are coming. What I'll say is the unfortunate part is we were highly over-programmed because of the escalating costs. So when we first started the journey of putting out our new STIP, we had $3.2 billion more of projects than we had revenue for. $3.2 billion in 4 years. So for those of you that have been following this, your projects that have been, you know, are they in the STIP? Are they out of the STIP? Well, that's what we've had to go through over the past 6 months is looking at our projects. What do we have to do right now? What's ready to go right now? And what do we have to push off or find grant funding for in order to make it happen? So thanks for your patience with this process. It hasn't been easy on our staff. And I know it's certainly not easy for communities depending on this funding for their transportation network. So it's a work in progress. And for projects that are not in the STIP, we're looking for alternative strategies to get them funded. So if you go to the next slide, one of those strategies I'm just going to touch on is our discretionary grants, and we'll be able to talk more about this tomorrow through the panel on the bipartisan infrastructure law. But with the state submitted grants, we've submitted 85 grants since the infrastructure bill was passed, 85. We've received $531.2 million in awards. And to put that into perspective, that's about 3/4 of our transportation system funding. So by doing that extra bit to go after those competitive projects, you know, we were able to bring in that much more into our 4-year program. This does require match, which is what we're going through right now with the legislature and our capital budget, because some of these we have supplemental budget requests when we are given a successful award. We then go back to the budget process and seek out that match. So that's where we're at right now, but we're very excited about our grants, which are for culverts, they're for ferries, for ferry terminals, and a wide variety of projects. There's a QR code that I can share tomorrow at the session that will get you to see the discretionary grants. But let's go through the slides because I wanted to be quick so you could have more time to hear from Chris and Craig. So let's go ahead and go forward. And what I do want to share with you here, I mentioned our data modernization portal. With our project delivery, all of our capital projects, we want to make sure that you can see what's going on in your community. Last year, we called it Apex, where you can see what's in construction. We have an updated portal, which will be launched this next week, and it's using S3, so it's a better, improved interactive system on all of our projects. You can filter what's going on in your community and then get the project status. We're very excited about this. And if you go to the next slide, I think we'll finish on safety. We have a safety office right now, which is dynamic. They're modernizing, they're looking for data, and they're working very hard at new ways to improve safety across the state. So while we do have a highway safety program, they also have been working in partnership with AML, who has helped as a primary support with all of our discretionary grants. They're working on a rural safety program grant to help with those community safety plans. So please keep applying for those if you're considering it. Our state has had great success with those safe streets for all grants. And the next slide is to finish off that above all with safety, whether it's economic development, we do want to be embracing opportunity here. We're looking at advanced air mobility. We have a grant to look at ways to use drones to bring out critical supplies to communities. And there have a pilot project in Bethel that's underway. We're looking at better ways to build ice roads, our winter trails, our frontier roads to help build communities, community connections where that's desired. So it's a fun place to be. So if any of you, your family wants to come work at the department, we are hiring as always. And not just at the Marine Highway System, but we have a lot of great things going on. And thank you very much for your time. I'll have to leave as Robert mentioned, so direct all your hard questions and frustrations to Chris and Craig. Thank you.
As I looked down the panel, I discovered something. The clicker is over there. So thank you for, yes, thanks for that. And for the backup, Nathan back there. So a lot of things happening at DOT, and Southeast Conference is really pleased to help support in any way we can. It's been a pleasure to see the South Coast director. I think one of the things that stuck with me when the first time I met him was he was talking, says, "If you're going to sum me up, how do we get to yes?" That's what stuck with me. I don't know what else he does, but how do we get to yes? And as a community advocate, I tell you, there's no better words that we could hope for. We saw those frontline challenges, and know that was just a fraction of the list, but we're looking forward to hearing your remarks. And please welcome to the stage South Coast Director Chris Goins. Oh, you can, welcome to the table then. Okay, thank you. Friends, I see so many faces, and tell me, give me a thumbs up, Dan. Can you hear me?
Actually, I can hear you, but not through your microphone.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Well, I just want to say thank you. And we are hiring. There's a job fair Tuesday at noon. And bring your friends to the Mendenhall Library. We're waiving fees associated with that. And we want to build you and grow you and your family members that come out. We're training drone pilots and all sorts of stuff. And you'll get to see some of that exciting national leading things that we're doing here. Again, my name is Christopher Goins, the regional director, been with the department about 9 years. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here and see so many friendly faces. And I'm going to walk through.
I didn't say it worked. I said the clicker was here.
Yeah, it's here. It's not working. So I'm going to, whoever's helping me out, can you flip to the next slide? And on this next slide, what you're going to see is just a map of South Coast region. And I bring this up not to show how large it is, because I think you all get, you live in Alaska, you get it. But to mention just how many communities are there. We have 86 communities, 12 boroughs, 51 city governments, 60 tribes. And it's very hard, I found out, to make sure I get to talk to every single one of my staff this year. And I've made a commitment to do that and really ask a lot of good questions about how can we serve you all better. I also want you to know, if I haven't had a chance to partner with you, to sit down and figure out how do we get to solutions in your community, we want to. We want to have those conversations. I expect that of my staff, and we're excited to partner with you. And so please seek us out, and we want to have those conversations. Go ahead and flip to the next slide. As an organization, we are really focusing on building our teams and growing them. And so we've been focused on learning how to work better together and build trust. And the picture on the background of that is actually just a couple blocks away from here, something we did this summer. We took all of our leadership, about 51, in our division in South Coast region, and we sat down, we said, we're going to talk about speed trust, and we're going to learn about how to work better together so that we can better serve you all. And we've been watching that play out over the last several months. You can see the deck of cards. I find that on people's desks everywhere. I see it in meetings and the discussions that we are having. And we're having growing conversations and improved communications from that. We're also investing in leadership through the Franklin Covey Suite in our teams and growing leaders in the department and in our region, again, to better serve you. And it's all about being focused on partnerships, partnering internally, partnering externally with you all. And like Robert said, we want to find a way to yes. And if you're not hearing that from us, you need to let me know, because that's what we want to get to. We want to serve you best, and find those solutions, and help us get over some of our own bureaucratic hurdles that we can have at times. This also means that we're looking how we better map our processes and refine those processes. It hasn't always been clear, and our staff in many ways has been a transitionary staff, a lot younger than when I came into the department 9 years ago. And so we're looking at refining those processes, making it clear what you need to take the steps to do at those times, so you're not duplicating work through the design process. And improving those coordinations and doing that at the right time. We're also defining deliverable expectations in a much more refined way. So it's consistent, and the products are known to those young engineers that are coming in and delivering a lot of these projects. I also want to talk about some proactive public involvement guidance that we've developed. We've been working with WashDOT internally in our region to develop a public involvement guidance that's much more inclusive, and thinks about not just public involvement when we have the environmental document sitting in front of us, and then we're all done, and 2 years later, we show up with a project, right? And you're like, what happened? We don't want to be that. We want to engage early and often and throughout the design life, all the way to and through construction. And we want to get that involvement from you. And so I'm more than happy to share that document with folks here. And if there's suggested changes, we are all ears, because again, we're serving you. We're also going through scope controls and putting those in place so that I think if you've ever met engineers, they find everything and they want to solve everything. And so we have to refine them in a little bit. And so we're putting processes in place to do that it's mimicking some of the things I've learned with Vermont DOT over the years. So we're really excited about that, and that's about to roll out with those process changes. And then again, we're focused on reliability. We haven't been the greatest at delivering exactly on time what we've said. Our hit rate on the maps you're going to see for construction, we've missed a lot of them in the past. And what we're going to be focusing on is how do we do that better? How do we grow? And how do we be transparent about how we're doing that? And so again, this is something that happened in Vermont. They put in some processes into place and they didn't do real great. And they found out they were hitting like 36% of the dates that they were saying they were going to deliver. 10 years later, after putting these processes in place, they were hitting 90% of their dates. And it was a revolutionary change for them, and it built a lot of trust. So we're going through that same process right now, and it's going to be a learning and growth process. And each time we don't hit something, we're going to ask the questions of what can we do better? What are the steps we should have taken? And so I'm excited about that. When I last spoke to you, we were just adding our first GIS capable person in the office, at least a position associated with that. We now have 2. Thank you, by the way, Catherine. And it has really played out into what I'm going to show you a little bit later in our capabilities in South Coast region to really assist in some of the most critical times, and also to make our processes more efficient and to think about asset management in a more holistic way. So we're making data-driven decisions. So go ahead to the next slide. And I'm going to focus on these tomorrow in the transportation symposium. So I'm not going to get into great depth, but I do want to say some thank yous to the partnerships that we have on these pages. Some of this, 2 of these are Neck Lake Road, Sitka Pedestrian Seawalk. Those are with Western Federal Lands, where we've partnered with them, and they're delivering design on some of those. I want to say, Ron, I don't know, Vincent, Sitka, if you're here, I want to say Gunnel Cheese to you and your team. we really had to trust one another going forward to move the Sitka terminal building project forward. Because of that trust, we're getting close to a lease agreement. We're also have material on order for that terminal replacement. And I have a grant that's sitting in my office now that's about ready to get signed and moved out the door. So we're really excited about that. And it was a real partnership to get to that, to work through that challenge there. Next slide, please. I also want to say a same thing to the Ketchikan Borough. We've been working on the terminal lease, the airport lease agreement with them, and come to conclusion on that in the last few months, and also are working towards a new replacement of the terminal building there. And so it's been a great partnership. The city of Juneau on Yanduken, and I'll have some really good news tomorrow to announce to everybody on Yanduken. But they've really helped and come to assist us in moving that project forward and again, focusing on safety. So Katie Coster, Mayor Beth Weldon, I just want to say thank you to the many conversations we've had to support one another through that process. And then on some good news, State Street, we're expecting to be certifying likely at the end of this month. So that's a huge project. It's going to be moving out the door, and we're very close on the phase 3 project on the Haynes Highway. And that will be a huge money saver. The second stage, we at mile 19, if you're all familiar, we've had a lot of mudslides, and that material coming down the hill, we would have to pay a contractor to come remove that. In fact, we paid $90,000 this fall to have a contractor at mile 23 come in and remove material out of there. We've had 3 such events at mile 19 since we finished putting in those culverts. So we've essentially saved $250,000 because that material is now passing through those culverts because of the engineer's decision to move that up the hill. So wonderful project and a wonderful solution to get to. So next slide. So as Katherine mentioned, we have all the day-to-day, which is the program development, the capital investment, the maintenance. But we have, since I left you in September, I feel like every day we've been dealing with a disaster. And that list that Katherine put up there, that was a statewide list. But I can tell you, that's not everything. There was a bridge strike when I was acting as regional director in Central Region that was missing. And I can go down the list of all the different things that we have been dealing with. And it's intense. And I want you to know you have a community partner, because we have a ton of experts at the helm that are ready and active to act and support you. And we have national leading tools. When I left in September, I overnighted all the way to Kansas City to talk about some of those. I'm going to show them in the next couple slides. In fact, some of them you can see on here. But it's been floods, the glacial outburst flood. That's a live shot screen from my phone of a drone because we were live streaming because Albert in Metlakatla, we tested something for the first time ever. And you got an email in your inbox yesterday about continuing that effort. We're working with you. And we tested that streaming. And in Metlakatla, we were streaming to a guy on a plane who was traveling from Anchorage, and he was giving input to the pilot at that time. We used that same technique in helping make sure the governor understood the consequences of that glacial outburst flood. And we're streaming that back to Ryan, the commissioner. We did the same thing in Wrangell, and you'll see another slide, a picture there. But that's the slide above, and that's a picture that's been transposed and mapped there in Wrangell as a result of our box drone that is flying remotely. I can fly it from anywhere in the world because of the communication setups that we have. The landslides that we've had, it's not just the one in Wrangell. We had multiple in Wrangell of similar size. In Prince of Wales at the same time, there was 9 others during that time on 11/20. It is a real challenge, and some of them were as equally incised as the one in Wrangell. The capabilities on the GIS side that we brought in, you'll see the very bottom corner on the left-hand side. We were able to overlay the buildings that were previously there and put those on the drone maps to supply to the search and rescuers of where they need to be looking for folks, and put that out there and give it to them in real time. We've also been facing intensity and weather from rain and increasing value, and also in snow, as you experience here in Juneau. And huge props to the city of Juneau and also our crews that came in and dealt with that. But this picture on the right-hand side is evidence of a slide avalanche up on the Haynes Highway, put 10 feet on the road. That's a 30-year event. Rare, very rare. That's the kind of stuff we're seeing, and it has been, again, nonstop. But we're here to support. Next slide. Some of that technology and modern tools that we're bringing to the table is national leading. There is not other folks in the nation that are doing this. That box drone on the corner at the time was one of 8 in the nation. We have multiples of them now. We have one staged in Wrangell, again, that we can fly at any time. We have Starlink setups. And I just want to say Gunald Cheese to Tlingit and Haida. The corner screen was the day after that slide occurred in Wrangell. We showed up with all those boxes, and they're full of multiple drones, Starlink systems, to set up communications to support search and rescue and search and recovery through that. And our guy is in yellow. The guy next to him is from Tlingit and Haida, and I didn't even know it. But we set up our Starlink system, and it was getting overwhelmed because there was no communication out there. And Tlingit and Haida just showed up, and they had multiple Starlink systems, and they put them on top of our truck, and we were able to communicate. And the other photo on the left upper corner is a screenshot from my computer sitting here in Juneau of the drone operations and safety overflight that communications allowed us to have. And again, we tested and started in Metlakatla. And so I can see where the drone pilot is. I can see where his drone is. I can see the latest photos of what's going on, so I can resource it. I told the team on the ground, you don't need to worry about media. We're going to deal with that. We'll get all those pictures out the door. I was screenshotting photos, and we were doing safety overwatch of the contractor from the slide above during this whole process. And so really amazing stuff. We're also bring a ton of other tech experts and contracting power to these emergencies like I've never seen, and I don't think any other department in the state has the capability of doing. And so we are able to deliver for you and quickly and set up those resources, and we have the FEMA expertise to monitor it. And our staff is really beginning to modernize on the construction side so that their day-to-day when they manage construction contracts can be translated into being able to come out and be the folks on the ground. And that's who showed up. And I kid you not, they walked through feet of snow. And one of them called me and he said, I'm going, I want to help. I want to be there. Can you get a Coast Guard cutter to me? Because they couldn't, the airport was buried in 2 feet of snow up in Haynes. And he's like, all right, can they get a helicopter? Anything. Like, I want to go. And that list, as we reached out across the state and central region and northern region, there were a myriad of experts and team members that wanted to come to the assistance of the communities here. And that list exists to this day, and we are constantly in communication and support, and it is remarkable. And we just want you to know you have a partner. There's take a screenshot of the 2 addresses on the bottom. Sorry, I'm not good with the QR codes, as my son would tell me now. But take a shot at those. And I encourage you to go home and watch them. That's the kind of stuff that we're leading on, and it is remarkable. And what we're able to accomplish. And those videos kind of show those capabilities. And if you ever have questions, we are here to help and support and to stand those up, because we want to see those technologies in all of these communities so that when disaster hits, we're ready to go and ready to support you. So thank you very much. And sorry, I think I went too long, Craig.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's heartening to see the resources and the partnerships and the response that the department's been able to do, and we certainly appreciate that. So I think most of us have had a chance to meet Director Tornga by now, and while some of these others have alluded to the frontline challenges that interrupt their days, I think that's pretty much describes Craig's day as just one series of frontline challenges with the Marine Highway System. But we're certainly glad to have you here and look forward to your remarks. Good morning.
All right, we'll move from all that nice new technology Chris has to some of our old boats here at AMHS. But we do have plans for some new vessels. So when we get the slides up, first off, just to give an update on the system. we still have the same crewing challenges and reliability, and we'll go through that. See if this. So just a snapshot of where we're at crewing here towards the end of January, and this is reflecting crewing 7 vessels. We're short in the wheelhouse, -8, and our biggest negative is in the engineering department. We've been able to cover some of the wheelhouse with an agreement we did with the master mates and pilots, with some retirees coming back and filling in for us. And they come back with a full pilotage because that's what we lack. But you can see we're still struggling in the hiring on these positions that have the licenses and the certificates. Just to recap on the recruitment in the fourth quarter, we hired 32, lost 12. That is a 20% increase over the third quarter on retainment, so that worked out well. And if you look at 2023 for the year, we're going negative still in our licensed positions. We're -3 in the master mates and the pilots. We hired 8, lost 11. And then with the engineers, we're at -2. We hired 4 and lost 6, and that's really the area we need to turn around. Thankfully, we got some good support out of the MEBA group, out of their hiring hall. Mid-2023, we couldn't get anybody out of the hiring hall due to the payroll issues we had. They wouldn't get paid, so they refused to come up. We've since stood up the payroll in the DOT, and they've changed that, and now we were able to make it through the fall with support out of the MEBA group out of Seattle that comes up. So some highlights on the recruitment efforts. We're really kind of revamping the crewing department, putting a manager in place that will look at it holistically, the whole group, and be looking at it strategically, how we recruit and retain. It's been segmented, but I want to bring it all together. We've hired a recruiting position. This is someone to do onboarding. That was a gap we had as well, to just make sure that we bring someone on, we work through and get all their training and get them through to get to the on the boat. We're also focusing on the maritime academies. That's going to be new for us, but I'm used to doing that. I like to be there for the graduates that coming out at different stages through their final year, and trying to recruit them to come here. This is an attractive job, actually. It's got a good schedule. You're going through some great waters, and it's I think it's a good sell. The hardest thing is we need you to move to Alaska, but you know, we get the 1 or 2 out of the academies that want to come here. They come with the license. They don't have the pilotage if they're in the wheelhouse, but we can build that over time. But we're going to be a big focus on all of them. We've got we're scheduled at every national academy this year, except for Maine Maritime, just because it conflicts with Massachusetts Maritime, but we'll be at all of them and hopefully bring them in. We're also going to be at all the high school career days. We're going to have usually someone from the boat, so we'll try to be there, can talk to them about it. And we're also working with Department of Labor on trying to build a high school program, try to build our own mariners coming out here in Alaska. We find that we retain Alaskans at a better percentage than we do out-of-state employees. So the new hires we get, it's a larger turnover is for the out-of-state. So we're going to try to build that. We're going to introduce the maritime industry as a career. And if we can help them and they're interested, we can help them while they're still in school to get their MMC certification and also their TWIC. And so when they come out, they're ready to go. Unfortunately, getting that your marine merchant certification document can take up to 6 months today. And when I started, you went into the Coast Guard, filled out the form, and you walked out of there with it. But that's how long it takes today, and it just holds people up that just can't get to work. So we'll work on that and try to make that available to the Alaskans. So it'll be a big focus. Also, we're lining out the career paths so we can show our new hires how they can progress. And then we're trying to have the progression, the training, and to help them to get there. Right now, we do not have a good program for laying out if you want to go to AB to mate or up to engineer. But we're going to put that in place so we can help move people on up through the system. And then we work closely with AvTech and University of Southeast Southeast Alaska. They're fantastic in the support they give. The training it's required today by the Coast Guard and our new IMO regulations is almost endless, and trying to keep them current. And the university does a great job flexing with our needs and providing the courses. And it's works out really well. So reliability, it's a challenge. I will say that, we just put out the summer schedule, and it's a challenge looking at what boats are going to be going, and we just get it out. Now we're already adapting. The LeConte's in the shipyard now doing the UV audio gauging. We've found quite a bit of rotten steel, so we've got some delays in getting her completed and then back into service. We found a lot of bad areas on the car deck as well. Thankfully, the Coast Guard has worked with us, so we don't have to take the boat out for all the summer, and we'll be able to defer some and then go back in the fall and complete it. So we appreciate that through the most part of the summer, we'll have that vessel back in. You have a new fleet plan. We've got a new fleet plan. That's one of the biggest movements of increasing our reliability. Not only do we have an aged fleet, we got components that are aged out and hard to replace. You have to fabricate many times. The other half of that, though, is the vessel management system on the boat, and having systems in place and processes in place of how you manage your vessel, how you manage the maintenance on the fleet. We're putting in a vessel management system, one that has a computer maintenance management program in it. To put that in place, we first had to have Starlink, the connectivity to be able to operate. We needed servers on the vessels, so if the engineer's down in the basement doing his thing on the program, they can also be in the wheelhouse doing it. So we've installed the servers now, and now we can get into putting the system on the boat. We started that the installation of the program in January, and it's up and going. And the program we're using for the vessel management called Amos. And it has a preventive maintenance module, and that's the first module we're going in. We're just doing a module at a time to make sure we have a few wins and move to the next one. So that's up and going. It's gone really well. The crews have been the difference in that. They're glad to have it, so that makes a big difference. And then we'll move into the compliance module, which is where we'll keep our safety management system, all our documentation, all our inspection sheets. And when we're going through ABS or U.S. Coast Guard audits, we have everything right there on the boat they can pull up. And then next we'll roll into what they call their project management modules, really what you use for the dry docking. And all these modules are interrelated. So if the engineer's in there working on something, the preventive maintenance, he sees an issue, he puts a work order in. It can be, this needs to be fixed next week, or it can be deferred to the next shipyard, and that will automatically go and populate the specs for the next shipyard. So they're all tied together. These are just the tools they need on the boats, and it'll just make a difference. All the OEM specs will be in there. Those alerts will pop up to the point they'll probably be annoying, but they'll know what they have to do today on every piece. Even it's not just the main engine, it could be down to the air compressor. It'll all be in there. And then we've got a real focus on our processes for shipyard specs, and really want to turn our written shipyard specs into the shipyard a few months in advance. Currently, we're not doing that. We've started, our first one will be the Tuscaloosa going in, and we've already given them the package. But that way they can pre-plan, they can prefabricate. Just it shortens our whole shipyard period. The better and better we get at that. and it just means more days in service. So real focus on that side on the reliability. The existing projects that we have, we've got the Taslina now. We just did a lessons learned off of the Hubbard edition of the crew quarters, making some tweaks to the layout, and then that project will go for this year. We hope to have that out on the street for bid in March. And then the Columbia's got to upgrade their propeller. It's a controllable pitch propeller. It's an old analog system that's no longer supported. So we are at risk with that all the time. So we need to update that. It's about a 15-month lead time on the parts. So we've started the project to line up with our 2025 shipyard. The Kennecott as well needs to upgrade their generators. The EPA has written us up on the exhaust we get out of the Kennecott. So we've started that engineering as well on that project. There's 12 to 14-month lead time on those gen sets. So that'll again line up with our 2025 shipyard. And the Matanuska is the big question mark. So once we can get up on the dry dock following the Columbia, we'll do the audio gauging to see how bad the hole is. While we've been sitting in the water here now, we've gone through the car deck and gauged it, and there's a lot of suspect areas, and also in the bow thruster room in the number 3 voids, we find a lot of bad steel as well. But once we get in and we can get up in the air and take a look at the double bottoms, then we can quantify what it's going to take to put that back in service and make that hole safe. We'll meet with the Coast Guard again after that and really make a decision on the life of that vessel, whether it's worth it or not. So the planned terminal projects, we have a few, and this is where we work with Chris's department. They manage this for us, do a fantastic job. The first 7 projects on there are all modifications for our Alaska class ferries. Unfortunately, we don't have a standard, but believe me, everything that's on the list, and we're looking at new builds that will be a standard. There'll be a standard dock. The boats will be standard, so we can interchange back up as needed. So those are all scheduled. We should see all of those. They're in various stages right now as far as doing their environmental studies and the engineering. Most of the construction will take place in 26, and we should see all of those into service in 27. And the last one is the Saxman Island. There'll be the new terminal that go with the low emissions ferry project, and what that date is will be determined following the construction of the vessel. So just a little bit on this. We'll go more into this tomorrow at the transportation, but the new vessel plans, we have the Tustamina. It's I've been a little bit ignorant to the process of what it takes to get an RFP out the door. I'm used to giving a business case to a board of directors, get a thumbs up, and we go build a vessel. But a little different process here in the bureaucracy. So we're close. And I'm confident we're going to get it out here soon. We've got some, the RFP has some programmatic requirements that we have to put in it for our federal partners, and then they'll review that. And we're pulling that together right now. And I hope in here next week we'll have that over to the FTA to look at, and then we can get started on the bid. Engineering has continued through the whole process on it. It's really getting refined. The design itself is probably around the 95%. The lift system for the vehicles that the Tustamina has to have, that's probably the last item in there. All the space is there and everything's accounted for it. We're just designing it and going back and forth with ABS on what it's going to be and officially. So technically, we've always called it an elevator. It's actually not. It's a lift. We can't meet the terms of an elevator, but with the wires rope system, we can meet the terms of a lift, like a crane. So that's what we'll be certified as. We'll also have design contracts out on the mainliner and the hybrid, with what the low emissions ferry will be, and those will be out soon for design as well. And then just a few of the components you can see there, we've got an Azipod push-pull unit on there, very efficient. What you see on the cruise ships, very maneuverable, turns 360. And then down the right is just a CAD snapshot of the diesel electric design. There's 4 generators in there. There's redundancy. We can lose one and we still have full power, and you can manage your power through that. And we'll go through more of that tomorrow as well. And then I'll just point out that we are working our long-range plan. This will be just like a business plan, really. It's going to have what we're going to do on our capital, what our fleet replacement plan and the terminal, it'll all be in there. That website, this is due at the end of the year. It's a part of the DOT's overall plan, and it'll line out the next 20 years of where we think it is going to be today. So welcome to give input. Many of you have. We just had the last public survey, and it was amazing. We had something like 2,600 responses, so it was phenomenal. A lot of good input, but a lot of us are very passionate about our ferries too, and I've learned that since I've been down in the Southeast, and they weren't as passionate as South Central about the ferries. So that's an update on the ferry system this morning.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that. So now to take a moment to celebrate IFA. You know, it seems that
I don't need it.
while they generally do very, very well, there's sometimes they just have to work a little harder, scrape a little deeper, and so we want to make sure that we keep informed and how we can keep continually supporting what Ron and the communities are doing there. And so thanks for joining us, Ron. Give us an update if you would, please.
Sure. I don't like that scraping word because scraping paint's a bad thing on a boat, right? It means you bumped into something you shouldn't. But anyway, thank you, friends and colleagues, for inviting us here again today. I just want to talk really quick about some highlights and then again some of the challenges that we're facing as a port authority. So hey, the last year has just been amazing. As Maylani pointed out in the numbers yesterday, Prince of Wales population is growing. And that's our bread and butter. We service Prince of Wales Island to Ketchikan, 1 round trip daily. So 2023, we had record ridership. We had record revenues. And not really a highlight, we had record expenses. So to touch a little on each of them. Even with a few weather delay, actually no sales due to weather in 2023. And then the berth refurb in Ketchikan, which we had some schedule alterations we had to do, actually have some no sale days just because of conflicts with the Columbia and where to tie up. But, you know, it was in the fall. It was great. Our partners at DOT worked with us to make sure that the maintenance was scheduled during a period of time that was our lowest ridership point of the year. So that was amazing. So last year was our least number of sailings since COVID. We had 696 sailings, and but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. So 2023, we transited 48,000 people. I like to look at our numbers on a rolling 12, okay? Lets me know if we're growing or dying, because those are only 2 directions of business, right? Either you're growing or you're dying. So in a rolling 12, the numbers are growing. In essence, what I'm saying is January of this year, I transited more people than I did in January of last year. December of last year, I transited more people than I did in December of 2022. So looking at a rolling 12, we are doing very, very well. Record ridership. And again, partially attributed to the growth on POW. Let's see here. So I also like to look at utilization of our asset, right, of our boats. So, you know, we set records also in the utilization. Our passenger ridership was average 60% of boat capacity last year. And vehicle capacity, we averaged 75%. So 75% of our capacity, and that's averaging it across the winter when people aren't riding because the Clarence Strait's 20-foot seas, right? So doing well as far as capacity, as far as ridership and revenues. Expenses, we had record expenses, as I said, it didn't get any cheaper to hire people. But there's some good news on the hiring people, right? Good, bad. So we are fully staffed at the IFA. We don't have any real staffing challenges at the moment, except for one little tidbit, right? And that's 82% of our folks that are employed by us are over 55, and 26% of them are over 60. So hard time attracting any kind of youth into the ferry system. Listening to those ages, which, I fit into one of those groups. I'm not going to tell you which one. You understand, retirement age is creeping up on a whole lot of people really fast. And so it is cause for concern over the next 3 to 5 years. One nice thing that wasn't a record expense this year was fuel, but I don't know how long that'll last, right? Because a couple of years ago was the record for fuel, and this year was a little bit better on fuel expense. So some of the challenges that we have going on, and I'm going to be brief, and you all want to hear from these guys mostly. Some of the challenges is actually it's funding, to be quite honest. We have the renovation of the Prince of Wales. Who's ridden on the Stikine in the last 6 months? All right, turned out beautiful, didn't it? Right. So we did a renovation on it, and turned out really good. I mean, almost a 20-year-old boat. It needed 20-year-old carpet's nasty. You don't have that in your house, right? So, we did a lot of renovating to make the boats more accommodating to our passengers. And we're going to do the same upgrade to the Prince of Wales that is over 20 years old this year. Funding dependent. We hope to do that. But we also have some other funding challenges in the fact that those boats are 20 years old. And as Craig mentioned, there are components of our systems that you just can't get anymore. There's things that time out, the life-saving equipment. It's not cheap. Life-saving equipment, and then the generators, I don't know how many times. Walt Marsh, our port engineer, is sitting there. If you haven't met him, please take the time to see him. But he could tell you how many times the generators on our boats have been rebuilt, and we're in serious need of repowering our generators. It's just simply, praying and hoping we'll have enough money in the STIP, and that we'll have enough restricted funds to meet the match for those federal funds. So that's our biggest challenge, but we are in a position, what we try and tell our team is, how do we serve the community? How do we serve the tribes? And how do we be a good neighbor and help serve other communities when they're in need? And we look at that first and foremost, and it's a pleasure to serve Southeast Alaska.
All right. Thank you, Ron. So we're going to, I think this is going to flow nicely into the next panel as well, because all three of them mentioned workforce needs. And so it's very, very timely. And we're going to have a much deeper dive into the details of what each of them spoke about tomorrow. So hopefully most of you can join us. If you didn't, if you can't stay tomorrow and you have questions for them, tackle them at the breaks and during lunch today. We want to, we're trying to compress as much as we can into information so you can be kept fully informed and know who our champions are and what the causes are. So I'm going to ask the workforce development panel to come forward. Would you please thank our panel one more time? And so Cari-Ann's actually going to facilitate this section. So, and she is no stranger to Southeast Conference, one of the most regular attendees, probably second only to one of her panelists, Commissioner Munoz. So we appreciate the work that they're doing. But Cari-Ann is really leading the workforce conversations that are happening around the state and here in Southeast. And so I'm going to turn the mic over to her and let her introduce her panel and go from there. So good morning and thank you.
Morning. We're gonna be so fast. And it's only 30 minutes, so there's so much to talk about. But, we just want to. Of a nonprofit organ. Good morning. We got a rowdy crowd here this morning. Oh, there we go. Good morning. Thank you. I don't want to have to yell at everybody. So my name is Cari-Ann Carty. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called the Alaska Safety Alliance, which is a little bit of a misleading name. I think we should be called the Alaska Workforce Alliance. Our main mission is ensuring that we have a healthy, trained, ready workforce for Alaskan industry. We are an industry-supported organization, and that is really what we do at the heart of our work every day. Some of the things we do in the safety field help support and generate revenue in order for us to do really great things on the workforce front. So you probably have all seen me feverishly taking notes. Mostly I've been trying to cross things off because we only have 30 minutes to talk. And there's a whole lot going on around workforce development. And probably, I think every panelist that's been up here on the stage, every panel has talked about workforce. And we really have issues around workforce in the state of Alaska that it's going to take all of us to participate and solve those problems around workforce. And it's, you know, we think about workforce and training and education development of our young people, but the situation that we're in right now is very unique in that there are other problems surrounding workforce that affect workforce just as much. And we heard about those, like our declining population and the lack of childcare availability to have everybody participating in the workforce. So I have a great panel of folks that are working on workforce development in the state. And I just want to give everyone a minute to introduce themselves, who they're representing, how they're engaged in workforce development, and talk about really what strategies that your organizations are taking on or planning to help build up Alaska's workforce and the importance of partnerships in those strategies. So, Commissioner? Thank you. Thank you. Hello? No, it's not on at all.
All right, how's that? Thank you. Thank you, Cari-Ann. Well, starting off, we have a partnership with the Alaska Safety Alliance around workforce planning. The governor directed the Department of Labor to engage with the business community around workforce development. Last October, we hosted a 2-day convening in Anchorage with representatives of all of the major industries across the state. And a lot of that information is feeding into an update of our cross-industry workforce plan that the state of Alaska is doing in cooperation with the Alaska Safety Alliance. The plan will be presented to the Alaska Workforce, the Alaska Workforce Investment Board toward the end of March, and then we will present it to the legislature. The plan is looking at job projections around the state, training needs, capacity, where are the gaps in training around the state, and then how are we going to deploy resources and workers to those needs. So that work is ongoing. Again, it will be wrapped up this spring, and I look forward to the results of that work. We have a number of strategies that we're working on, Cari-Ann. We have a partnership with the Department of Education to put career guides in job centers around the state. We're starting with Ketchikan, Bethel, and Fairbanks. It's a pilot project. We are confident that we will be successful and that we hope to expand from there. But what we're doing is with these guides, we will have the individuals liaison with the schools in the district around career awareness. We heard at the convening that one of the major challenges is just getting our young people aware about the different career opportunities in our state. So we think that this is an effective tool in making progress around that very important need. We also re-engaged in the Commissioner's Office and Office of Citizenship Assistance to work with legally arriving immigrants and refugees around training and employment. The governor put 3 positions in the budget, in the FY25 budget, so we're hoping that the legislature will support that work. Let's see, career guides, OCA, military partnership. The Department of Labor just established its application, or just received approval from the Department of Defense to be a skill bridge site. This means that employees, military that are exiting active service can come to work at the department and get the first 6 months of their employment covered by the Department of Defense. We are working with businesses that are interested in using this tool. It's a wonderful tool to, capture active military while they're still in Alaska before they exit active service with employment opportunities in our state. Media campaign. We also heard from the convening, and I will let others speak soon, but media, we need to, again, raise awareness about the different career pathways. We invested in a media campaign in the South Central area around career awareness, targeting 18 to 30-year-olds, and we found a 35% increase just in the 6 months following that media campaign, with industry-supported trainings available through our job centers. So again, we want to do more of all of those efforts, and we're fully engaged around workforce development. Thank you.
Fantastic. The state's been a great partner for us at the Alaska Safety Alliance, and also the Denali Commission has been very supportive in helping us raise some funding for this statewide plan. So thanks so much. Emily? I think Emily might have some slides you might want to queue up for her. There you go.
Great. Thank you so much. My name's Emily Ferry. I work with the Association of Alaska School Boards, and I want to address Cari-Ann's question straight off that we're very excited to partner, including with the Department of Labor on the Career Guides initiative that Commissioner Munoz talked about, as well as partnering with the Department of Education and, of course, our school districts. So career guides, career and tech ed programming. We need our business and community and industry partners to help make that happen. But I wanted to talk about the most critical issue that I think is facing our workforce development here in Alaska and in Southeast Alaska. So I'm going to ask you guys a few questions. So get ready to answer with your hands or maybe shout out. First of all, how many folks in this room have had trouble recruiting new employees or know someone who has had trouble? Okay, a lot of people out there. Not surprising. We heard from our last presentation that we're losing ground in some of these hiring processes. I'm curious if anyone can tell me the percent of working age adults who left Southeast Alaska in the past decade. Does anyone know that figure?
Dan Robinson's out there somewhere. He probably knows.
I think this came from JEDC. So if there's any JEDC, anyone want to take a guess? Throw out a number. 35, less than that. It's 10% according to a JEDC report. And those working age adults are often adults who have families, right? Like that's family age adults. Another question, this might be a little softball, but according to the Air Force Chief of Staff, what is the #1 quality of life factor families look at when they're considering relocation?
Education.
Yeah, schools, education, and childcare. I'd wrap that into it, right? Like how are their kids going to do? Last question. Who here, if you're a business, if you're an agency, who here has the same operating expense that they did a decade ago, back in 2012? Anyone? I hear people laughing. Anyone have the same operating expenses? No raises, no insurance, no inflation adjustments? Okay, just wanted to establish that. So if we could go the slide. The next slide. Oh, I can do that. Thanks. So this has been the funding scenario for our schools where our base student allocation, the driver of our school budgets for schools around the state, has remained flat essentially for the past decade. Meanwhile, if the yellow line you see rising would be what an inflation adjusted base student allocation should be. So when you hear schools saying, gosh, we have to cut, we don't have funding, this is what we're talking about. And I want to be clear that that delta, we haven't felt the full effect of that because we've had COVID recovery funds or grant funds or other sources that we've scrambled and worked really hard to fill in that gap. But you know, we're kind of at this cliff. We're about to crash down. Those funds are gone. And if we don't adjust for that inflation, our schools scenario for our communities is going to be really, really different. And not in a long time, like next year. This graph, I was hesitant to show you because it's very provocative. It's from a very provocative publication, the Alaska Economic Trends magazine. It was published in December, but the governor's office actually didn't want to put it out there. And I can't speak to why. I think it's important information for us to consider that we've lost, our teaching staff has lost ground compared with other states when we look at competitive wages. So if we're thinking about cutting school staff, cutting teachers, those teachers are likely going to move to other states nearby with lower cost of living and making more money. So again, as we consider what our communities and what our schools look like and what our families and the workforce are looking for, these are considerations we want to consider. A last consideration when we think about workforce development, it's not just recruiting and retaining those working age adults that we need right now, but also growing the workforce for tomorrow. So right now, if you're a high school senior, 1 out of 9 high school seniors will have a bachelor's degree 6 years from now, according to our data here in Alaska. That is a rate that I really want to turn around. I know that our jobs, our communities need trained and ready community members that can step into these roles. And as we heard in the last presentation, when we hire Alaskans, they stay in Alaska. Right now, 1 out of 5 young adults here in Alaska aren't connected with school or work. That's a huge opportunity for us. And we can do this. We can turn these trends around, but we just need to be willing to invest. And you might see this number around the Capitol. You might see it on big pins and so forth. But this is the number that would help bring our funding levels closer to 2012 spending levels in real dollars for our schools. It wouldn't completely make up for the losses, but it would get a lot closer for the base student allocation. And for those who are interested in learning more, there's a forum tomorrow night at UAS that's free, and it's sponsored by ICER from 5 to 7. So just wanted to put that out there. And thanks for giving me a couple seconds here to share. I'll pass it on.
All right, Dan.
Hi, I'm Dan Tuig. I'm the Vice President of the Masters, Mates, and Pilots Union for the Pacific Maritime region. So I have the whole West Coast. And I'm speaking today, you know, on behalf of the maritime unions, Masters, Mates, and Pilots, Marine Engineers Benevolent Association, the Inland Boatmen's Union. So that's MEBA and IBU. And we need to take a look at not only the data that we're finding here at this conference, but what we've experienced basically worldwide. There's a worldwide shortage of mariners at this time, and the Alaska Marine Highway is feeling it, and they're feeling it in a very strong way. And so I was watching yesterday one of the panels that talked about population and the population decline in Southeast Alaska, and I was wondering, at that time, there are all the factors that we talked about. There's retirees that are leaving and going other places. There are young families that are not creating more children. The numbers are getting lower and lower. But I took a look at it from a higher perspective, and I said to myself, what is the other factor? And we just heard that, well, it's schools and it's work and it's where do you get? But it's also in Southeast Alaska, it's transportation. And without reliable transportation, Southeast Alaska can't attract people that want to stay. And so the Marine Highway, of course, is the lifeline for transportation in Southeast Alaska and in Western Alaska also, get out the chain on the Tustamina. But in experiencing the worldwide shortage of mariners, what the unions have done, and honestly, unions, maritime unions in general, our whole job is workforce development. That's what we do. And our job is to help companies be healthy and create living wage jobs for the families that are in the area. And so I took a look at this and said, well, what can we do for the Alaska Marine Highway? And as Craig Tornga, said a little while ago, we have a good partnership going with the unions and the Alaska Marine Highway. We're talking about how to fix it. We are looking at the programs that are working other places and trying to figure out how we can apply that here in Alaska. And so I told Craig I was going to put him on a spot today. I talked to him last night about this, but I'm happy to report that we very possibly are beginning an apprenticeship program with the Alaska Marine Highway. We're going to try to get programs that have worked in other places. For instance, I'm also responsible for Washington State ferries, and people who deal with ferries know that all ferry systems are hurting. BC Ferries is hurting. Washington State Ferries is hurting. Alaska Marine Highway is hurting. But what we've been able to do a little further south of here, and interestingly, in that last slide that you showed about the teacher salaries, I was watching the state of Washington climb very precipitously. And I was thinking, well, the reality is it's about money. And training takes money, recruitment takes money, but it's a commitment of the community and the service that the Alaska Marine Highway has to provide, and also the legislature to say, here's how we have to figure out how to fund what we want to do to go forward. And so very simply, I say very simply, what we have is a dearth of the ability to remove the barriers for entry at the lowest levels within the recruitment and retention of the Alaska Marine Highway. And so, for instance, it costs probably about $500 to walk in the door to even apply for a maritime job, because you have to have a merchant mariner credential from the Coast Guard, you have to have a drug test, you have to have a physical, you have to have what's called a TWIC card, Transportation Workers Identification Card, through the TSA. All of those things cost money. And so on the bottom end of the scale, masters, mates, and pilots, we're in the pilot house. We're the guys that are kind of on top of things, but the pipeline is down below. And so the other unions, the marine engineers, they have oilers and wipers, and they come in at the bottom level, and that's how you progress people through the system. You have the Inland Boatmen's Union. We're talking about ordinary seamen, able-bodied seamen. You have the pursers, and they are also start at the bottom and they work their way through. Well, once the IBU, the Inland Boatmen's Union, gets to the place where they are considered able-bodied seamen, the masters, mates, and pilots are now looking at these folks and saying, we want you to take the next step, and how do we get there? In Washington State, I'm very, very happy to report that the Washington State Ferries has been having multiple cancellations due to a lack of qualified personnel available at the time. And for the first time, it's like last 3 months ago, for the first time in probably 7 years, we have filled all the jobs at Washington State Ferries in the pilot house because of the programs we put in place there. Those programs are through a school called MyTags, Maritime Institute of Technology and Graduate Studies, which exists both in Seattle and in Baltimore. But what we've created are apprenticeships where you can walk off the street into a 2-year program that will put you in the pilot house of a ferry with a mate's license and ready to go. We have created on the bottom end of the pipeline what's referred to as AB to mate programs, where we've taken people out of the fleet who have the able-bodied seaman certificate, given them the opportunity to go to school and get paid while they're going to school, and then place them into a program on the ferries, which is the most difficult part. And Craig talked about this during his presentation about what we refer to as pilotage. And he was saying how the partnership with the master's mates and pilots have allowed them to bring back retirees, because the corporate knowledge that we're losing at the top end when people retire is really the local knowledge and the marine pilot, federal pilot license that's required to drive the ferries. And it's very difficult to get that because it entails time and an expense and brain cells, because the testing is literally to draw the charts, nautical charts from memory and give them to the Coast Guard, and you have to pass with 90%. It's a very arduous process. When I did it for Southeast Alaska, it was 32 different charts I had to draw from memory. I believe it's like 39 now. But those programs that we put together in Washington State have reaped great rewards. In the last year and a half, I have fielded 35 new deck officers for Washington State ferries, where normally we would get 5 or 6 or 7 maybe a year. 35 in the last year and a half. And there is a class going through right now with another dozen. There's another dozen lined up to go into that class in the fall. And we have dug ourselves out of the hole down there. And so together, the unions are working towards removing the barriers for entry, putting the training in place that creates the mariners that we need, getting them the experience that they need, and making that opportunity available to everybody. Now, one of the things that we talk about in workforce development and recruitment and retention these days is the concept of diversity, equity, inclusion. And what was really interesting that I found while working through these programs was that once we created this AB to mate program, we were wondering why was it that we weren't able to create these things. And in the diversity, equity, inclusion piece, we said, well, what are our results going to be? Are we going to see the underrepresented communities? Are we going to see the Native Americans? Are we going to see the people of color? Are we going to see, the LGBT community? But the interesting thing was when we went to the AB to mate program, the most significant community that popped up was single moms. And single moms who are working a full-time job, working on a ship, full-time job, did not have the time to be able to take that next step in their career. And so we created a program where everybody is invited. Here's what we do. We will pay you to go to school during this period of time and then put you back into the fleet and get you going again. And it's a bumper crop of new mariners. And that's where we are. Craig and I have been talking about this for a while now. Like I said, I gave him an apprentice last night. Wave your hand. We're going to do this. Thumbs up. But we're there. And so at this point for the Alaska Marine Highway, for the unions and for the communities that are out there, we're looking for these people to get into programs that we have to create. I've got the templates to do it. We're going to set them on the table. The legislature, we're going to have to get them to figure out how to fund it. But that's how we're going to dig ourselves out. And I think that that the future of the Marine Highway, the long range plan out to 2045, I'm not going to be around anymore. But that's where we are, and that's where we need to go. And so the future is bright, even though it's pretty gloomy right now. And then
Thanks.
Be happy to take questions when we're done here.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, we had a great conversation last night. I always find that the conversations that we have as an audience here at Southeast Conference are sometimes even more enlightening than the panels that come up here and talk. We have such limited time to share our programs. And I just wanted to say Emily's piece that, good data makes for good decision-making and some traction. So I appreciate you sharing that data with us. I did want to point to a couple of things that we're doing in partnership with other organizations and some of the pieces about the convening that came out of that gathering of industry, because it really was an industry-attended event, and we had some time with educators too. But one of the things that came out was there needed to be better communication and coordination around the state, around workforce development. There seems to be a lot of pockets of activity happening, great things happening, but on a very small scale. So ASA has stepped up to try and help in that area, in the communications effort, to make sure that all of these projects that are happening around the state, that there's a real awareness of them. One of the things we'd like to bring back is our priority occupations report. This cross-industry workforce development plan, I think that will be one of the strategies that come out of that. And it's been really important to the commissioner and I and to the Denali Commission that when we build this cross-industry workforce development plan, that it's not just a plan that sits on somebody's shelf. It has to be actionable, and we have to act on it. We have to act on it as a community. We have to act on it as a state and take responsibility for it. And I'm just the person that's going to be there poking everybody about these action items that have to continue going forward. Another piece I think that will be recommended is that we have a kind of a clearinghouse of the training and education programs that are available around the state that can be continually updated to make sure that we're connecting the dots around the state. And some of the things that we're doing, you know, the maritime sector does have a workforce development plan. It was published in 2014, and you probably don't know this, but the Alaska Safety Alliance is implementing the strategies that came out of the maritime plan. We have a maritime director in our office. Her name is Mari Sell. You may know her because she is also the chair of the Alaska Workforce Investment Board. And she's doing some really great things under Mari's term as the director of maritime in our office. She's helped put together a Yamaha certified outboard technician program. We've trained 11 instructors around the state that are certified by Yamaha to teach others how to do those repairs and be Yamaha certified. We have coming up here very soon an experienced maritime career awareness event that's going to happen one in Anchorage, one in Seward, and one in Sitka. The one in Sitka is March 17th and 18th. This is an opportunity for juniors and seniors in high school to really have some hands-on activities to understand what the maritime sector has available for them. Another area where we partner is in construction, and we are highly involved with the Women in Construction Week, which is coming up in March, and offering a what we call a Get Hired event, where our industry folks come into our office and do resume reviews and do mock interviews. And last year we had great success with the young people that came in. A lot of them walked out of there with jobs. That wasn't the intent. It wasn't meant to be a hiring event really, but more of a open forum to talk about credentials and review resumes and practice those skills. But it really turned out to be a hiring event. And I'll just kind of pause there and say, I'm always available to talk about workforce development. I will happily nerd out with you about it and about all the things that we're doing in partnership with some really great organizations, and appreciate your support. And since we have 2 minutes, I see by the clock, we're happy to take any questions for anyone here on the panel. Sure. We also manage a forum called the Business Education Compact. My good friend Dave Rees has been running that since the late 80s, and we meet every month. It's an opportunity for industry and educators to get together. It's the second Wednesday of the month, starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's over Zoom. And we usually have about 50 people show up and talk about all of these workforce issues. It's a great opportunity to get engaged and involved and hear what's happening around the state. You just go to our website. It's easy enough to remember, alaskasafetyalliance.org.
Great. Thank you so much, all of you,
You're
for
welcome.
what you're doing. I don't just barely even just touch the
Barely.
surface of it, but it's important enough to be on the record and to know who the champions are, what the issues are, and more importantly, how to keep pace with you. So thank
Yep.
you so much for
welcome.
this time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So we're going to invite our next panel up, another short but impactful panel on broadband. Thank you. There's some amazing things happening in this space, and we're just it's setting us up well for the future. I don't know, Nathan, if you can bring Lisa online. We've got the Deputy Director for the Alaska Broadband Office to be joining us. No stranger to this group because she's a former past president of the Southeast Conference and longtime member. We're pleased to see her in her position. And then these two gentlemen here, also regulars here. So really looking forward to where things are at. And then we want to hopefully have time to, because I want to hear as the economic development organization for you in this region, where are the gaps? So, where are you seeing weak spots and holes that we need to be addressing? So without any further ado, we will go straight to the state and welcome Lisa to, you are large in the room. I think you probably see the folks there. But good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm unable to be there in person with you, but I'm very happy to be able to share the exciting things that are going on with the state as it relates to broadband. Let me get this. And can you guys see the slide presentation there, Robert?
What's that?
Can you guys see the slide presentation? Do you have that queued up?
Nathan's bringing it up.
Great. You just let me know when it's ready to go.
The man behind the curtain.
I can also screen share if that's easier.
We'll see if we can get the wizard to shout. Nathan, what would you prefer?
Go ahead and share, Lisa.
Lisa, go ahead and screen share then if that works that you're in. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
I'll do that.
Got it.
How is that?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Again, thank you everybody for allowing me to spend a couple of minutes with you this morning going over what the Broadband Office is doing. So the Broadband Office was officially established in August of 2022. And there are only 4 direct staff in the office: the director, Thomas Lochner, our administrative specialist, Kaylin Himes, myself as the deputy director, and Melissa Kukesh as our tribal liaison. But in order to get all of the work done that needs to happen, we are matrixing in a number of other staff from divisions and departments to be able to assist us. The folks from the Division of Community and Regional Affairs are assisting us with mapping and data. They are also going to be helping provide grant administration services when the state opens up its BEAD, Broadband Equity and Access Deployment Grant Program. One of the great things that we are doing is also trying to help facilitate easier permitting for the broadband projects that are going to be done. And so the Broadband Office is going to be providing funding from the federal grant funds that we are receiving to help pay for staff positions within the Department of Natural Resources, Office of Project Management and Permitting, Mining, Land and Water, and then in the Department of Transportation and in the Department of Environmental Conservation, so that there are dedicated staff available to review and adjudicate permits that need to be issued for the projects that are going on. So we are enlisting a number of other staff to assist us in these efforts. To clarify, for those of you that aren't familiar with this, the State Broadband Office's, our primary role is to be managing 2 significant grant programs that were established under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act That's the Digital Equity Act and the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. The BEAD program is designed to deploy infrastructure to achieve universal broadband service or universal internet for all across the state. And the Digital Equity Act is in place to help make sure people are able to use the internet for their intended purposes once they have access to it. These are the federal numbers of funding that accompanied those programs. As you can see, 42.45 billion nationwide for BEAD and 2.75 billion for the Digital Equity Act. And I'm going to talk about both of those programs quickly in more detail. So where the state has been working for the last year on broadband efforts is to create a digital equity plan that was required by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. The state submitted that plan just in December, and we are in the process of waiting for approval from NTIA. We've also been extremely busy completing the state's 5-year action plan for broadband and what are called the initial proposals volume 1 and volume 2 that are, again, deliverables that we have to have in place in order to be able to receive the funding we're going to get from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration for these programs. So Alaska's allocation of the $42.45 billion for BEAD is just over $1.17 billion. And we, the state of Alaska, are going to use 97.5% of that money to go directly into a grant program for deployment projects. We are only retaining a very small amount of that funding to run our program. The disbursements of that allocation, just over $998 billion or $98 million, will be based on the following priority that you can see on the screen there. The first is making sure that unserved locations get service. The second is making sure that unserved locations get service. And if we have any funding left, serving community anchor institutions that lack less than 1 gigabit symmetrical service. So the next thing that we have in order to move through the process, in order to receive our funding and be able to run a grant program for deployment projects, is called the In-State Mapping Challenge. Many of you may be familiar with the fact that the FCC has been systematically cataloging what are called broadband serviceable locations across the nation. The state is now going to be using that information that has been acquired by the FCC and has been augmented by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. And we're going to push that out to Alaskans to be able to review and look at those locations and determine whether the level of service that has been assigned to that location is in fact correct. So in this challenge process that we expect will be starting here in the next few weeks, you will be able to do 5 different types of challenges. For each broadband serviceable location, which is essentially a home or a small business, you will be able to challenge whether or not you agree with the type of service at that location. When it comes to a community anchor institution, which is like a clinic or a hospital or a library or a school, you will be able to challenge whether or not that location is on the list or should be on the list and the type of service that it has. And then there are 2 other types of challenges: enforceable commitments and planned projects. Enforceable commitments are whether or not another federal program like USDA Reconnect or Tribal Broadband Connectivity have already funded projects, deployment projects for a location, and planned projects are whether or not an internet service provider already has a project planned. When it comes to submitting challenges, there are only 4 types of entities that are actually officially eligible to submit those challenges. 1 is local governments, 2 is tribal governments, nonprofit organizations, and internet service providers. But Alaska is doing a unique thing. We are going to have a challenge portal online, which anybody can submit a challenge rather than it being just one of these 4 entities. Anyone, any individual or organization can get on and submit a challenge, and we will route it through the appropriate entity to make sure that it gets filed. This is a map of the state of Alaska as it appears with regard to high cost and non-high cost areas. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration has broken the state down into areas where they believe it is high cost to deploy internet and areas where they believe it is non-high cost. The area in pink is considered high cost. The area outside of that is considered non. And the big differential in this area is that those locations in pink where deployment projects will not be required to provide a 25% match for projects. In this mapping challenge that I talked about, you will be able to get online and search locations and pick any one of these dots. Green here in these means served, the red is unserved, and the yellow is underserved. You will be able to choose these dots from a map online in the portal and determine whether or not you feel like you need to submit a challenge based on the service level. This is a portion of central southeast, and here's just a map showing a bit of southern southeast as well, to give you an idea of what the map is going to look like online. So this is a timeline of where we are in the process for broadband equity and access deployment. We are right here at the red line. When the state challenge process starts, we imagine about mid-February, there's going to be a 120-day time period. It will be 30 days where we post the locations, 30 days where folks will be able to submit a challenge, 30-day time period for internet service providers to rebut, to review those challenges that are submitted and determine whether or not they agree with them or not. If an ISP does not agree with the challenge, then the Alaska Broadband Office will be mediating that. So by the end of May, we will likely have a fully vetted map that will then get submitted back to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration that will determine all of the locations that are eligible for project funding under the BEAD program. We anticipate that the BEAD grant program will begin in June. We are awaiting final approval from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. Once we get approval, we will start the grant program, and the application period will run 120 days, and then we will be doing the review for another 90 days after that. So we anticipate awards coming toward the end of this year or the beginning of next calendar year. I'm going to jog on very quickly to the digital equity program. As I indicated, the state of Alaska completed, with the help of the Rasmussen Foundation managing that process for us, completed the digital equity plan, and that was submitted to the NTIA in December. We received $567,000 to do that plan, and that was augmented significantly by resources from the Rasmussen Foundation. There are specific key performance indicators, strategies, and objectives that have been developed in that plan for making sure that digital inequity is being eliminated for 8 covered populations. And I won't go over all of those, but this is the list right here. Once that plan is approved, the state of Alaska will be able to use funding from the Digital Equity Capacity Program, from which we are anticipating receiving $11 to $13 million to be able to run another grant program for entities to be able to apply for and carry out some of the programs and solutions that are called for in the Digital Equity Plan. I've already been over that, so I just moved past that slide. So in order to get to the key performance indicators that are outlined in the Digital Equity Plan, there were 196 listening sessions held across the state. So there was a huge geographic area of Alaska that was covered throughout this to be able to make sure we were hearing from Alaskans all over. And this is a matrix of the key performance indicators that are included in the plan. And those key performance indicators, as I mentioned, relate to the 8 covered populations and are based on 5 different requirements that we needed to fulfill as it relates to measurable goals and objectives. I won't go into all of those. Where we are in the timeline for digital equity, as I said, we completed the plan and that's been submitted. We are waiting for final approval. We are estimating that NTIA is going to publish the Notice of Funding Opportunity for the Digital Equity Capacity Program in mid to late spring. And we don't know what the time frame will be for applying for that, but our breakdown of funds is based on a formula that has already been established, which is why we are anticipating $11 to $13 million. And once we submit our application for that funding, and that is approved, as I said, we will be able to run a digital equity capacity grant program that entities will be able to apply for. Because the timeline with NTIA is up in the air, we don't have much more information than that at this time. And to finalize things before I let the other folks on the panel talk about their exciting work, a significant portion of both the BEAD program and the digital equity program has been workforce development. And the state of Alaska, the Alaska Broadband Office, partnered with the Alaska Works Partnership to develop a broadband workforce development plan. That is in the final review stage right now. And I know you just heard a great panel of individuals speak about other workforce development activities going on in the state. Cari-Ann and the Alaska Safety Alliance and Commissioner Munoz and the Department of Labor were involved heavily in the planning process for the broadband workforce development plan. And as soon as that's available, it'll be posted online for everybody to review. The long and short of it is that we need to be making sure that we are augmenting and growing the existing program workforce programs in the state to be able to bring in the necessary number of individuals that will be needed to fulfill the deployment need for these projects around the state. And I am happy to talk in greater detail about workforce development with anybody, but I know I'm running long in my comments here and we need to get to the other folks. So with that, I'm just going to close my remarks, and I really appreciate everybody's time today. And I'm happy to take questions offline from anybody outside of this presentation. So thanks again, everyone.
Thank you, Lisa. That's a lot of good information. Appreciate it. So staying in the government theme, going over to the tribe, let's do it. Okay. You do that. And if you need the, I don't know if you need the clicker or if you're just doing remarks.
Yeah, I think I have a presentation.
Try.
We'll see if you have
All right.
this.
So
I
Nathan.
can do it with or without. Post
Okay.
it up there. All right, how's everybody doing today? Broadband in the morning. Thanks for showing up. I love it, right? So I wish I had all kinds of like really exciting stuff, even though I do love talking about work, as we all do. This is one of my favorite conferences to come to. Thank you, Robert, for putting this all together. I know it's a challenge. Let's see, going through my list here. Doesn't look like we're going to get my presentation today, but I recognize a lot of the same folks. And like I said, I don't have a ton of new stuff to talk about. I am gonna kind of build a sandwich here and start with some bad news. And that is the ACP program is winding down. And this is one thing I've talked about a lot. And we've done a lot of advocacy here at the tribe, and other organizations have as well. I know Rural Cap and a few of the others have been working really hard on it. And that was a $75 a month subsidy that was going to homes under 200% of the poverty level, which is a pretty healthy number. And should all be Googling that and looking that up and writing angry letters to everybody. It's going to be a real shock to the system for a lot of programs like ours that are mandated to serve the unserved. And you guys are business people, and you know, it's not like there's a fantastic business case out there to serve some of these locations, or our carriers would already be doing it. And so we're seeing all this massive funding coming in. I think we have about $60 million here at Tidal to accomplish this mission. And as we all know, with money comes strings, and the strings are, we need to serve the unserved. And it's, a lot of it is capital. They're happy to pay for American steel towers that we're building, multiple tenancy towers in over 20 communities. and running fiber. We see the cool ditch witch under the roads and everything. But the operational, as somebody was saying earlier, is kind of the drag on everything. And that ACP program was a big part of alleviating that drag. So wanted to start with the bad news and then move into the boring stuff. So we at Tidal have really,
Get your slides.
yeah,
up there,
I got it.
so-
I'm doing the thing. I just don't have that many. So we have hired a bunch of folks, and it's really great having staff now. And so Luke and I aren't doing everything. We've got Adam here as well, one of our field techs. We sent him out to Cake and Pelican to install some Starlinks, which has been pretty exciting. Let's see here. This is kind of the slide that answers the common questions. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but we are looking to serve all of the unserved, not just tribal citizens. That is one that comes up a lot. We are in the process of awarding a large RF design, and it's so much more than an RF design. We're identifying exact locations, not only on what parcels of land, but how high and that sort of thing. And with that, those strings I was talking about earlier comes NEPA, and I don't know if you guys have worked with the environmental and cultural roadblocks. I know one question I'm going to have for Lisa is if that permitting process works for that they're accelerating is going to be for only BEAD programs or for programs outside of BEAD like ours. So I'm hoping in the next year, we'll be breaking ground on some new towers. We are leasing towers, and that's some of the work we've done already. We're partnering with our carriers like Jason over at AT&T and all the other three-letter acronym carriers. We should see an RFQ for services. We are working hard to get that out the door. So if anybody's interested in doing work with us, please keep an eye out for that. We put it on our website, and you can certainly reach out to me. Everybody does all the time asking where that's at. And we are, like I said, I wish I had we're groundbreaking next year and we're doing all these other things, but environmental bureaucracy challenges is what we're facing right now, and building a process, and we have a team around that. So I hope in May, I can talk about some radios we have in the air and some of our first non-Starlink customers online. So I am not going to go talk about a bunch of zeros and ones and all the deets on all the nerdy stuff, but I'm certainly here to take a good look. Come find me at the coffee shop, and happy to talk shop with anybody and what we're doing in your community or what services you guys can help provide us. So short and sweet today, and thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Chris.
Well,
Mr.
thank
Custer.
you. My name's Jason Custer, and I work as Vice President of Regulatory and Government Affairs at Alaska Power and Telephone Conference Company. And I was curious, do we have the slideshow available?
Oh,
Well, anyway, I'll start talking while that gets in order. But the opening slide of this presentation is going to look the same. And sometimes when you do these, you just change like the date on it, things like that. But this one actually has a lot of changes from the last time. So Alaska Power and Telephone is just what it sounds like. We do a mix of energy and telecom services in 40 communities around our state. We're heavily concentrated in Southeast Alaska, including Prince of Wales, Gustavus, Haines, Skagway, where we were founded in 1957. We're an investor-owned company similar to AEL&P here in Juneau, and a employee stock ownership program owns about half of the shares, and then some of the shares trade in the over-the-counter market. Is anybody here an AT&T shareholder? There's a couple, cool. We are 75% hydropower based, but in some communities it's higher than 75%. And in fact, there's some communities where we have more than 100% hydro because we have extra hydro we can't even sell yet. We rely on East Alaska and Alaska subcontractors, suppliers, tribes, native corporations, transportation businesses to do what we do. The utility reaches throughout the supply chain. So if you're one of those companies or stakeholders, thanks for helping to make us a success. And can you raise your hand if you're some kind of AP&T stakeholder? It could be like a government agency we work with, customers, people who have some kind of voice in what we do. Anybody who's funded or supported our projects, who here would consider themselves a stakeholder? Cool. Well, we have more. Awesome. Well, we're here for you and you've been here for us. And some of these updates here are because of exactly that. So I'll keep talking. We don't get into cool pictures until like the fourth slide. But here's our update since the last presentation. We have just, as of February 1st, launched our new broadband tiers, which feature higher speeds and more affordable prices. And they're dramatically and significantly improved. So while we talk about broadband affordability and that kind of good stuff, here we are this month able to bring that to you all, and you can get it now. Skagway Traditional Council has been piloting our new tiers since January. We set it up so that they could kind of get an early start on that. And our other big announcement for today is that we received environmental clearances for the Sea-Link South project. I'll describe more of that. But the biggest part of that is a submarine fiber optic cable between Ketchikan and Kaufman Cove and also Hollis. So it's kind of like a two-pronged fork. That is ready to roll, and we're in construction now. So that submarine fiber cable is going to be going in the water a year earlier than expected here in 2024. It's being manufactured now in Europe, and it's coming to town soon. We've also updated our fiber to the home build out schedule as well. This year and next, we'll be working on Klawock to build fiber to the home to all of the premises there within the boundary of our Reconnect project. 2025, we'll be doing Hollis, all of the premises there, getting fiber to the home. And then in 2026, we'll be doing Craig. So that's our schedule as it stands today for our fiber to the home build outs. We've been ordering all kinds of stuff, especially now that we have the environmental approvals and the go-aheads. And that's moving ahead of plan too. Any chance of getting the slides?
It's in process. Yep.
Oh, cool. I just had to make more of a fuss. Well, thanks everybody. So here's where we're at. And those are the updates. So this is what our new residential tiers look like. And you can get them now if you scan that QR code or go to our website. You'll see if you're in an AT&T community, you can sign up. For the residential tiers, we've named them after apex predators. You can choose your favorite. Mine would be the orca because I know that the orca eats all the other ones, the eagles and the black bears. I would recommend the orca being the top tier. But if you don't have fiber to the home yet, or if it's coming soon, then we also have new prices and speeds for the locations served by copper wire. They don't have animal names, but they have also been improved. So there's significantly more value for the money in these tiers. Something else that's available is there are two things that have driven our customers nuts that they would tell us about all the time. One of them is a requirement to have a phone line. Another one is like, how come you guys aren't unlimited? So we now have an unlimited add-on option you can get where you actually do get an unlimited service. We're not going to slow you down. And if you get that, you also don't need to have a phone line, because if you're getting unlimited service, you're probably not making a lot of telephone calls on the landline. Or if you want that, you can still have it. So we've standardized these across the communities that we serve. We've also tried to make sure that there's still an affordability tier, like an affordable thing, because we recognize like some customers We have like grandma and grandpa style customers who just want to download their email, do a little light browsing, that kind of thing. And we've made sure there's still an option for that style of customer. So all of this comes with customer support and friendly customer service from people who live and work in the communities where we provide service. And that's really our goal, is to have the latest technology, all the cool fiber, the latest speeds that come along with that, but also good old-fashioned customer service that everybody likes. Then I'll click to the next slide. We've also upgraded the business tiers. And while we don't have cool apex predator names here, if you want something that sounds neat, the top one's called Ultimate Velocity. But these are also improved. And, you know, if you're a business who needs something even higher than our standard business tiers, we're excited to work with you. We can craft a custom package for you. So how do you get this stuff? Well, you can go to our website. It's up there. You can scan the QR code, and then you'll see a little menu where you can pick your community, and that'll give you the menu of options available there. You can decide which one you like, and we don't have it yet where you can just click on it and do it all online. You do have to call your customer service office, but a lot of our customers like to do things like that anyway. But you can go ahead and get going on this today. So here's what the website looks like, you know, when you pick your community and the drop down comes down, kind of like what I already showed you. And, you know, the reason we're able to do this and offer better speeds and prices is because of the support we've gotten from our stakeholders, and particularly USDA, who's provided grant funding and support to build things that we couldn't otherwise build or do. The first USDA funded Reconnect project we got was a $21 million project to build fiber from Prince of Wales to Juneau. We provided a 25% match. That project is largely complete. The fiber has been in the water from Prince of Wales to Juneau. We built fiber to the home in Cari-Ann and Kaufman Cove. We're kind of at the point where pretty much all the work has been done, and we're looking at final closeout things we might need to do. But that gave us an initial platform to start working with to improve service now and into the future. But that's just about done. The next project we got from USDA, we called it Sea-Link South. We still are using the logo with the seal in it. And this was funded by a $29.3 million RUS grant with a 25% match from AP&T. This is the one we just got approval just a few days ago and are officially in construction. I think this summarizes stuff I already told you about what our build-out schedules look like in our current calendar. And of course, that depends on weather and other things that happen during your projects. But that's like the freshest perspective I can give you on where we're at with this one. And then we have a third USDA-funded project, the Click-One Skagway Fiber Project. Now, this one is not ahead of schedule. In fact, it's a little bit delayed. It's a project that involves two elements. First is fiber to Dyea near Skagway, which runs through the park, which makes things complicated. And then there's also fiber from Haines to the Yukon border, providing service to everybody who lives in between. The work on this project is scheduled to occur through 2027. And, you know, we're really dependent upon agency permitting timelines and that type of stuff. And, but this one is out there and open as well. Then we have a really cool partnership with Skagway Traditional Council. We helped them apply for NTIA funds for a tribal broadband affordability program. They received $2 million to purchase kind of basically like a giant gift card where that they can use to provide their tribal members with free broadband service for 5 years. This program has been active since 2021 because a lot of the infrastructure is already there. Like, you don't have to start to build things to start implementing the program. So we were able to move quickly to bring this into functionality. In fact, it was the first tribal affordability program in the nation. So this has been up and running. And like I mentioned, Skagway is piloting now our new speeds and prices, which stretches the gift card they've gotten even further. All right, so what are the challenges we're looking at right now? Well, one of them is taxes on grants. We're an investor-owned company, and on the telecom side, we've had bonus depreciation kind of washing out the tax effects of grants. But bonus depreciation is fading away. Now, Congress is looking at restoring bonus depreciation. The House passed something to bring it back. It's in the child care tax credit bill that they passed. But without bonus depreciation or without fading out, then anybody who accepts a grant who pays taxes has to pay taxes on their grant, which reduces what you can do, especially if you've already kind of been approved for the grant. It can make things challenging. Another solution would be that Congress could eliminate taxes on broadband grants. And there's a Senate Bill 341, the Broadband Grant Tax Treatment Act, that would propose fixing that. That would be another way you could fix it. A third way would be, if you're making grants and they're taxable, you could gross up your grants to include taxes. And then the government could give you the money to pay it, the taxes. As cockamamie as that sounds, that's been done. We did that on the Gustavus Intertie project to make sure that we could complete that and maximize the benefit for the community. And really, like, I would think the government would love it. They're spending more on infrastructure and increasing their tax receipts. But I don't know if that's very likely. I think the thing that we're hoping will happen will be that Congress will restore bonus depreciation. But that's a challenge. And another challenge is the future of universal service funding. Universal service funding programs help telecom companies like ours cover the cost of operations in rural Alaska. There's a couple programs used here. There's ACAM, which AT&T uses, and another one called the Alaska Plan, uncreatively named. Now, these programs that provide support for operations are like slated to go away at a certain point. But we need to know, like, the level of support we're going to get for operations to be able to apply for grants and build stuff, because it's great to get the money to build it, to do a capital project. But if you don't like have the revenue to take care of what you've built, you've just gotten a grant for a herd of white elephants. And so it's really important that we understand what these programs are going to be like in the future. Something's going to come along to replace them, but we don't have the details. And we really need to know that. We need to know the level of support that telecom companies get. And then we need to know, like, when you get that money, what are you expected to build and do? That dictates what we have to invest in and when. And so, like, the interplay of universal service funding with our grant programs is a challenge right now. And the other thing always that everybody bemoans, and I'll do it too, is permitting timelines and unknowns. Most of the land in Southeast is government owned. Permitting requirements are complicated, especially if you have a linear project or something challenging and unusual like a submarine cable. And you end up having to cross federal and state lands in different ways. And the agencies, especially as more broadband projects come along, they develop backlogs. And, there's some agencies are really good at recognizing broadband as a priority. Like, the state is awesome. There's executive orders, the staff are up to snuff on, like, we really want to need broadband here. The Forest Service is another agency that recognizes broadband is really needed and should be a priority. It's very low impact, and it opens up an encyclopedia of business opportunities and supports the business activity that's already here, all of it. And really, is very non-invasive, low impact. The Forest Service has been good to work on at this. Is there anybody from the Park Service here? Oh, well, maybe the Park Service, we should drag them into these meetings so they can hear about broadband too. But, all agencies have their priorities. A lot of them are prioritizing broadband. but not quite all of them. Um, No, I think I had one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so we're already, we're getting stuff done. We have our new speeds and prices and tiers available, and we're already starting to think about what we might do next. Major thanks to USDA for their support and for, having the vision to work with us on some of these very ambitious projects. At times we thought, some of these ideas are too ambitious, like should we really do them? But USDA has been there to encourage us all along the way, which has been great. And also major thanks to the community stakeholders that provided letters of support for our efforts. Central Council, the Organized Village of Kasan, the municipal governments, even conservation groups, Sitka Conservation Society. We've had a lot of support from, it's great that so many different interests have been able to gather around broadband to support it. And that's why these projects are ahead of schedule and why we're able to give you better speeds and prices today. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Jason. So we just have a couple minutes for questions. And Lisa, why don't we start with a question that Chris asked about the exclusionary applications that are going on. Is that something that will apply outside of the state projects? Am I rephrasing that correctly, Chris?
Yeah, I think Lisa knows the question.
Lisa, you know the question.
I do know the question, thank you. And just to rephrase what Chris asked earlier, that is, will the permitting relief or the assistance with moving things through the permitting process quicker be eligible for non-BEAD related projects? And we are working on that right now, Chris. I don't have a finalized answer for you, but we're trying to see if we can make that happen.
Great, thanks. Is there a community that feels like they're underserved, underrepresented, and not included in the list of communities that are being addressed? I mean, there's a wide net being cast here, but sometimes I hear from communities that say, I got great winter service, but summertime is a whole different story. Jason.
Well, I want to advocate for some of them. Maybe they're not here. There's Heidelberg, Thorn Bay. There's a number of communities that still are not up. We want to bring all of the communities we serve to the same level. And we recognize there are some that are not at that level. And Whale Pass, Heidelberg, Thorn Bay, we asked for grant funding in the last round of Reconnect to help them out. We were not successful. We're looking at, can we do that again? What would success be like? And if we can help Whale Pass and put in a utility pole line up there, build it to a standard where we can maybe put conductor on it and get them on hydro at the same time.
Well, it sounds like they've got an advocate, so good. But put that on the list.
I'm going to jump in on that. I know we're looking at a break, so I'll try to drag this out as long as I can. We looked at doing a grant, and I won't name names with who, but the folks in between the places that aren't named, and doing what I called a reverse shapefile. So everything's in a shapefile, right? So Sitka will have a box around it and so on and so forth. And so we looked at doing one that was an inverse of all the claimed locations and providing good old Starlink to those locations to anybody that's not living inside of those boxes. And there's probably not a lot of folks, so it wouldn't take a lot of money. So that was, if you want to talk about the truly left out is those little places between the places.
Right. Well, thank you both for your advocacy. Lisa, thank you for what a Herculean effort by the state to distribute $1 billion. We're glad for those kind of problems, and thank you for those efforts to let you all know. We're going to take a full 15-minute break. It could go an extra minute if the senator's, depending on his schedule, getting to. But he's going to come on live, and he will see you. He will hear you. So at 10:45, if you start gradually getting back to your tables and prepare to hear from our senator live from DC. Please thank our panelists one more time.
Are prepared to maintain absolute rigid flexibility today.
And I'm going to share my screen. So Nathan, let me know if I'm doing something wrong. Okay. Nathan, I think I'm sharing my screen. It's black. Please hold, some technical difficulties.
Drag it to the side. Again.
Yay. Yay, IT Dan. All right. Thanks, everyone. My name is Juliana Leggett, and I'm the project manager for the Build Back Better grant. We have a great challenge before us today. We have several speakers I would like you to hear from in a very short window of time. So I will do my best to give you guys just a brief background on the project. So you know, for context, what we're talking about here. Why Mariculture? Why is Southeast Conference involved in supporting mariculture development? As you all know, we do economic planning for the Southeast region, and one of the priorities that was highlighted is mariculture development. Also, just for context, again, when we talk about mariculture, we're talking about the enhancement, restoration, and farming of shellfish and seaweed. We're not talking about finfish farming because that's prohibited. Really brief background. In the summer of 2021, we were approached by some members of the industry. Two of those individuals are here today, but I won't mention their names. And we were strongly convinced to apply for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge Grant to support mariculture. And so we did that. We successfully did a phase 1 proposal process. And by December of 2022, we were invited, or 2021, invited to submit a full proposal. And in October of 2022, we were awarded the Build Back Better Regional Challenge, which is a $49 million grant with about $15 million in cash and in-kind donation from other organizations. Briefly, you can see originally the Build Back Better Regional Challenge had 529 applicants for the phase 1. That got whittled down to 60 applicants, including Southeast Conference. And then in the phase 2, 21 coalitions were awarded the full grant. And also quickly, while Southeast Conference is a regional economic development group for the Southeast region, talking with our partners across the state, we recognize that mariculture is an opportunity not just for Southeast, but for other coastal communities across Alaska. So we put together this amazing coalition of folks from across the state to do this program. So snapshot, we have the project period is October 1st, 2022, ending September 30th, 2026. So that's a pretty short window to spend nearly $65 million, but we are determined to do that. So we're sort of halfway through. Really, the project did not get started until March of 2023. So really, we're starting our full second year this year. So there's 7 component projects and 13 different partners who are implementing parts of the program. The 7 component projects are based on the work of the governor's task force that put together a plan for what Alaska needed to do to overcome some of the barriers and challenges to the industry. And so that blueprint ended up being what our project is doing. A couple quick things that are really important about this project. We have a steering committee of folks that represent each of the regions from an economic development district standpoint to our tribal leaders in each of these regions, as well as agency partners and industry representatives. And so that governance body meets quarterly to talk about how the program is going, how we're rolling things out, where we can improve, what concerns people are hearing in their communities, and how to make changes to address those concerns. And then the other key point I wanted to highlight is that the program has dedicated individuals solely for the purpose of making sure that as this industry develops and as we deploy the funds and resources in this grant, that equity and supporting our Indigenous partners and communities is at the forefront of how this industry develops. And so we have these liaisons in each of the regions that are dedicated to helping us make sure that we do that. Okay, so now I'm going to transition. This slide is kind of here are some updates in each of the different components, but I'm going to turn to folks that hopefully are online right now. Starting with Cassidy. Cassidy, are you online? Do you want to briefly introduce yourself and talk about your role with the program? Do we see Cassidy? We don't see Cassidy. Kristen, Prince William Sound, EDD. Not seeing them. In that case, let's transition to the people in the room here, and we'll come back to the folks online, give us some time to figure out some technical things. So starting to my left, Dan Lush, our Deputy Director, who is integral in us actually getting the program, helping us at the very beginning with the application, and also his expertise and background has really been, he's our resident expert on fisheries and mariculture. So Dan, please take it away.
Great. Hello. Again, Dan Lash, look forward to talking to anybody who wants to talk about mariculture. We've got a million different threads going with this grant, and we try to figure out which ones are most of interest. One project that I'm leading in the market development piece, we look to ASME, Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute. You heard from him yesterday, as a global leader in marketing seafood, and really something we can build on their example. So while they're prohibited from marketing mariculture products, we can still learn a lot from their example, and hopefully eventually they may be able to help us with that marketing piece. But in the meantime, we are spending 1.2 million to lay a lot of the groundwork. So market research into what are the drivers of decision making around purchasing for seaweed and oyster products. How can we provide better information to our processors so they can make better product development, as well as inform our marketing priorities. So we're going through a contract right now with Food for Climate League, and they're a great contractor. They have a mission-driven organization that is very ambitious in their goals, and just as are we. We're more ambitious than we really have reason to be with a lot of this work. It's very exciting. There's a reason why we're one of 21 of the most exciting economic development projects in the country through the Build Back Better Regional Challenge. But there's a lot of work to do to capture the opportunity, and marketing is a key piece of the puzzle. Building the demand, we're going to have high cost structure. Even as we drive that down, it's still going to be high, and we need to communicate why that value is there. We'll have premium products compared to the global kelp seaweed industry, oyster industry as well. So we're studying the kelp to understand the nutrients in it, be able to communicate that, the oysters as well, what makes them different, what makes them healthy, why should they be part of your diet. There's a food component, obviously, as you can hear from what I'm talking about, but there's also equally or even more so a non-food component to the markets that we see developing around kelp. And again, just working towards supporting an ASME-like entity, or ASME itself, supporting the whole industry and marketing our products and helping more people understand why they might want to be eating them. And I think that's going to start with us. If as a region, Southeast and statewide, I think we're the best ambassadors to help other people. And we really look to our Alaska Native communities as the deepest base and longest understanding of why are these products so important to your health. And and it's something that should be part of your diet. And then as we all can become champions for the industry, I think that that's a natural growth. So encourage you to experiment more with kelp, seaweed, oysters, all the different products that our industry is going to be coming out with. I could speak more about equipment and technology as well. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, we'll jump back online after you talk about equipment. real quick.
Okay. Yeah, the equipment and technology program is about $16 million, and $7 million of that is purchasing equipment through our partners around the state who are either processors or on the hatchery and nursery side of things. So we're going to buy some transformative pieces of equipment and with our partners, help them lower their cost structure. So things like a seaweed dryer, these things are up to $300,000 to even $800,000 per unit. We're hoping we can procure multiple of them and place them around the state and help, stabilize the seaweed as it comes out of the water. It's highly perishable, and we need to do something with it very quickly. It's a challenge that's holding back the industry now. So there are ways to freeze it. It's expensive. Drying is not cheap either, but could be part of the solution, as well as wet stabilization, so that whether you're fermenting it or putting some sort of stabilizer in a slurry of seaweed. Oysters have different problems, but we're looking at supporting oyster sorting and packaging. And then on the nursery side, there's efforts around the state to develop better oyster seed that's more that's adapted to Alaska. So that's the type of work that we're really excited to support. And as we invest in these processing facilities for mariculture, or hatchery nursery facilities for mariculture, they have benefits that can go to other industries. So if we have seaweed dryers, you could have another product, blueberries, I don't know what it is, that could potentially be piggybacking off the availability of these dryers. And then on the nursery side of things, there's a commercial focus, but then a lot of these, like example, Chugach Regional Resources Commission and their facility in Seward, they have a strong focus on subsistence and enhancement of subsistence resources, clams, other species. So as we invest in the infrastructure, that can have benefits outside of what you might be hearing us talk about, but we were also very much have money and are excited to work on those other projects to support and subsistence enhancement along with this mariculture effort.
We'll be back.
All right. Well, you guys just stay seated and comfortable right there. We're gonna pause. Senator Sullivan, can you see and hear us okay? Okay, we're not getting your audio. So is that our technical or is that your end? You're muted. There we go.
How's that?
That is perfect. We're going to crank up the volume a little bit here so we can see, hear you. Welcome.
Okay.
And thank you for joining us.
Great. Hey, thank you guys. And sorry, I run a little bit late, kind of a crazy day here in DC, but let me, Robert, thank you. Thank Southeast Conference on so many great issues. By the way, just getting this slide here that you guys had at the outset, this is just, it's just really exciting, right? When you look at the full recovery from the pandemic, jobs, wages, GDP, all up, business climate, tourism thriving. I mean, this is just really great. So congratulations to all of you. You guys are a huge reason that this has happened. You know, it doesn't seem that long ago that we were having these kind of conferences when the pandemic was hitting us, and my goodness, every one of those indicators was going in the wrong direction. Pretty scary time. So, so thank you. You know, a lot of these kind of events that I have the honor of speaking at, I really deeply feel the need and sense of gratitude to thank all of you guys, because so many of these things on that positive slide of almost every indicator moving in the right direction is because of all of you, the members of the Southeast Conference, the leadership here. So let me let me give a little bit of an update on some things that are happening. I think, you know, they're all pretty positive. We certainly have challenges. I'm not dismissing those. We literally are on the floor right now debating a border bill, a national security bill. It's a pretty dangerous world out there, as we all know, particularly Alaska being on the front lines. The border is still a disaster in terms of it being wide open, and people ask me, hey, why do you care about that, Senator? It's 4,000 miles away from Alaska. Well, because, you know, one example, we have the highest fentanyl overdose rates in the country last year. That's all because of the border that's open. We have, you know, there's some good reporting from Lower 48 newspaper. The Sinaloa cartel, one of those vicious Mexican drug cartels, is in Alaska. I mean, these are things that open border impacts everybody. We're trying to work hard on that. But let me stick to some of the more positive aspects of what is happening in our great state. I was just at the SCI convention, Safari Club International Convention. It was actually held in Nashville. I like getting out to that because it's kind of like going home, right? There's hundreds of Alaskans there. And the tourism sector, which is so critical to our entire economy, I don't have to tell all of you guys, it's really, really strongly recovered. And when I was at SCI, you know, on the convention floor, I go to all the try to go to as many Alaskan booths as possible. There's a ton of them, outfitters, fishing excursions, a bunch are in Southeast. Everyone I went to, they're saying record attendance of people saying, you know, plopping down a big deposit check saying, I want to be in Southeast Alaska at your lodge in 2029, right? I mean, just incredible enthusiasm at this convention for our state. So for the tourism sector, you know, that was a group that I was really honored to work super duper closely with during the pandemic. And, you know, it's a scary time, but the rebound is fantastic. Next, and you mentioned it in that slide, whether it's broadband connectivity, whether it's the infrastructure dollars, whether it relates to the ferry, there's a lot of federal dollars coming in to our state. Now, you know, there were some people critical of the infrastructure bill. I was a supporter. Senator Murkowski was, Congressman Young was. I think we were the only all-Republican delegation in the Congress that fully supported it. Why? Because we're resource rich and infrastructure poor. You know, I like to remind people back here in DC, we have less road miles in Connecticut, and we're 120 times bigger. Like, sorry, that's just wrong. We need more roads, bridges, ports, harbors, broadband, and that's what a lot of that bill was focused on. So that's starting to happen. You're seeing those federal dollars coming. Obviously, the state actually distributes those, but it's a really important part of our economy because it also enables us to access another important part of our economy, and that's critical minerals. You know, this is a battle we've been having. My goodness, our country, our allies need critical minerals that we have in Alaska. A lot of these critical minerals are so important for our renewable economy, wind turbines, solar panels, but also for our national security. And I think most of you know, China really has a kind of iron grip on a lot of those. We can break that iron grip in our own state if we have the funding, if we have the infrastructure, and very importantly, an issue that I am obsessed with. I think a lot of you guys know I talk about it every time I'm in front of you, and that's permitting reform, the ability to actually build things on time, on budget, without a million lawsuits and federal agencies taking 10 years to permit hydro projects or re-permit hydro projects in Juneau, or roads or critical mineral projects. So we're still working hard on that. I know that's a priority. By the way, a bipartisan priority. Every elected official I speak to back home knows that our federal permitting system needs serious reform. We have had good news recently. It's not in a Southeast mine, but it goes to this critical mineral issue, Graphite 1. had an award from the Department of Defense of more than $35 million under the Defense Production Act. We are looking to make sure that the Pentagon views other mineral deposits and mineral opportunities in our state, particularly in Southeast. I've been pointing the Pentagon in that direction on other critical minerals, so stay tuned on that. Fisheries, my goodness, there is so much going on in fisheries. Some of it very challenging, some of it, difficult issues that we've had a decent outcome on. The first one, I think I mentioned you guys last year, the end of last year, my Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act was signed into law. This was actually at the end of 2022. It was implemented, started to be implemented in 2023. It's fully up and running now. This is the idea of looking at what is happening to our salmon runs, particularly the returns of king salmon on some of our most important rivers, the Yukon, Kuskokwim, the Kenai, but also down in Southeast. And as you guys know, we've had a real serious decline. Other salmon runs, other salmon fisheries in Alaska are doing great. For example, Bristol Bay sockeye runs have been doing fantastic over the last several years. So this bill was all about federal research funding apps, bringing the best minds in the state of Alaska, state, federal, tribal, university, NOAA, in saying what is going on, right? What is happening? Many theories, right? But this is happening. So we've stood up the task force. Some great Alaskans throughout the entire state are really digging into this issue of something that every single Alaskan agrees on, which is we want abundant, strong salmon stocks and salmon runs throughout the state. That is what my Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act is focusing on. It's up and running, and we're going to get the best minds and probably in the world on why we're seeing these declines in certain parts of the state, and then seeing really strong returns in others, and then be able to take action there. Another one I know has impacted a lot in Southeast, but maybe, maybe not as much as, well, actually, I think it has been a big issue for all of you. And that was this very unfair situation, kind of a long story, that we had with regard to Russian seafood. Essentially, the Russians, after 2014, when President Obama put sanctions on Russia for the invasion of Crimea, they retaliated by saying not one Alaskan or American fish, any exports of American seafood, which of course is mostly us, could go to Russia. Nothing. So they blockaded essentially their market while we had a wide open market for Russian imports of seafood into our market. Completely unfair, completely unleveled trading playing field, and really hurting our industry. You had the Russians flooding global markets with salmon and cod and pollock. The prices, I don't have to tell all of you, have cratered. We've put a lot of fishermen in Alaska out of business because of this. And so I had legislation to try to fix this unfair trading situation, where my legislation essentially said, hey, if the Russians aren't allowing any Alaskan seafood into their market, why are we allowing any Russian seafood into our market? So I had legislation, we pushed that. And then after the invasion of Ukraine, when the Biden administration was putting together a sanctions package against Russia, I worked with the National Security Council of the White House and said, you need to smack the Russian seafood industry and close this very unfair trading situation we have. They did do that. So I appreciate that from President Biden, but there was a loophole. The Russians said, I can't directly import into America. And this is hundreds of millions of dollars. So they said, we're going to send all our seafood to China, get it reprocessed. By the way, a lot of times pumped up with phosphates, really disgusting, and then re-import it into the United States. They were doing that, again, almost duty-free. So just before Christmas, after almost 2 years of working with the Biden administration to close this loophole, the Department of Treasury announced this big sanctions package, and it shuts the China-Russia loophole into America. This is a huge deal for our fishing communities, a huge deal for our fishermen. We finally have a level playing field. And as you know, a lot of our fishermen and the communities that support them are hurting in a large measure because of the Russian flooding of the global markets with their fish. So right now, no Russian fish can come into America's market. That's only fair. They're going to, even their attempts to, go through other countries. So we finally shut that down. That is going to be really helpful for our fishing communities. Let me give you another one that I want to thank all of you guys on. The communities coming together. Last summer, our Southeast trollers were able to fish. Why was that a big deal? Because you guys know there was this group that, I'm trying to remember their name, Wild Fish Conservancy, kind of a far left radical environmental group that filed a lawsuit in Washington State federal court saying the problem with orca whales in Puget Sound relates to fishermen in Southeast. What? That's ridiculous. It's 100 miles away, hundreds of miles away. Anyways, the magistrate judge, you might remember, agreed with this group. And last summer, it was looking like we might not have a troll fishery in Southeast, which, as you guys know, is a really important part of the economy. It's a family fishermen. It's a really important element of who we are as Alaskans in Southeast. So what was the good news? I led a amicus brief to the Ninth Circuit and the District Court with Senator Murkowski and Congresswoman Peltola, but everybody else came together. Fishermen, the state of Alaska, NIMS. Trust me, I hit the head of the federal government, NIMS and NOAA, saying, hey, you guys got to fight this lawsuit. This is junk science. You can't let them shut down our important fishery. Clink and high to everybody. It was very satisfying to see the whole state come together. Certain communities in Southeast actually passed resolutions that helped fund this litigation. We were all speaking with one voice against this outrageous lawsuit, and we won. We won, and we were able, you guys, our troll fishermen in Southeast were able to fish. So we got to be vigilant. I guarantee you this group is going to be at it again. But that was a huge win, and I want to thank all of you for doing that. One more area I'll just mention on fisheries, which is kind of exciting. I have a bill that is called the Seafood Policy and Program Integration Act, or also the National Seafood Supply Act. What does this bill do? Every 5 years, there's a bill called the Farm Bill. Pretty, popular, pretty famous bill. And it's for farmers. Farmers of America, who we all love, they're great. They have programs from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that help de-risk their operations, right? Think about crop insurance, think about trade reimbursement, think about price supports. They have all of these things that help them in their operations. Well, our fishermen, in my view, are the farmers of the sea. They have many of the same challenges that farmers have. Think about it, whether it's bad weather, hurting crops, whether it's the collapse of global prices, whether it's the closure of overseas markets, whether it's processing facilities that have challenges like we saw during COVID. Fishermen in America have none of those same programs that farmers do. None. Zero. Zilch. And So I was like, well, wait a minute, how come our fishermen don't have these kind of programs that help support the fishing industry the way we have that with the farming industry? And again, we all love our farmers. So this bill does that. It's trying to attach fishing issues into the farm bill and get the office, to get the USDA to establish an Office of Seafood Policy and Program Integration to essentially enable fishermen to benefit from analogous programs that farmers have. We'll see. Trust me, it's kind of running into some, opposition. Not sure the farmers and ranchers of America like it, or the USDA for that matter, but it's a fairness thing. And I think it's a good bill, and it'll help stabilize and strengthen our fishing communities and our fishermen throughout the challenges that, we see. So let me just end with a couple other things. Really exciting time with regard to what's happening with the Coast Guard. As you know, I sit on the Coast Guard committee, subcommittee, on the Commerce Committee. I'm the ranking member in charge of the Coast Guard itself. We've had huge successes in building out Coast Guard infrastructure and getting more cutters and Coast Guard assets throughout the state, but particularly in Southeast. I can go through the whole list, but it's quite a lot. That's great for jobs. It's great for more people in Southeast. And the big one that we're still working on, just had a phone call with a senior administration official on this and some of my colleagues here in the Senate, is the icebreaker that we are trying to get home ported in Juneau, Alaska. This is really, really, really exciting. This would be one of the off-the-shelf icebreakers that we are trying to get. Some of you know the saga that it didn't get in the final appropriations bill last year. I think we have a huge opportunity to getting in this year. The Coast Guard, in the Coast Guard bill last year, with language that my office wrote, is focused on getting the authorization and the infrastructure to have an icebreaker in Juneau. This will be, because I think it's happening, huge in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the number of Coast Guard members who will be living in Juneau. Just a great thing. And let's face it, Alaska needs an icebreaker. My goodness, we're an Arctic state, we're an Arctic nation because of Alaska, and we don't have any icebreakers in our state. Russia has 54 icebreakers. We have 2, and 1 is broken. Those are based in Seattle. No offense to Seattle, but they should be based in Alaska. So this is a great opportunity here, and we're going to keep pressing on it. I know the community of Juneau, but all of Southeast is excited about that. And then another one where Southeast is really excited, and we, all work together. Southeast Conference did such a great job. Senator Stedman, Mayor Dial in Ketchikan, as we finally got NOAA to return the NOAA ship, the Fairweather, to its port facility as required by law. They were ignoring the law for 2 decades in Ketchikan. We had a groundbreaking ceremony. That port facility is beautiful. I want to thank Senator Stedman and his team again. So many people worked on that, but that ship's back, right? And that is a research vessel. That is, again, a really big crew that's going to help the economy of Ketchikan. And it's just an exciting time. I'm working on another kind of similar exciting initiative. I'm hoping to be able to announce it during my ledge speech down in Juneau in a couple weeks. But it'll be more of kind of building out this idea of Alaska as a research hub on really critical issues, not just for our state, but for the country. And so stay tuned on that. I didn't want to break the news here because we're not 100% there yet, but it's pretty darn exciting for Juneau, for Southeast. And I'm looking forward to being in Southeast here in a couple weeks during my ledge speech, and we're going to be in Juneau and some of the other communities. So, Robert, I went on too long. I'm really sorry about that. A lot going on. Thanks again to all that you guys are doing. and what a great organization that is really making a lot happen. So thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Senator. You know, I think many people probably don't remember, or maybe don't even know that as we came out of the pandemic, your insistence that so many secretaries, assistant secretaries come to Alaska. You brought the commerce folks into Ketchikan. You gathered the economic development districts like Southeast Conference, the other three which are online or in the room today, to announce assistance for the post-pandemic opportunities that we needed to fast forward to get that rebound going. You brought them in, you gathered us in Ketchikan for those awards, and we really appreciate your constant diligence and support on our behalf. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Robert. And, you know, we had more visitors this summer. My goodness, the HUD Secretary of the Transportation, the head of the SBA. You know, we did a roundtable with her in Ketchikan. All on tourism. So, look, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's a big part of our job. The delegation is getting, you know, senior executive branch officials, cabinet officials, military officials, Coast Guard officials to our great state, see it firsthand, see all our wonderful fellow Alaskans. That's when they really start, you know, getting serious about helping us. So thanks for mentioning that.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks Senator Dan Sullivan.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon down in Juneau. Have a great conference.
Thank you. See you in a couple of weeks. All right. I tell you, our delegation worked so hard to get those resources to us, and that has made such a big difference in the way that we were able to rebound from this pandemic. So we can't say thank you enough. So thank you all for the panel, for their elasticity as well. We'll have the rest of the half hour for the Mariculture. Then we've got the governor's chief of staff that'll be here at noon. So, Juliana.
All right.
Continue morphing.
Challenge accepted, 30 minutes. I think we're going to go online just really quickly while we have folks. Cassidy, I see you. Can you introduce yourself quickly?
Yep, sorry, I have literally three simultaneous meetings going on. So I grabbed the mouse for my other computer and tried to work it for this computer. It didn't work. Okay, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. My name is Cassidy Cameron, and I am the executive director for the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District, or CAPED, for brevity's sake. We are obviously on the Kenai Peninsula, and we are the counterparts of Southeast Conference, Prince William Sound, and Swampsea. We are very happy and content to be able to be working with Southeast Conference on the Build Back Better AMC Challenge. I think we've come a really long way this last year, and it's very exciting to see our efforts being kind of put in motion and having the fruits of our efforts be seen and programming going out. We recognize that through collaborations and connections such as this, that Alaska can be bigger and stronger, and the mariculture industry has a future because we are all working in tandem and we are synced. And Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District really recognizes the importance of collaborations at this point in time to bring Alaska up into the 21st century. So we are happy to be partners with Southeast Conference and the other subawardees, and we've learned a lot. We recognize that Kachemak Bay has incredible potential, as well as the Seward area has a very strong mariculture background as that is established, and we're going to draw off of that and hopefully strengthen that to take the industry into the next phase of kind of its future and see where it can go. So I know that we are short on time. Thank you guys for inviting me and tuning me in and beaming me up.
Thank you, Cassidy. Kristen Carpenter.
Good morning, folks. Hi, I'm Kristen Carpenter with the Prince William Sound Economic Development District, beaming in from Cordova, from sunny, clear Cordova, I should say. And yeah, Cassidy gave a great overview about what we are working on, what we're hoping to see happen, how we're hoping to help catalyze investment in the mariculture industry statewide. And the Prince William Sound Economic Development District works with the communities of Cordova, Chenega, Titlik, Valdez, and Whittier. So that's the specific area that we've been focusing on, but we certainly collaborate a lot with Cape Head, with Southeast Conference, with Swampsea. I mean, everybody is learning and growing and sharing. And our particular issues in this region are processing capacity. You know, there are none of the larger or any of the seafood processors in town, not Trident, not OBI, not Cop River Seafoods, have taken steps yet to invest in seaweed or other mariculture processing. And so our efforts in all of our coastal regions are sort of leading the way and trying to look at what equipment do we need? What would it take to set up a processing line for seaweed in a established processing plant? So we've been working a lot on that. Another big bottleneck in our region is hatchery capacity. There are a few, we've got the Blue Evolution folks in Kodiak. The Aluktik Pride Marine Institute has a hatchery in Seward. And those connections can work if everything lines up just right in terms of transportation, but seaweed spores have to be collected 50 miles from a seaweed farm, then shipped to the hatchery, then cultivated for 6 weeks, and then sent back. And so if the weather and the shipping connections all work, that's great. If they don't, it's a problem. So there's a lot of work around cultivating hatchery capacity in our regions in a way that's distributed a little bit more evenly throughout our coastal regions. So we're working on that. And obviously the marketing is a big thing, but I think what is really good and encouraging to see from this project is all the support and the help to individual kelp farmers. There are lots of fishermen who are looking to diversify their incomes because of climate change, because mariculture is a great fit for farming seaweed or oysters or mussels in the off season when you're not commercial fishing. And so this is a great way to help our coastal communities diversify economically. And we've been working at all those different levels, trying to facilitate partnerships and bring some of that funding into the Prince William Sound region and find ways that we can leverage all of our partners' respective strengths and expertise and resources to develop more capacity. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen. Appreciate you joining us today. The project, we're also working with 2 state agencies. The Department of Fish and Game was unable to join today, but we do have Patrice McKinney online from the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. Patrice, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning. Yes, Patrice McKinney, the Chief of the Environmental Health Lab. And we're proud to be a part of this collaboration, and our portion is to implement some new cutting edge technologies to not only increase our capacity to do testing on the shellfish portion of this mariculture initiative, but also to enhance the science that's available for those who can develop further testing and regulations. And we're glad to be a part of it. Thank you so much. Thanks,
Patrice. And then lastly, online, we have a few folks from the university system who are working on several different projects. We'll just start here with Missy.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's Missy Good. I'm the mariculture specialist with Alaska Sea Grant, and I'm based in Kodiak at the Kodiak Seafood and Marine Science Center, where I'm also the coordinator. Our role as Alaska Sea Grant is largely in the workforce development and outreach portion. We are also working very closely with UAA and UAS, as Alaska Sea Grant is housed within the University of Alaska Fairbanks. That way we have some coordinated efforts as we move forward and offering training and educational opportunities to support our communities and the entire industry. The trainings that Alaska Sea Grant is really focusing in on are hatchery level, oyster hatcheries, kelp hatcheries, on the farm applications, and professional development for farmers. In addition to that, we are currently in the process of hiring a food safety faculty who will drive our food safety courses and trainings and have outreach and one-on-one abilities to work with different organizations. I'm told to keep it short, so I'll leave it there and happy to answer some questions after.
Thank you, Missy. Appreciate that. Angie from Southeast, are you online?
Yeah, hi, thanks. I'm Angie Bowers. I teach in the Applied Fisheries program at UAS in Sitka. And we receive part of the funds for workforce development and some highlights of what we've had going on. We had 12 students get their occupational endorsements in aquaculture this last December. They learned like skiff skills. They learned all about sustainable ocean farming here in Alaska. We got to travel and meet with industry experts and researchers around Southeast. We're currently teaching an online Intro to Mariculture course. We have 22 students in that. Michelle Morris zoomed in last night and taught us about permitting, which was really cool. We're in the process of setting up a wet lab at the Sitka Sound Science Center, so we have access to seawater and can play with other species, with hands-on experience with our students. We have an application ready to submit for a commercial hatchery. We've been operating under a research permit for the last 5 years for our kelp. We recently hired a content creation specialist to assist with some of the courses that we're developing. And we right now have 2 kelp grow out sites here, one for bull kelp research and then one for sugar kelp. And so we're able to show our students this stuff kind of hands-on. And we're doing a lot of other things, but I'll stop it there. And we'd always love to hear about opportunities that are out there for our students. So please keep in touch.
Thank you, Angie. Really exciting to hear about all that you're doing. And then lastly, online, Chandler from the university system. Is he online? Ah, hey, Chandler.
Hello. Yep. So I'm assistant professor for the Bristol Bay campus with UAF, and contributing to this effort through a green energy and mariculture project. I think it's a really because I've been working in energy efficiency and all of my work has been retro for infrastructure energy. Have a chance to that's already been done by friends and tribes to look at community energy plans and try to mariculture plans and help the industry that's based technologies. So we have some funding to support involved through information or operations work. We're looking to in a research assistant as well. If you're interested in being involved in the project, please me or if you reach out
Thank you,
to
Chandler.
somebody at AFDF, you can connect me.
We're having a little hard time hearing you, but we'll make sure if anyone has any questions about the green energy component of this project as the industry moves forward, we'll happily connect you. Okay, team here in the room, we've got 15 minutes. I think we can do it. Christy, do you want to just start out and then we'll go to Hannah and then to Jason?
Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be at SEC Mid-Year Summit. My name is Christy Clement, and I recently joined Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation as CEO. Many of you probably know my predecessor, Julie Decker, who's here with us today. She's been instrumental in the advancement of mariculture development in the state over the last decade. I am new to the team, but have enjoyed working with Dan and Juliana on a component of the equipment and technology piece of this award, as well as getting to know all of my fellow panelists here today that you can see are working very hard and collaborating together for our state. Excuse me. AFDF is committed to continuing the momentum that we have in the mariculture scene and really looking forward to this next stage of development as we think about how to best support the farmers and the industry partners in really bringing the products to market and to scaling the operations. So I'm going to let Hannah speak to some of the details and some of the role with AFDF. She is the development director, and maritime and mariculture is one of her expertise. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy. Hi, everyone. Hannah Wilson, Development Director at AFDF. I'm going to keep it really brief. We have 4 projects under the research and development component. I'll highlight a couple of those that I think will be of most interest to this group. First and foremost, we have the annual Mariculture Conference of Alaska that's coming up in just a couple weeks at the end of February, the 27th through the 29th. That's in Anchorage. You can still register. You can go to the AFDF website under the events tab to find all the information there. We'd love to see some folks there. It's going to be a really great opportunity for community leaders, industry, research, and everyone to kind of get together and share challenges and opportunities and new research in the industry. So really excited about that. The other project I wanted to highlight was the Joint Innovation Projects. This is a really cool program, one of my favorite parts of the BBB portfolio of work that's funding applied research and development projects that are really directly addressing barriers to growth in the mariculture industry. Most of these projects are collaborations between growers and researchers, so it's really cool to get to see folks kind of identify a problem and then have some support to address that issue. The first cohort of those projects, 15 projects funded up to $100,000, began in August of 2023. And we had 5 categories of projects there, which were innovations in processing, innovations in bulk kelp farming, innovations in mooring systems, boosting oyster growth, and shellfish enhancement. So super excited to see those projects moving along. They're all about 18 months, so we'll have some initial results here, hopefully in the next 6 months, and more to share soon. And maybe most importantly for this crowd, there's another RFP coming out for a second cohort in March. So if you know of anyone who might be interested, please spread the word. When that RFP is live, it'll be on the Alaska Mariculture Cluster website, as well as the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation website. We have 2 other projects that I'm just going to really briefly talk about, and feel free to grab me if you want to learn more. I'm happy to share more, but we have a seaweed tissue analysis project going. Basically what we're doing there is we're trying to understand chemical and nutritional profiles of a variety of seaweed species, both those that are currently being grown in the state, as well as those that we think there might be a commercial market for in the future. So basically trying to understand better what seaweed resources we have, and that research will all be available publicly as it wraps up in the next couple of years. And then finally, we have a de-risking farming piece. Basically what this work is looking at is kind of a site suitability analysis, so helping farmers to understand what growing conditions, nutrient information or water chemistry, things like that, are most ideal to have a good site. So we're working with some other big research projects around the state, particularly the Mariculture Research and Restoration Consortium, which is up in South Central and Kodiak, to basically expand their data set. So we have a really nice data set for the whole state, and then hopefully plug that information into some models to help farmers with their site selection and understanding kind of some of the growing parameters that are most important. So again, feel free to grab me if you'd like any more information about any of these projects, and I'll pass it on to Jason.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Switch it out here. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Lassard. I am the Executive Director of the Alaska Mariculture Alliance. We are 135 members strong and growing of folks that support this industry. We're managing a couple of projects under the Build Back Better program. We are managing the liaison program, which is extremely important in creating a conduit for communication, two-way communication about the industry, both to coastal communities about the opportunities that might be there under the Build Back Better and elsewhere, as well as understanding wishes, desires, concerns, et cetera, from the communities about this growing industry. We also manage another program under Build Back Better, which is a contract with Rising Tide Communication, which aims to give us a strategic communication plan at sort of a statewide level about the mariculture industry, and also manage a matching grant, a $5 million matching grant, which was generously put in place by the state legislature, which is a matching a dollar for dollar private funds to help get this industry growing. Brevity is the soul of wit. I'm going to keep it quiet there and leave some time for questions. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nick Mangini from Southwest Alaska Municipal Conference. I'm also a kelp farmer and just thankful to be here today. A lot of my work is based around social license and sharing with people, about what we're doing, design of farms, and some acceptability around, just doing this in Alaska. What makes me most excited about this mariculture industry in general is just the collaboration and cooperation it's showing both regionally and statewide. It's pretty rare for any industry to want to work together at the level that we are. So I thank everybody in this room for doing that, especially AFDF and Southeast Conference.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. My name is Mark Shear, and longtime supporter of mariculture. I do that in a couple of ways and involved in a number of projects. I sit on the Southeast Conference Board. I'm the board president of AFDF, and I'm on the Alaska Mariculture Alliance Board. And I think that's all part of the generating the collaboration that Nick spoke about. We have a seaweed and shellfish operation in Ketchikan and Prince of Wales. We expect to have market oysters available by this summer, which we're super excited about. We're also involved in a number of different projects. One is a joint innovation project to learn about new mooring techniques. Basically, it's a drone robot that can install moorings in the bottom up to 300 feet, which if it does what we hope it will do, can reduce the cost of installing moorings for mariculture activities, and we're really excited about that. We'll start doing that deployment and testing in May. And then we're also involved with the University of Alaska, the Alaska Fishery Development Foundation, and other partner universities to do in a program funded under ARPA, which is going to do assessment on the east side of Prince of Wales to determine how viable it might be to do rare earth metal extraction from seaweeds, because seaweeds are so effective at uptaking minerals from their environment. So we're going to start that project in April, and we're very excited about the prospect and using that type of activity to do something really interesting. So lots of different projects that are going on around the state supporting mariculture and different ideas and concepts of mariculture. I'd encourage all of you to, if you're interested, to reach out to anyone on the table, anyone in the group, the Alaska Mariculture Cluster, to get more information. Lots of really exciting things, and just a privilege to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. We also had a couple folks in the room. Tommy Sheridan, can you share a little bit about who you are and all the different hats you wear? And Ed DeVille, he's not, he had to step out. We'll get him next time.
Thank you. My name's Tommy Sheridan. I work for the Alaska Blue Economy Center at University of Alaska Fairbanks. And so I won't drop any names, but this all started at Southeast Conference in Haines in 2021. And I just really appreciated the leadership that Juliana and Robert and Southeast Conference had at that moment and ever since, and grateful for all the work that everyone does. Similar to Marcos, I think we're all very involved in a variety of ways here. I serve with Marcos on the boards for Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation, Alaska Mariculture Alliance. I'm also on the board for Prince William Sound Economic Development District. So I'm grateful for the opportunity for Kristen to present here today. ABEC has been active in this space through a legislative appropriation to the University of Alaska. One of the programs that we've supported, we refer to as Mariculture Innovation Research Funds. And so we've funded 6 projects throughout the state to the tune of just a little over $800,000. And we focused on exploring opportunities to integrate mariculture production into Alaska's salmon hatcheries, innovation with bull kelp hatchery operations, bull kelp farming operations, and shellfish as well. And so I'll just say that we've partnered 13 University of Alaska faculty at both UAA, UAS, and UAF with 23 industry partners. And thus far, we've engaged 32 students on those projects, many of whom were Angie's students at UAS SICA. We're also supporting what we refer to as a grant technical assistance program to try to connect stakeholders in the mariculture space, energy space, and any kind of combinations there to help support them with their grant planning strategies and with grant writing. There's a lot of opportunities coming to the state, and a lot of stakeholders are just struggling with what all that entails. So that's a little bit about what we do, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Tommy. All right. Well, we did it. We have 5 minutes to spare. Any questions? Also, there are these trifold brochures in the back that describe each of the programs. Now you have a face to grab to talk more about any of them. But I think before Robert gets the microphone, if anyone has a question, we can do it. No takers? All right.
Thank you, panel.
I love that picture of Shirley at my farm. It's so good.
All right. Well, and I was glad that we ended up with the Mariculture. Oh, that's a perfect picture. I love that picture. That is a great picture. Because it's a nice segue, because one of the governor's priorities is Mariculture and resource development. So without any further ado, his chief of staff, Tyson Gallagher, is here. He's been a colleague and friend from private sector, and he's been long serving. I forget how many years it is now, but he's been in the governor's office here and serving. So would you please welcome Tyson Gallagher to the podium?
Hey, good afternoon. I don't know what time of day it is. I think it's the afternoon.
Closer to that.
A little bit. It's afternoon. Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's a beautiful day outside. As I was walking down here, I was actually thinking, I think the last time I spoke with this group was in late September in Sitka, and it was also a super beautiful day. So I'm kind of getting excited for spring. I don't know about you guys. Anyways, I want to be efficient with my time today. I want to give you an update about a couple things that we're hoping to work on this session, and give you some context of why and kind of how we're seeing the world and approaching some of the topics this year and the next couple of years of our term. And so just to kind of frame things up, you know, the governor delivered his State of the State last week, and a big theme that he drove in that speech was getting to yes. You know, our state motto is north to the future. And if we keep hearing consistently, no to this project, no to that project, no to opportunity here in Alaska, our motto is going to become no to the future. And so we've really got to drive a culture of getting to yes, to seizing new opportunity and being ready for that opportunity as a state. The world is inevitably going to change as we move forward. There's some things that we can't change about what goes on in the world, but we can control things about ourselves as a place that we live and make this a place that people want to invest. And so that's been a real focus of ours. And not to say, you know, up in the Capitol building, there are a number of really, really important topics that range from education to corrections, public safety, health. And so I think we have over 40 bills from the governor this year, which is a tremendous amount. The legislature has a number of bills. So it's a system where not everything's going to get done. And I'm not going to have time to talk about everything today, but I really want to talk about a couple things around economic development, because that's the kind of the primary thrust of this group. So that's going to be the focus of my comments today, but it doesn't preclude anything else. And so I really want to kind of get you thinking about two concepts. Number one being self-sufficiency, and the other being affordability. And that's really what we're driving at with some of our policies this legislative session and year. You know, I've spoken to this group before, and I've spoken to other groups. You've probably heard me tell different stories. The world has been incredibly disrupted the last few years. COVID is a primary driver of that. It has changed our life in a number of ways. We went through a year or two of the life, health, safety impacts of the virus. And then, as you all know, we had supply chain issues as different cases cropped up and factories shut down and base materials weren't available. After that, we've dealt with workforce issues and, you know, the Great Recession, and it's been difficult to find and retain employees, particularly in some of those lower paying jobs. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I don't think anyone knows where those folks went, but we're still suffering from those issues. And then most recently, the latest wave has been the impacts of inflation. We're all aware of it. A lot of the support money necessary to help get us through the pandemic has resulted in ensuing inflation. All of these things drive the increased cost structure that we're all dealing with in our businesses and our home lives. And so what are things that we can control here as a state, that as a state government, we've got to make sure that we take care of for our people, if those things are ever not there that we've come to count on. And then also, how do we really drive at affordability and making Alaska the most affordable place to live and invest and do business so we can compete in a disruptive but yet very competitive world? And so with that self-sufficiency concept, I really want to kind of talk about two things. Number one, energy, and number two, food security. There are a number of different topics that could fall under this, excuse me, but Alaska is one of two states in the nation that can't wield in power from another state. We've got to generate all of our own energy here in state for our people and our businesses and everything that happens here. And we have a really geographically dispersed and diverse state that makes that even more costly and challenging. And so, you know, here in Southeast, we've been really blessed with hydro resources that we've taken advantage of. And a lot of the region has incredibly cheap energy, and that's beneficial to investment and life around here. There are some places that don't have cheap electricity. I spoke at AML in December, and I spoke to a woman from Gustavus. They still have high electricity costs in Gustavus, so we've still got work to do. I think you all know that we've got to interconnect our grid so we've got redundancy. And one of the things I'm looking forward to talking about up the hill this session is bringing some of that cheap power to the docks for shoreside power so the tourism industry can benefit from that as well. But up north in the rest of the state, they're not as blessed with such a accessible renewable energy potential. You know, it was very cold the rest of the state the last couple of weeks. I know in South Central, they rely on gas for a lot of their base load, and they were worried that the demands were in excess of the available gas. And that's a really serious problem. It's really cold, and that becomes a life, health, safety issue and a potential substantial economic issue. But the reality is that we have tremendous energy resources all over this state. If it's hydro, we've got it. We have tons of oil and gas. We have tons of oil and gas in Cook Inlet and South Central, and tons of resource up on the North Slope and all over. We've got every bit of coal and mineral to mine for batteries. And I've been told we're the Saudi Arabia of renewable energy, whether it's hydro, wind, solar, geothermal potential, tidal energy. We've got it all. And so we've got the resource, we've got the molecules. We know what our demand is. And so we've got to create a system or make changes so our system is such that those molecules can get to people so we can use them, so we can kind of have a basic way of life around here, right? We know that, for instance, in South Central, in Cook Inlet, it's very expensive to raise money to develop oil and gas, and some of those outfits aren't able to raise that money. So that's a discussion we have to have up there about how to make that more accessible to them. If you find gas and you find more gas than you were expecting, what do you do with it, right? So we've got to have a conversation about storage to make sure that we have a place to put the gas if we find more. If we're talking about renewables, we've got to have a conversation about battery technology, because we've got to figure out a way to harness that energy and make it stable and sustainable to be able to meet that baseload demand that we all know is consistent with human life and activity. And so there's a lot of nuanced conversations. There's a lot of different interests going in different directions, but we've got to have that conversation and move down the path together, because we've got to be able to provide energy for our state. This is what people rely on when they go home to heat their homes and turn their lights on and charge their phones, as well as the businesses that are looking to make investments around here. So from a self-sufficiency standpoint, we've got to harness those molecules and that energy potential we have, and make it of use to our people and our economy. Additionally, you know, food security has and will continue to be a huge priority for Governor Dunleavy. I think I've told the story about how at the beginning of the pandemic, and Seattle was one of the original West Coast outbreaks, he received a call that the port of Tacoma was under threat of being shut down. As you all know, we import over 90% of our food to this state, and so our food supply is really only about a week long. So we are potentially a very food insecure place, and we've got to do the things as a government to facilitate the growth and development of an agriculture sector, both for economic development, diversification, and growth purposes, but also for self-sufficiency purposes, and I would even call it emergency management purposes. So if something were to ever happen, and I hope nothing does, but if it does, we can look at our people and say, we've got food. We've got food so people can eat. I know that's a really basic thing, and it's something that honestly, as I grew up, I never thought that would be something we'd have to like double check to make sure we're good on, but we need to make sure that we have food for our people. And so there's a high cost structure to doing that. There's a high cost structure to doing everything in Alaska. And so we really got to drive at affordability too. So I'm going to actually pause before I go to affordability and talk about a couple of policies and bills on the self-sufficiency piece, just to kind of keep your focus there. So with energy, you know, we have the administration, we have a couple of different bills, and it more deals with the system around South Central and all the way up to interior, what's known as the rail belt, where a large portion of the population base is. But one of the things that we want to do is we want to eliminate what are called wielding rates or tariffs. So if you produce power in say Homer, and you want to sell that power to a utility in Fairbanks, you don't want somebody in Anchorage to be able to charge 25 cents a kilowatt hour for you to move that energy through their portion of the line. That makes that power uncompetitive with other sources. And so we're going to introduce a bill, I think we already did, to be honest with you, that makes it so the state issues one flat postage stamp rate, so all power competes on its generation cost rather than on its location, because we're trying to facilitate competition amongst those energy sources. Now, we also have some work to do in the regulatory space to make sure that we can blend energy sources, because right now, if you sell energy, you've got to make sure that you have enough to fulfill your whole contract, and utilities have to have enough for all their customer base. So there's a lot of pieces to unwind. I kind of liken it or make the analogy to a yard that once upon a time was perfectly manicured and you loved it, but it's gotten like 8 months overgrown. So it just takes a lot of work to clean all that stuff up and organize it. Additionally, we have a bill to incentivize additional oil and gas exploration in Cook Inlet to try to stimulate that activity for more gas out of Cook Inlet. I think there are a couple of other bills making an attempt to do a similar thing in the legislature. And so it really is probably dependent on the different companies that are looking to operate in that region and what they need to make it work. So I can't tell you where that discussion will go, but looking at addressing some of the Cook Inlet energy needs for more immediate energy use. We need gas in the next couple of years in South Central. In addition to that, I think Senator Giesel has a bill, Representative Sumner has a bill, Representative Rauscher has a bill. So there are probably approaching 10 different energy bills in the legislature and around the state dealing with a number of things. We also introduced an executive order to codify the Alaska Energy Authority with its own board. And the primary purpose for that is to bring more energy policy to that discussion and bring more focus to what's an incredibly important issue in Alaska. And I think you all know that. Switching over to the food security piece, probably not this session. One of the things I've learned is I have a zillion good ideas, but then helping people understand those and then getting the pieces and resources in line to implement them takes longer than I ever imagined. So all my good ideas can't be ready for this legislative session. So some of them may come in future legislative sessions. My expectation, and I think I spoke to this group previously, is that we'll probably work to create a Department of Agriculture before we leave office. My hope is that we're able to introduce that in the next year or so. It probably won't be this session because we've got so many other things that we're working on. But that's a really important kind of step to start to create that framework and get their work product built out. And so the public has awareness and starts to build engagement with them. So it's a part of our life and our economy. This year, our food security policy initiatives will really focus around capitalizing some of the agriculture loan programs and funds that are out there to further incentivize those activities, as well as removing some of the barriers to local organizations purchasing food grown in the state. Sometimes there's caps on what can be bought based on how much it costs or how much it costs comparatively. And so we're trying to incentivize all those foods grown and developed in state to be purchased in state. So we have those systems in place if we ever really need food in this state. I want to switch over to affordability. The other thing about Alaska is it's an expensive place to do business, as you all know. In this disruptive world that I've mentioned, one of the other things that's happened over the last couple of years is we've now had multiple regional military conflicts, and those are impacting global economics, and those have a real impact here at home. I think of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and all the ensuing sanctions that you know the United States was a part of implementing, and certainly we support that for the reasons that we all know. But that had impacts on our economy, and it had impacts on Russia's economy. And one of the most important conversations we're having up at the Capitol is what's happening with the seafood industry here in Alaska. I'm sure you all heard about that yesterday, and it's something that's of top of mind to you. I don't think they're in the room right now, but I just want to give it, I see Jeremy back there, but between Jeremy, Commissioner Vincent Lang, Jeremy heads up ASME, Commissioner Vincent Lang at Fish and Game, and Commissioner Sandy at Department of Commerce, we have tremendous confidence in the team of folks that we have, and we've asked them to convene a series of meetings and discussions so all the stakeholders involved can move down the path together. Because I don't know where we're going to go with this. I would say that Russia, in another attempt to generate cash to deal with the sanctions put on them, has made investment in and further built out their commercial fishing industry. So Alaska, which used to enjoy a dominant market share of the seafood industry, of the stocks that we fish for and sell, that market share has been eroded, and that's probably not going to change in the next few years. And so that's something that we've got to deal with and figure out how to make the best of and move forward together as a state. And so back to the affordability piece, we can't control what Russia does. We'd like to, but we can't. But we can control what we do here. And so we really want to drive at the self-sufficiency piece, but also the affordability piece. So we want to make this the most affordable place for people to live, for families to live and stay and come, but also for businesses to operate and governments to operate and organizations to operate, because all this stuff costs money. I was just on the phone with my DOT commissioner earlier, and we were talking about something else, but he made a comment that the additional money that state DOT got in the Infrastructure Act for its federal highway program was about a 20% bump over what they were getting year over year. He said that entire bump has been eroded by inflation. So the impacts of inflation are impacting government. Just everything it costs everyone more, and all those costs get passed down. And so what can we do to drive affordability for our people and our businesses? When I spoke to you all in the fall, I lined out a couple areas where I think we all agree from a policy perspective, we need more activity and further engagement. Housing, in-state energy, childcare, food security, and workforce development. And so one of the big policy initiatives that we have, I think it'll be introduced next week. Don't hold me to that. My legislative director's not in the room. I apologize. I'm calling it the Alaska Affordability Act. I hope you guys call it that or come up with a kitschy name for it. But we have to compete as a state. We're competing against other states. We're competing against other nations, but we're competing for people that want to come here and live here and spend their money here and be a part of our community. And we're competing for investment capital. And so we have to make ourselves attractive. And so one of the things that we're going to do is we're introducing a bill that will take a portion of the state's corporate income tax money that we take in every year, and we're going to make a series of tax write-offs available from that pot of money for those eligible pots of money. So if you make an eligible expenditure in childcare, in energy generation, in food security, you can turn around and write that off of your corporate income tax liability. And if you're a local community or you're a nonprofit or you don't have a corporate income tax liability, I hope you talk to and partner with somebody who does have one. My hope is, I live in Anchorage, and so I see the big tall buildings, and I'll use ConocoPhillips as the example. I hope ConocoPhillips is able to work with a local childcare provider and say, hey, you guys want to grow, your costs have increased, tell us what you need to build out a space in our building because we want childcare. Your business can now grow, and you can account for the cost that you say you have, and we believe you. We can benefit our employees. We can also open up childcare slots around the community, and we can turn around and get a tax write-off. And we, the state, we're getting that activity, and we're willing to put up, I think, about 9 figures to incentivize that much additional activity around the state. And so we're pretty excited about that. I think if we bring in the private sector, both from an innovative standpoint, as well as a capital standpoint, where if they see opportunity like that and are willing to match some of that money, all of a sudden we've got a lot of extra activity in those areas, and we can generate more childcare spaces. My hope is that in South Central, we can get people that want to install solar panels on their rooftops so they can generate enough electricity to power their homes in the summertime, probably put a credit back into the grid, and then turn around and use that credit in the wintertime when there's gas used to heat their homes. And that'll make our gas last longer, and we can use some of the molecules that we have. So that's how we drive at affordability. That's one of the big pieces. Another big piece that I'm excited about, HFC, Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, had a good year, and their annual dividend return to the state is about 20-some million dollars more than it usually is. And so we've put forward a program in our budget for first-time home buyers. A down payment is a real barrier to buying a home. I know it is for me. It's hard to think about shelling out an extra 40, 50 grand. That's a lot of money. But if you're an eligible first-time home buyer with HFC, we'll write down, I think it's up to 20 grand off of your down payment. You got to stay in the house a certain number of years, and you got to meet qualifications. But that's a substantial program that we think could help, I think, 12 or 1,300 first-time home buyers, which will then free up the market, which will then allow people to move up in the home market, which is kind of blocked up right now over those barriers to access, like high interest rates and down payments. And so in this incredibly disruptive world that I'm trying to lay out for you, we're trying to focus on what do we have some control over and what can we prioritize for our people and try to incentivize more activity here. You hear the governor talk about trying to get more people here and getting to yes. There is incredible opportunity in chaos. That's what I have learned, working to try to govern through a pandemic, things that you took for granted. I always just assumed that you go to the grocery store and every shelf is full of everything. And if they don't have it on the shelf, it'll be in the back. That isn't the world we live in today. Logistics and supply chains are different. People are carrying less inventory because business models have changed. Just the world works in different ways that I personally took for granted. And so we as a state, and as people, and in this case, a region, we have to be nimble and we have to be prepared for when that opportunity arises. What I ask of you all is the same thing that the governor asked of you all. Work to get to yes. Look for those opportunities and don't be afraid to take risk. That's how Alaska became the great place that we all know and love, and that's why we want to be here. It's incredible outside. I just want to go outside and go for another run today, but I got to work, right? Because I got to earn a paycheck and pay my rent. So, I'm asking you all to see the opportunity through the chaos. I know at times it can feel exhaustive and, we're focused on getting through the day, getting through the week, getting through the month. I know as a manager that can consume a lot of my time and bandwidth is just making sure that our state agencies run as the machines that they are. They have to be responsible to the people and provide services, right? I have got to make sure that I keep just enough bandwidth to look down the path to where do we need to go. And we've got to drive our organizations there too. And we've got to be responsive to our people. So I just wanted to share that, food security, energy, diversification, affordability. These are themes and policies that we're hoping to work on this year. There's a number of other important issues to Alaska and the region. I do want to give a shout out to Southeast Conference. I'm incredibly proud of the work that you're all doing, especially around mariculture. This region, there is tremendous potential, whether it's opportunities in mariculture. The tourism industry is banging right now, and I think there is tremendous opportunity for growth and potential. This is the most incredible state in the world, and you all see the same opportunity and vision that we do for it. I think we can show more of it to people. I think winter tourism is really growing as a thing. Southeast proximal location to the lower 48 and the West Coast is really important. Alaska as a state from a logistics standpoint, we've got to take advantage of our place on the globe, our place in the Pacific theater, our allies in the Pacific. So there is tremendous opportunity for this state and this region. And I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing on it. I would ask you to be ready when you see opportunities, say yes. The state government and this administration will certainly work with you to get to yes and support you in taking that risk. So thank you very much. I'm happy to take a few questions, Robert, or whatever works for you.
Maybe not a few, but one or two, perhaps. Mayor Kiefer.
Dave Kiefer, Mayor, City of Ketchikan. You mentioned the Department of Agriculture. Does that include mariculture, fishing, all those folks? Because we heard from Senator Sullivan, we need to be in that process.
Yes, good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great question. And it does. It includes mariculture and civiculture, which is a term for me that I've learned. So, credit to the folks at Southeast Conference for their work around mariculture. I first learned about that from Commissioner Sandy and her work in oyster farming, but as well as last year we worked to legalize or kind of bring into statute the state's participation in the carbon markets. And I didn't know that you could earn a carbon credit for growing seaweed and dragging it out to the ocean floor and leaving it down there. I didn't know that. And that's, you know, between innovation and technology and the way the world's changing and federal policies change, that there's now opportunity for that in Alaska. And civiculture is about management of our forests and trees. You know, Sweden made $18 billion off of managing their forests last year. We think that we can do that here in Alaska too. I think we have 1/7 of the country's timber, but we have the 49th timber industry in the country. We submitted the supplemental budget to the legislature last week. We had a $95 million supplemental for fighting forest fires. $95 million for putting the fires out. And if we could just manage our forests so those fires didn't burn, or we mitigate them when they occur, not only could we save that $95 million and then turn around and spend it on all the things that we're talking about up there and here, but we could make more money off of people managing our forests and things. I don't know if this is real wood, but when those forests are thinned and kept healthy to maximize the timber that's grown out of them, you can earn a carbon credit for that. And wood, as it is in a table or a building, is still sequestering carbon. But when you let it burn, it releases that carbon into the atmosphere. So thank you for that question. Long-winded answer. Agriculture, civiculture, mariculture, all in that new department. Thank you.
Maybe as a final question, transportation, that's what we're all about, right? So we're working with the AMHS and DOT on the ferries, but connectivity is a big deal, whether it's Prince Rupert via water or the road system north. Where does that fall in the administration's priorities?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So first of all, I want to give a lot of credit to Commissioner Andreassen and the folks at DOT. You know, I know people may not remember it or think about it, but we've made a lot of great improvements to the ferry system over the last couple of years. We've established the stabilization fund that has a healthy capitalization to it. We've gotten the schedule lined up with the calendar year so Marine Highways can put out the schedule several months in advance. Now we're working with the legislature on the accounting piece of that so we can bring accountability to that schedule and make sure that the ferry system's using the money to get the boats out on the water and maximize service. We also are taking advantage of all the federal opportunities in the Infrastructure Act that the delegation has made available, and we're certainly very grateful for that and look at that as great opportunities. We're trying to get the shoreside facilities dialed in with what the fleet of vessels is, and so we have a rhyme and a reason to the system. And then to build off of tomorrow, it's either tomorrow, is today Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Okay, sorry. I live a weird life. This is Wednesday. Thank you. See? Okay, man. Usually that only happens to me when I'm in Hawaii, but it's happening more and more lately. But Thursday of this week, the governor will be taking a team of cabinet members to the Yukon, where we're working on reestablishing an MOU with the Yukon government and codifying the state of Alaska's maintenance of the road link between Haines, Canada, and then on into Tok, because that's such an important juncture for us and for them. And that relationship with the Canadian government is really, really important for us to have that partnership with our neighbors. Back to what I mentioned earlier about self-sufficiency. We want to be ready for anything. And I think the governor would tell you, never would have guessed that there would have been a global pandemic when he was governor. And some of the things that we've had to deal with, from typhoons rolling up off the Asian subcontinent, earthquakes, we are in crisis I think he said 35 days, but we've had a disaster declaration, I think every 35 days of his administration. But we've got to be responsible to the people of Alaska. And that means that we've got to work through every opportunity and have redundancy to make sure that you have food, that you have energy, that you have access to healthcare, that our transportation systems work. And so we are working to reestablish our partnerships with our neighbors to make sure that we have those redundant lines of transportation. We make sure that we're on the same page in terms of funding and maintenance and responsibility, so we can keep those transportation lines open for the region and for all of our people. So thank you for that question, Robert. Appreciate it. Thank you, Joel.
He's waiting for you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. We have our House panel that will be coming up here at 12:45. So we've got 20 minutes to get through the lunch line, and then we get to engage our elected officials from our region, including Representative Stutes, who's a great champion and a coastal legislator as well. So let's go ahead and get, I think lunch is ready. This is served. Thanks. Our format is to allow each of you just a brief moment or two to just kind of outline what you see as a top priority that you're working on in either your committees or you think is from the state. And then we'll go to the floor and have your constituents and ask some of the hard questions of the day, like why? Okay, maybe we'll try to be a little more articulate than that. But anyway, thank you so much for being here, each of you. And we'll just start here and let you go down the line if you would, please. So thank you. Welcome.
Perfect. Hi. Nice to see everybody. It's
And-
always nice.
And you'll
to
need
see
the mic,
everybody.
you'll need the microphone a little bit closer.
Lean way in. How's that? Nice to see everybody. As you may have heard, my name is Representative Louise Stutz. I live in Kodiak and I represent Kodiak, Cordova. I used to be Yakutat, Seward, and some small rural communities. And I'm very happy to do it. And I always tell everyone, I feel like I'm part of you guys. I'm also part of Swampsea. And so I really appreciate the invite. And just briefly, some of my concerns that I'm trying to focus on are, I don't know how many of you listened to the governor's State of the State. And did anybody notice he didn't mention fisheries one time? And our fisheries are in trouble. And we've got to focus on our fisheries and how we address the situation that's coming. It concerns me that wasn't part of his message to us. So we're working on several things. One of them is in December, the President of the United States signed an AO which said we may not import Russian fish, which we've already had, but previously to this AO, Russian fish was being sent to Asian countries for being reprocessed. And now the AO says, no, we don't care where you send it. If it was caught in Russia, it's not coming into the United States. Well, that's a wonderful thing as long as we have enforcement. And that's what we're working on now, is working with our congressional delegation to ensure that we have enforcement on that. And as was stated, yes, I'm a huge proponent of the Alaska Marine Highway System. And I see Craig Tornga here, and he has been a gift to the Marine Highway System. I don't know if he has spoken yet, but God bless him. He has given the Marine Highway some direction. We're working on the new TRV, which is a beautiful thing. And so I'm not going to berate that or continue on with that because I'm sure you got an earful from Craig, but if you didn't, stop me because I can give you an earful. And with that, I'll pass it on. Hi, I'm Representative Sarah Hannon. I represent this sunny burb, Juneau, where it's always sunny, right? I serve on the Finance Committee this term, so not into the weeds on a lot of bills. As opposed to priorities, I'm going to tell you about a couple things that are sending my warning lights off, especially because we're from across the region. But for the first time in a number of years, one of the House committees is going to hear a capital move bill. The leadership in the House is heavily weighted in the Mat-Su Valley. Those bills have always introduced in the 6 years I've served. We've never had a hearing on it, but they're going to have a hearing. And I assume we will have a full tilt response from our region and the diversity of rural. And I know there's some folks here in Anchorage and South Central, and maybe you're advocates for it. But what I always like to say is a balanced economy requires that you don't put everything in a state in one place. So as much as we could argue Anchorage is the population hub and an economic hub, we shouldn't also make it the hub for everything. And across this region, we understand that a capital move is devastating to our entire region. And we can argue about the politics of it, and we have throughout our state history,
but gear up because it's on the horizon and we're going to be talking about it. Not a good thing. Not a good thing when we have a lot of structural needs in agencies that we are not putting the money towards. I don't think I hear from a constituent who says, could you do less law enforcement? Could you plow our roads less often? Could you make sure that that ferry never returns to Yakutat, which we've now, we are approaching a year, or is it over a year since Yakutat's had a ferry and the summer schedule doesn't have it again? I hear from people consistently, they want more service. And there's a lot of rhetoric around the governor introduced a flat budget, but it's not flat. There's a lot of supplementals that need to get added in. And with inflation and costs, corrections is one of the growing budgets. It's the downstream recipient of whatever we're doing with laws and enforcement and people sitting without trials. More than half the people in our correction system are untried, right? So, and we talk about immediately at the Finance Committee, the cost of overseeing a 24/7 institution, and it's real and it's expensive, but all those inflationary pressures face all of our schools, all of our local governments. The one thing I would say of big politics that's happening up there is there's a lot of dialogue and probably a lot of money around the rail belt, energy needs, transmission line. That's good for us, even though we're not this region, right? We don't benefit from that, but the politics of it are going to be, if we're going to put a couple $100 million in a transmission line for the rail belt, then we want to see whether we can build up the AEA grant program, get rural projects out there to complete some of the energy projects, because rural energy is expensive. I'm not telling you anything earth-shattering. So don't be opposed to supporting South Central Alaska's needs and articulated concerns, because the trade-off is it's not that transmission line for us, but we need energy projects that are scaled to our region and our communities. And we share that with everyone who is not on the rail belt. I could go on, but I'm going to pass the wand and just do a shout out. I think all my former students are seated at one table just so I can scold them.
Two mics.
Two mics.
Okay, is that one on? Okay, very good. All right, well, so I'm Rebecca Himshoot, House District 2, that's Heidelberg up to Yakutat, 500 coastal miles, 21 communities, 11 school districts, 10 tribes, and 9 village corporations. So it is a tremendous honor to be at this table. I'm sitting here with people with a lot more experience than I have. Last year when we were here, my brain was spinning. I had no idea what to even try to talk about. This year, my brain is still spinning, but at a slower speed, so I'm getting there. And I have a long list of things I want to just touch on lightly, and we'll get over to Andy's story over here. So a concern I have in our region is really kind of across rural Alaska, but I'm focused on my district and the southeast communities. Matching funds for all of this federal money that's flowing into the state, thanks to Joe Biden and Lisa Murkowski. If we don't have the matching money, we can't bring those projects home. So going to be looking for solutions to that. I'm staying focused and learning a lot more on the transboundary mining issues. Shout out to Cari-Ann. Thank you for working on getting a seat at the table. I'm very concerned about public broadcasting. I'm going to also shout out one of my communities, Petersburg, for their efforts on November 20th, and my other communities down in Prince of Wales who are going through their own kind of hell for a neighbor district community of Wrangell. I don't need any of us to relive that trauma today, but I'm shouting out those communities because they pulled together and they helped, which is what we do. One of the things that kept things on the rails that horrible, horrible night and through the days after that was public broadcasting. Having a radio station with a body in it, able to tell the community what was happening, was really pretty vital. And those public broadcasters are struggling across the state. And love it or hate it, we all use it and we all need it, and it's very community centered. And at the end of the day, when an emergency happens, the first thing you do is turn your radio on. You might check Facebook and there might be something there, but what you really know is going to be the information you need is going to come through your radio. I'm going to let Andy Story talk more about education, but I did retire from a 30-year career in education back on November 2nd because I needed one more elementary school Halloween. So I got through that and then retired. I have a lot to say about education as a 30-year educator. But as concerns the communities in this room today, when we increase the base student allocation, we lift all ships. So whatever schools you have, whether it's a homeschool program or a charter program or your regular neighborhood schools, when we increase the BSA, all of those ships are lifted. And then on top of that, I'll just say in most of our communities, we're lucky to keep one school open. We're not looking to add other types of schools. So supporting the very best public schools we can have serves all Alaskans. And then I just want to talk for a minute about House Bill 201, which is a specific bill, my bill, that came actually from Prince of Wales. The folks in Prince of Wales came to my office, pointed out the problem, told me the impact of that problem and said, we have a solution. And that never happens. I'm learning it's always the problem and never the solution. So I've just put their plan in motion and have gotten an incredible amount of support with this bill. The bill basically takes the residency standards for hunting and fishing and matches those to the residency standards to receive the dividend. A person who wants to hunt and fish and trap in Alaska does not have to get the dividend, but you have to have been in the state at least 6 months to have the resident license fees and to have the resident bag limits. So I'm going great guns on that bill and had tremendous support from across the region. I have 7 different assemblies providing support, letters of support or resolutions. 4 organizations, including the Safari Club International of Alaska, Tanana Chiefs has sent us a letter. I think Plinkett and Haida is working on it, AFN's working on it. And then 6 different advisory committees have voted support, and I have a meeting with another one coming up. I want to point out that those advisory committees, yep, 3 of them are here, or 6 of them are here. It's 9. 6 of them are here in Southeast. But then I have also the Upper Tanana 40-mile Fish and Game Advisory Committee, Eagle Fish and Game Advisory Committee, and Minto Nanana Fish and Game Advisory Committee. So this issue that was brought from Southeast is getting statewide support. And I don't, they always say don't get too attached to your bill, but I'm starting to get really attached to this bill because the problem that people on Prince of Wales brought to me is a problem across the state. And those are the problems that we need to be fixing. And then the last thing I want to say is our communities need capital funding. I see it, we know it. It's hard to get from the state right now, but I know that Sean Seat's going to make a miracle happen down on Prince of Wales. I know that Petersburg Medical Center is the future of that community. I know that if Sitka doesn't get a new police department, we're never going to be able to staff. I know that Yakutat needs ferries to come in, and they've done, Yakutat, you've been getting some grants and getting some stuff done. Thank you. And the state needs to help. So I want you to know that I hear and I see the needs, and we'll do everything we can, but our resources are limited, and it's going to be a fight, and I'm here for the fight. So I'm going to pass it to Andy Story.
Thank you, everyone. I'm not on.
Here, you want this one? Forgot to mention you were on HBO.
Oh, there we go. It's good to be here. I see so many people out there, and I know how hard you work for your communities. And so thank you. Nothing more important than our communities and making sure that we are thriving, and they are thriving. And one thing that is really good about the coalition that we belong to is we are really concerned about the people of this state. We want to be a part of stopping out-migration and be a part of working to have good in-migration too. And we need to set up some foundational pieces in our state government that we have been going back on. And of course, we want to be providing our essential services so people are getting their permitting done on time, so they are getting their licensing done on time. And we need workers. We need to be implementing things that make people want to stay here and work for essential services and help our businesses. And so we've got some really bright spots working towards that way. One of them, I would say, is the Senate is sent over the defined benefits bill to the House. That is something that is near and dear to the Senate majority. And we have to remember that this defined benefits program is not like the old programs. This is our old retirement. This is a hybrid program, and there's shared risk. And so it's over at on the state side right now. I'm going to be on a subcommittee. We're going to be getting started, and we're going to be looking at what do we need to do to strengthen our retirement system. And we're going to start with looking at that bill. And so that's really important. When I look at the workforce, which that's part of it, we've got the Alaska Performance Scholarship Bill. That's going to help our students right now who are taking strong curriculum. This is modernizing that program and getting more kids to choose local, whatever post-secondary education they want. We're raising the amount of money. We're making it, they're more timely notified, so they're aware of it, but we're helping to build that worker pipeline. I also think that when we have another stellar bill, and that's we've got a family paid leave bill, House Bill 100, that everyone here, I think, would want to be taking a look at, because these are the sort of bright spots. I want this legislative session to put out some things that says Alaska is open for business and we like our families here. And this is families of all ages. If unfortunately, this would be free to state employees, this would just be to them. And then municipalities could opt into it. Businesses could opt into it. It's a very affordable program. We have other states who are doing this. We're learning from other states about what they're doing to keep workers. And so that just moved out of House Labor and Commerce. And I'm mentioning that to you today because this group, I think, really needs to look at that piece of legislation and let us know what you're thinking, because there's a lot of support, but we need more support for that to happen. I have to mention education. We have flat funded the base student allocation for 8 years now. I look at all of you, I know you're facing increased costs, inflation. We just have cut everything that we can cut. And we need to make a significant investment. And many people are championing that, and we need to keep working together. But it's so important. The governor is important. He needs to feel and hear from the community if that's important to you. He's part of our constitutional obligation to fund education. And so we appreciate, we know I've heard from many of you that is, just when we think of our kids, our grandkids, we want them to have a stellar education. And we want Alaska to be known for that. We want people to think, hey, Alaska, they're doing really good things. It's true with our apprenticeship programs. We want to make sure we are funding those. And then I wanted to mention the governor, and it's been put into a couple bills. They're looking at the Alaska Housing Financing Corporation. And in fact, there's a hearing, I think today or tomorrow, on strengthening that bill for first-time home buyers. So it's like we have to do things that are making it affordable to live here, and giving hope to people that we are providing those essential services and these foundational pieces. And of course, we've all have been coming in here, fiscal plan. Where is that fiscal plan? Because there are some interventions, I wouldn't say interventions, but I'd say investments that Alaska needs to make. And that costs money. And so are we going to make some of these investments? And we should make some of these investments. What could we not be doing? I tell you, and you know it, we've been cutting for several years. And so that is really hard. So we need to see what could come forward from this group. Are we going to roll up our sleeves and really try and do things that make a difference for moving Alaska forward? And I'm hoping we hear pressure from all of you to say, come on, it's an election year, sure, but you can make some tough decisions. You guys sent us here to make some tough decisions. And anyway, I just know you guys care as deeply as we do, and let's move Alaska forward.
Wow. You four women powerful legislators are tough acts to follow. I have to say that. So, but I'm honored to be here and I'll do the best I can, guys. I'll do the best I can. My name is Dan Ortez and I am in my 10th year of representing what was formerly District 36 and now District 1, which is Southern Southeast Alaska. And it continues to be quite the honor and privilege for me to be able to be in that position. And one of my favorite things to do is to be able to interact with people from my district. And I look out across this particular room and I see a number of different people filling a number of different roles, being good community representatives. I see two of our mayors here, Mayor Metlakatla and Mayor of Ketchikan. I see members of our borough assembly in Ketchikan. I see lots of different folks from city government that are out there. And again, what I see are people who are dedicated and who are willing to roll up their sleeves and to try to make their communities better, which is, of course, what Representative Story just was speaking about. And so, you know, they kind of covered the bases. So I'm going to be very brief as to the specifics, you know, of what I want to say here. I am serving in my 8th year on the House Finance Committee, and you know, it's every year it's the same thing. It's how much revenue do we have in that particular given year? What's the projected revenue? And then what are the needs and what are the demands on that particular revenue? And it's not an easy job because every year the demands are pretty much unlimited. And, you know, the revenue, of course, is always limited for sure. And what we've heard in this last round of presentations by the Office of Management and Budget is that the projections are that revenue for these next couple of years is going to be tight in terms of how much money we have to appropriate, largely because, you know, the future is going to get better, but what makes it so tight here in these next couple of years is that, you know, the major producers up on the North Slope are making some investments at Pica and Willow, and those investments are significant in the billions of dollars. And it's good that those investments are happening and, you know, jobs will be created for that and it'll be helpful to our economy. But the downside of that is that invested money then can be taken off as a tax write-off for their obligations to the state. So, and so the problem is in the short term, revenue is going to be reduced more than it would be without those large investments that are able to be written off by those major producers. And so on the good front, you know, several years down the road, after we take advantage of those investments, then, you know, the revenue should be picking up again because you have increased production, more barrels of oil produced per day. And so therefore, later on down the road, revenue is going to look a lot better. But I'm here for the here and now, and so we have some challenges that are out there. And those challenges were highlighted pretty well by some of the previous speakers here. I think as we look at the immediate future and the mid to long-term future, we have to start paying more attention to capital investment. I know from the communities that I represent that the capital needs are real and they're important and they're all about providing for our future, providing for economic growth, providing for infrastructure that supports jobs and that supports the economy long-term. And it's been neglected. Our capital investment, our capital budget is down significantly from where it was 5 to 10 years ago. And that's a concern because things are getting more expensive and it's getting harder and harder to address these deferred maintenance issues that are out there. And so if we don't start really putting some money into it soon, then it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get more of a struggle. So that's really what I want to see happen in this particular legislation. Yes, money's tight, but I think we need to start appropriating more money into the capital budget. And I'm going to be working real hard from my seat on the finance table to help try to see that that happens. It's challenging though, because right now we're looking at a nearly $1 billion deficit in the governor's submitted budget. And and that's without any increase to the BSA in the governor's budget, none at all. And so, where are we going to get the money? But I'm going to be advocating hard for it because that's what I'm hearing from my communities that is needed to happen. And so I'm going to push hard, and I'm not going to apologize for that. Other than that, obviously one of the big issues right now is where are we going to end up in terms of education investment? Are we going to be able to significantly increase the BSA? I come from, as many of you know, a background of public education service, 32 years. Sorry, 2 more years than you, Representative Hannon. In any case, I will, you know, I'm not going to apologize for that. It's our constitutional obligation. We have 2 things to do as a legislature that we have to do under our Constitution. We have to provide for public safety of all of our residents throughout the state of Alaska, and we have to adequately provide for the education of our students ages 5 to 18 who attend public schools. It's not a debatable thing. It's not an optional thing. It's a constitutional mandated thing. And so I'm going to be working hard for that. And in doing so, I'm not going to apologize because it's right there in the Constitution. We all swear to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Alaska. And it's quite clear. And frankly, we've been failing on that particular obligation over the last number of years. And it's getting clearer and clearer that districts are having harder time keeping their teachers. Their buildings are starting to really struggle with deferred maintenance issues. There's just lots out there that we're not doing right now for education, and we need to start doing it. With that said, again, happy to be here. And again, such an honor and privilege to see so many friendly faces out there and folks that I know are doing great things throughout the state of Alaska. And so thank you for the opportunity.
All right, so we'll go straight to questions. So thank you all. Hi, Mayor Smith.
Albert Smith, Mayor of Metlakatla. A couple of things, if I remember correctly. If not all of you, most of you are retired teachers, correct?
3 of us.
3? Okay, well, majority. Please do not give up the fight on the BSA. We're here to support you. Metlakatla will support all of you in this fight. I actually chased Chief of Staff to the door to ask him where they stand on it. I got a big runaround answer, as you would figure. But please keep up the effort for the kids. It's our future. I know that's kind of cliche, but it's facts. Secondly, I don't know how much you guys know about the invasive species of European green crab. And it's, I see some nods up there like you're aware of it. It's a big deal. And I see Metlakatla and Mid Islands Reserve as ground zero for finding them. And in order for them to get to Mid Island, they've had to have crossed through state waters. And these critters, like most shellfish, they migrate in the tide. So they're floating along in the tide after they spawn, and once they get heavy enough, they settle down. So we're watching in the past years, it started in Washington and work its way up through Canada. I got some facts from just in case you didn't know. We got some scientific data saying there's some of the green crabs come from the West Coast through their DNA work, and some of it is from the West Coast of Haida Gwaii, I believe. And again, the scary thing is that they're thinking that they're going to be able to adapt with the warmer water climate and the climate changes that are happening. They're going to be able to adapt to Alaskan waters, it should, you know, pardon my French, it should scare the hell out of everybody. As these are nasty little critters. They dig up the eelgrass, which I've said at this conference before. I grew up knowing it as a crabgrass, so it's a habitat, and they don't just cut it down; they uproot it. So that's where Dungeness, young salmon, all the little shellfish, clams, cockles, gooey ducks, everything that we love is going to be threatened by these. And to don't know if the battle could be won, but if you don't do nothing, you're definitely going to lose. So I'm here to try to spread the word and get it out there. I did have a box of stuff that was coming that included some t-shirts, some flyers, a lot of information, but thanks to the mail service, it's somewhere in Washington for some reason, bouncing around the Kent, Washington triangle, Bermuda Triangle of mail. So it didn't make it here. Maybe it'll get here tonight, and if it does, I'll have it all out here tomorrow for whoever gets to stay. But I do want to say that if anybody's here from KIC, we are working with our neighboring tribe, and they're interested in helping, and the more we can get involved, the better. One thing we've learned just in learning from the tribes down in Washington and keeping close contact with some of them and the issues they come across is if you try to keep them at bay, it's helping. If you wait too long, they're catching them in the hundreds of thousands to close to 1 million a season down there. Right now, for us on that island, we're short-staffed. We did get some funding. It's a 3-year process, and it came from. It's a long one too. Give me a second. Bear with me. Administration for Native Americans Environmental Regulatory Enhancement Program. That's a tongue twister. But it's a 3-year funding opportunity for us, and we were able to get it. We're trying to build a program that specifically goes after this problem, and it will be a problem not just for us. It's going to be a problem for everybody unless we do something about it. So please, among districts and all their communities you guys represent up there, could you please look a little deeper into it? And that's about all I got on it. And I hope that I hope you hear me loud and clear. I'll keep bringing it up every conference. That Robert will give me a mic. I'll bring it up every time. He might stop giving me the mic. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, if I could respond to that, Robert. Mayor Smith, hear you loud and clear. Thanks for being the bellwether for the whole state on the issue of the green crabs. But there are other species we need to be thinking about too, flora and other fauna. And there is a statewide partnership on invasives, but that needs to be formalized. And I cannot promise you a bill this session, but we are looking at it in my office and doing a little bit deeper dive. And we intend to have a bill out next session, if I get reelected, to formalize what the state does and bring together the various partners. You know, there's a lot of federal work on this. And I know the tribes are stepping up as well. So we just need to get the state a little more organized and see if we can support your work, plus the other invasives around the state. And as the climate changes, it's only going to increase. So I hear you loud and clear.
I'm going to comment that you raised the exact point that I was trying to make, in that there's one person at the Department of Natural Resources to deal with invasive plants. And he could use, as he says, the herbicide they use for Elodea is something like $1,000 a 5-gallon bucket. And it's a plant that transmits a lot on planes, and he doesn't have any budget to fly it out there. Fish and Game has 2 people, I think. It might be 3 on Fish and Game's budget. Their budget, like all state budgets, came in flat. So they need more resources to do it. And so we're probably all on board, but we need other legislators to understand this isn't bloated growing government. This is identifying a problem and the state responding and saying, we need the resources, and that's money with personnel and contracts to get the research out there and the techniques to stop it. With Elodea, we have an herbicide. I don't know how we stop green crab, but I am sure that scientists have some strategies, and it all takes money. But when the politics are, we can't grow any government, you don't want to add any money. By the time we get around to deciding that we're going to put some money towards it, it's going to be too late. We're going to have lost resources. So keep advocating for it, because we need to put money in the budgets. Yeah.
The process is, we're trapping them, and the invasive species program, well, they'll give you this little trap. It looks similar to a shrimp trap, but the ones they have are collapsible, and we've learned that our own shrimp pots here in Southeast, the smaller ones, not the big commercial ones, and are catching them intertidal. So it's using traps to catch them, and that takes manpower, and it's not something you can't go put any pesticides out there. It's on your beaches, right? So you got to catch them. But they compete, and I've seen them in the pots myself, crowding a small Dungeness, like attacking. So it's not a good thing. I mean, I'm here to tell you. And the more research you do on it, the more you'll figure out. There's quite a bit out there. You can reach out. I'll give you my card and reach out to me, and I'll send you all the stuff you could want to know on it.
I don't need any more nightmares, but thank you.
You're
Crayfish
gonna
and
get one
Kodiak.
whether you like it or not. So there you go.
Other questions? I know, thank you for your defense of the Capitol, but you read headlines like Southeast has lost 20% of the state workers. You read stories that there's 10 commissioners stuck at the Anchorage airport trying to get down to the state of the state. And you wonder how much the Capitol's already moved. Is there a way to stop that creep, or meaning the creep of jobs going out of region?
When a governor is elected and chooses to not make his home base or her home base the capital city, and then allows the cabinet to live wherever they want, that sets a tone. The pandemic brought us the opportunity for remote work, and there is a downside to that for us, as far as the rank and file state workers working from, if you can work from home here, why wouldn't you work from home somewhere else? But I think when you elect a governor who sets a tone that you don't have to live in the capital city even during the session, weather in January shouldn't surprise Alaskans, right? And most of Alaska had weather that delayed functions all through January. It just happened to, make a really bad headline for us at a time that inspired them to go. And the same day that we couldn't get here, the Parks Highway was shut down for 6 hours because it was glare ice. So we wouldn't have driven to Willow either.
I have a comment on that. Quite a few, but, and I don't think I said that my name is Andy Story, and I have the privilege of representing Haines, Skagway, Cluckwan, and the Northern Valley here in Juneau and Gustavus. So I'm sorry about that, because it really is an honor. One thing I just feel is really important is recognizing what we have built here in Juneau. And I have to thank the Alaska Committee. I have to thank the local Chamber of Commerce, our local citizens who have really put together an amazing campus up there. You could all call in, testify. We've got the best technology. We have improved our cameras. We have built something that would be very expensive to replicate in another part of the state. And we don't have, well, we've gone through votes before where we haven't had the resources or wanted to spend. Alaskans have not wanted to spend that money to move to somewhere else. But I just wanted to say that there's been a lot of persistence of this community, support from the Southeast region that we have, with the capital is here and we've got the infrastructure for it. We just had the assembly building. We've just put in wonderful housing for legislators. And I think we've got one person who is living in that housing on this table here. So thank you for all you guys have done. I really appreciate it.
And I will personally thank you. They're lovely apartments. I feel privileged to have an opportunity to have one of the apartments just kitty corner from the Capitol. I can look out the window and see my office, and when the lights come on, I think they beat me there again.
And excuse me, I have to add one other thing. I see we do have Commissioner Designee Munoz in the room. And so I am looking forward to having a commissioner living in Juneau.
Yep. Dave Kiefer, Mayor City of Ketchikan. And actually we have a commissioner living in Ketchikan, so it helps a little bit. But yeah, your point is well taken, that as I think the word creep was used, and it's true. You know, I've watched over 20 years as how, you know, Juneau is, you know, it's just the number of state employees that have gone north or elsewhere. Quick question, Senator Murkowski was very clear, reminding us that we need to remind you that all this free money from DC for the ferry system comes with a state price tag. And given other issues, I don't think anyone in this room feels particularly confident that when push comes to shove, the state administration is going to pony up for that. So I guess I'm giving you the opportunity here to tell us what you're going to do about that to make sure, because we're all waiting for new ferry stuff.
Well,
go
ahead.
Louise, you want to?
No, go
No,
ahead.
I am very much aware of the, first of all, the great work that our congressional delegation has done to set aside monies, much needed monies to help revive our marine highway system, both in operations and in replacement of fleet and repair of fleet. Several years ago, before those appropriations were set aside, I was really feeling bleak about the future of the marine highway system, really bleak. With that effort, that successful effort that was made, you know, I'm much more optimistic. But Mayor Kiefer is right. We have an obligation in order to take advantage of those appropriations to come up with the necessary match. After the transportation presentation this morning, I caught up with Deputy Commissioner Keith about that very issue, and you know, more or less directly inquired as to whether or not the governor is going to have the necessary match money in his budget in order to qualify for those particular funds. And she assured me that in fact that money is there. And so that was good news to hear, because from my own senator, Senator Stedman, I heard some concern about that particular issue. But the proof will be in the pudding here. There's going to be another supplemental, suggested supplemental appropriations coming out of the governor's office, I believe, by the 15th of February, if I'm not mistaken. And we're all going to be looking to see whether or not those match monies are there. I was told today that they would be, so we'll see what happens. But in any case, very much aware of the issue, very much dialed into the issue, and I'm gonna, you know, do the best that I can. And I know that I have a partner in my Senator Stedman, for him to do the best that he can to make sure that we meet our obligations, so that we don't lose any of those potential appropriations that can truly revive our system. And with that said, I failed to mention that I share Representative Stutz's compliments towards our new director, Craig Tornga. And I think he is, very much dialed in onto that particular issue as well. And I thank him for that. And I'll just take this opportunity because I didn't say it earlier. Craig, how are we doing on return to Prince Rupert?
And yeah.
So anyway, that's obviously a big issue to me, but I divert. Go ahead. Dame.
No, I think you covered it pretty well. I had the same conversation this morning with the deputy commissioner and with my own senator, who happens to be the president of the Senate, which helps. And as Representative Ortiz said, his senator happens to be a co-chair of finance. So between the two of us, we've got some pretty heavy power on the other side, and they're huge supporters of the Marine Highway as well. And I think that, I'll tell you what, to be real frank, I will tell you what has saved the Marine Highway system. You people, Alaskans. What was it, 6 years ago when we figured the Marine Highway system was a goner? And I happened to be the chair of the Transportation Committee. And we took our committee up and down the coast. We broke every single record that has ever been kept at the Capitol with people testifying. They want their ferries. So we really need to give all of you people here a big thanks, because it was because your voices were heard that we're on our way to hopefully a sustainable, long-term Marine Highway system. And don't kid yourself, it isn't going to be what it used to be. It's going to be a new system that's sustainable, that is going to be, it's always going to have to be subsidized by the state, just like our roads are. It's a road and it will always require subsidies. But, just like Kodiak, right now we get a ferry, 3 times a week, maybe 4 times a week. And it's like I've told my constituents, look, if we get a ferry twice a week and we know it's coming in on Tuesday and we know it's coming in on Friday and it's going to be at the dock, we're lucky. So, thank you to all of you for the support.
Thanks. Mr. Erickson's question. Oh, I just had a quick comment. I'm John Erickson with the city and borough of Yakutat. I'm sure you may have heard of it. Is it not working? Okay. Closer to my mouth. Okay. I'm here with Martha Inderlin, my planner, and Larry Bemis from the assembly. I guess what I wanted to point out to you is we are a case study of having ferry transportation and then having it go away and how it affects us. And that's something that I would have never imagined, that right now, for example, if you have a used car and it's worth $10,000, are you going to spend $7,000 to send it out to get it fixed? No, plus the cost of fixing it. So those cars are just stacking up. And also contractors and all the other people that like to come in on the ferries and take care of us. It is really a case study, and it's probably cost us at least 5% in inflation and 5% in lost revenue. But I just thought I'd mention that. Thank you so much, and we love you all. And Ortiz and Story, just because you don't mention Yakutat, I still like you.
And John, I'm just going to add to that, the mammogram van. That can't get to Yakutat. We have problems.
I was just a couple of remarks back, but I want to remind everybody that the last governor who required everybody to live in, all the commissioners to live in Juneau, was Frank Murkowski. And I'm sure he'll be glad I told you that.
I knew it, that's why I was looking at you, Jim.
That's interesting.
Hello, I'm Patricia Phillips, Mayor for the City of Pelican. I'm privileged to sit next to these other mayors. We had one of our presenters talk about an executive order saying something about switching up the AMHOB board. And I would really strongly recommend that you pass some sort of legislation that recognizes the expertise that our AMHOB board brings to the table, that really represent the communities that live in the region and across the whole coast. Thank you.
Well, I can respond to that because that happened to be my bill. And that was a bipartisan, bicameral bill, that AmHub board. And it passed the House unanimously. It passed the Senate unanimously. I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth, but I'm hoping to work with the administration, and I'm hoping that there's an opportunity for that EO to be withdrawn, but I don't want to speak ahead of myself. And I am working in that direction because it's a valuable board. I agree with you. And we have local representation, we have people with expertise, and it would be a sad day to see all of those appointments made by the governor, any governor, not just this one, but any governor. Because currently, 2 are made by the Senate president, 2 are made by the Speaker of the House, 2 are made by the governor. You know, that's a pretty well-rounded board. So I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
I want to just make sure, because we get a lot of communications about the EOs, and it's kind of a strange process. So we have a 60-day countdown going on from the day the governor introduced him. I think that's March 15th in our count. And the legislature must, for it not to go into law, has to reject it with a resolution of rejection in a joint session. So we are struggling to have the committees on each body hear it, because that's what it calls for in our uniform rules, and then potentially draft a resolution, and then get to a majority vote from each body to call a joint session. So make sure you've communicated with your electeds and your allies and others to get us to a joint session, because if we don't, they all go into effect automatically.
Our question comes from Jim Decker.
Doesn't have to be joint?
Doesn't have to be, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't have to be a joint session. Each body can vote on it, and it has to be a majority of the body. That's what I was told by Ledge Legal. So I'm hearing that's not true. So don't take my word for it.
She was a speaker, but yeah.
Representatives, thanks for coming. I now I'm working with the Pacific Seafood Processors Association, a new position for me and kind of an interesting time to take this position. I know Nicole has been in contact with a lot of you already from PSPA about what's happening in our communities with our fishermen and processors in the seafood industry. It's not pretty. We estimate that the Alaska economy took about a $2 billion hit last year, about $1 billion in first wholesale value of the fish, and another $1 billion in extraneous spending. 2024 doesn't look any better. And in fact, the communities are just starting to feel impacts. They're going to continue and get worse in the communities most likely. So we are trying to really educate people about what exactly we see happening on the market side and things like that, and develop consensus broadly in the industry around some actions that can be taken at the federal and the state level. I understand the legislature will be seeing a resolution of support for those federal actions, so we'd appreciate your support on that. But more importantly, on the state actions, we'd appreciate your support. We'll be sending some more information out. It's not ready quite yet, but kind of stay tuned, and we look forward to working closely with you. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Well, in response to that, I know just recently we sent a letter to our federal delegation encouraging the purchase of the seafood that the USDA had promised they would purchase and had not, for schools, for low income, for senior citizens across the country. So we're painfully aware of it. Coming from Kodiak, as you might know, we just had Trident say they were going to close, and we also have another smaller cannery in Larson Bay that's not going to be processing this year. So that's a huge hit. 15 years ago, we had about, I think 12 to 14 processors in Kodiak. And if Trident closes, I would consider us to have 2.5, and the half is Silver Bay, because they're moving up, but they're not, and we just won't have the capacity to process the fish. So it's huge, and I hear what you're saying, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Look at what Alaska's doing with mariculture.
Yes.
It's huge. We are going to be on the forefront of that, and it's going to be a real opportunity. And we have some brilliant people working in the mariculture industry, and we're very fortunate. And I see my friend Robert over here. And so the last thing I'm going to say is just remember this. We have a mandate to support our schools. We have no mandate to pay a PFD.
Okay, well, I do want to thank you personally for the lunch and learn you did this week on mariculture. That was a packed room with a lot of competition in the building. So it was a great opportunity. Thank you for that. We're really excited about what that brings to it, to the state of Alaska and all of our regions. And thank each of you. I take a look at the committees that you're on, the subcommittees you're on, the hours you spend in public meetings on top of that. And it's a Herculean effort that we all do appreciate. And as a token, please thank our elected leaders for their time and participation here. We're going to take a break. We're going to be ready to start right at 2 o'clock. So
meeting with Department of Department of Energy officials, but Tim Sandstrom, I believe, is there in the audience. He's our chief operating officer, and anything I miss, he can clearly fill in, and probably a little bit more. A little bit about AEA. I think a lot of you know that we do a lot of railbelt energy. We own the Bradley Lake hydropower, as well as transmission lines on the Kenai and transmission lines from Willow to Healy. And we also recently had GRIP funding, which we'll talk about in a minute, of a $413 million project. We also do the power cost equalization program, which has been wildly successful, and very proud of the AEA team. We were able, through the legislature, to get additional body last year, and that's allowed us to catch up 100% in community, including community facilities, as far as making sure PCE payments are out in a timely fashion. A lot of stuff in rural Alaska, powerhouse upgrades, bulk fuel upgrades. In addition to doing an analysis, we completed our inventory and assessment analysis of everything on our powerhouse side. Now we're going and doing our bulk fuel tanks. So we can work with the community in real time to understand what the situation is and have current manuals, all computerized, and everything available for people. So people on the ground, as well as our circuit riders, can help identify problems. Renewable energy and energy efficiency, there's so much to talk about on that front. We have a great team of individuals led by Audrey Ahlstrom on that side. Talk a little bit more about that. Grants and loans, we have the REF program that we are currently in round 16. And then we have our loan program, our PPF loan program. And then we do a lot in energy planning. And most recently with the Governor's Energy Task Force, which I'll talk about in a minute also. We'll go to the next slide. This is just a snapshot of AEA's active projects and services this month. We operate across the board, whether it's rural power system upgrades, bulk fuel, transmission lines, electric vehicles, solar, wind, storage opportunities, in addition to the transmission lines that we own and operate, including Bradley. Next slide. One of our biggest things that we did this last year is the governor tasked putting together an Alaska Energy Security Task Force. Robert sat as one of the members of it, as did Duff Mitchell. I'm not sure if he's in the audience today, but we met 11 different times over the course of the summer and the fall. We had over 60 subcommittee meetings and over 150 hours of public meetings. And then in addition to that, we did an energy symposium hosted by the University of Alaska with 16 hours of on-demand learning where you can go back and look at Nuclear 101 or PCE 101 and that experience. So to kind of move people and the public along with the task force. The subcommittee created, or the different subcommittees created over 60 preliminary actions for consideration, which is huge. We did break it up a little differently. We have the rail belt, transmission, generation, and storage, coastal generation and storage, and distribution also, rural generation, distribution, and storage, as well as the state energy data. And then we also looked at incentives and subsidies, and then what type of regulations or statute changes we would need to implement this. One thing I think it's important to know is this document is a living document in the sense that the governor had hoped that we will revisit this next year as there'll be more of an implementation of this plan. Some of this plan you'll see in what the governor's introduced in the legislature. Some legislators have taken this plan and introduced legislation. But as that legislation progresses, some will be successful, some will not, and we'll work and handle that as it comes, because all these are different levers. You know, I wouldn't think that there's a silver bullet, but there's definitely silver buckshot in a wide spread of things that could make a difference, but there's not one that's going to really lower the price to 10-cent power, but it's sure a goal to achieve, to shoot for, and every region is going to be a little bit different. Next slide. A little bit about Bradley Hydro Project. You know, I'm kind of speaking, you know, this is a South Central project, and I'm talking to the Southeast Conference. But I think it's really important to note that this is the largest hydro project in the state of Alaska, and it delivers 4-cent power, which we get to experience, at least with this project, what Juneau gets to experience with their hydro. And really, when we had the issues the last 2 weeks when it's been extremely cold, we had Bradley was providing the maximum amount of power it could across the transmission lines. The biggest limitation of Bradley is its transmission lines and the sizing of them. And then another one is to look at the fact that AEA partners with the railroad utilities, and we're looking at a Dixon diversion project. Next slide. The Dixon diversion project is actually just 5 miles away. It's a similar, like this picture, there's a glacier and a lake, and then there's a river, and we want to divert water from that to a directional drill for 5 miles over to Bradley Lake. That would hopefully increase Bradley by 50%. We would need to raise the dam by about 14 feet. But it would estimated annual energy would be electrifying 24 to 30,000 homes. But more important than anything else, it offsets 1.5 billion cubic feet of natural gas on the rail belt. And the estimated completion could be as early as 2030. Why this is so important, not just to South Central Alaska, but to the state. And that is when you do a PCE calculation, you look at the cost of power in Anchorage, Fairbanks, and Juneau with a weighted average, and that's about 20 cents. So if we can lower the cost of power in the rail belt, and we could actually, that will per penny would increase the amount of money that we could put into rural Alaska for PCE. Because right now it's 20 cents, we go up to $1, so we cover that 80-cent spread. But if if the prices in Cook Inlet gets to 18 cents or 17 cents, now that's more money that we can put towards rural Alaska, according to the PCE formula that was established by the legislature years ago. And so really, if there's a benefit to the rail belt, there's a benefit to rural Alaska. Next slide. Alaska Intertie, again, this is a project from Willow to Healy, but I think it's important to note that as the state has invested money in projects, this actually has saved the Fairbanks consumers about $37 million because they can buy power cheaper in Anchorage than produce it on their own. And this is long-standing benefits. And so that's one of the things when we look to the governor's legislation and we look to what the governor is trying to do, and that is just trying to make investments in infrastructure that eventually is going to lower the cost of power across the board. So again, a huge cost savings. And when we look at the PCE, The PCE is about $48 million we put into rural Alaska every year through the Power Cost Equalization Program. And here, just the ownership of this one line is $37 million. So the rail belt or urban Alaska benefits greatly, as does the PCE program. They are, to me, linked together. Next slide. Talking about the Power Cost Equalization Program, the biggest change that we've seen in the last couple of years, or it was about 2 years ago, the legislature increased the residential kilowatt from 500 to 750 kilowatt, which increased the funds budgeted from about $30-some million to $48 million for fiscal year 2024. And then also public facilities at 70 kilowatts. And we're seeing a benefit in rural Alaska because they are not capped anymore at 500. And this, of course, is done by the Power Cost Equalization Endowment Program, or endowment that is managed by the Permanent Fund Corporation. We anticipate that, if the first $48 million of earnings will go to the PCE, the second goes to community assistance into rural Alaska. And then if there's money left over, then there's a cascading waterfall where it can go into it could go into bulk fuel loans, or it can go into powerhouse upgrades, or can be used in the Renewable Energy Fund. Next slide. Rural power system upgrades and bulk fuel upgrades. This is a challenge for the state. There's 197 eligible communities, a lot in interior Alaska and on southwest Alaska, but a lot in southeast. There's 400 rural bulk fuel facilities. We have active projects to help manage the O&M on those, if not complete replacement. But deferred maintenance is $300 million on powerhouses and $800 million on bulk fuel upgrade. And really our biggest challenge has been inflation. What would you normally cost $2 or $3 million in a power system upgrade is now $3, $4, $5 million for the same type of upgrade, new powerhouse. So those are some of our challenges. I did highlight that there's a little asterisk for $2 million, and we partner with the Denali Commission, but through the USDA grant, we recently got $2 million to put into rural Alaska. It does require a state match of 1.3, but we try to leverage as much as we can with the power system and our bulk fuel upgrades. Next slide. Electrical emergency. It's pretty dark on the one side. We have been successful with the legislature getting appropriated $200,000, which a normal electric emergency cost about $45,000 each. Some cost more, some cost less, but it's been a good average. But really, if we're unable to maintain or keep up on bulk fuel, and especially the powerhouses, we're going to see more electrical emergencies in rural Alaska. So it is a real balancing act, but we've been very supportive. And matter of fact, we had an electrical emergency this last year in Southeast Alaska that we responded to. Next slide. Renewable Energy Fund. This is, this actually dates back about 15 years. And Governor Dunleavy restarted this program back 4 years ago with what we call Round 13. $4.7 million was appropriated for 11 projects. Round 14, 27 projects and $15 million and then $17 million last year. And this year, the governor put money in the budget. And when we did round 16, which came out after the governor's budget, there's a $32 million ask by the Renewable Energy Advisory Committee to fully fund 24 projects. Last year, they did not fully fund all the projects, but it was a nice touch at 17 million. So we just have to work through the process on that. But I think it's important to note that just in the last 2 years, that Southeast Alaska has received over $10 million worth of money from the REF programs in various communities. 3 were recommended in round 16, which is the 15% of the total funds. And in round 15, 2 were awarded projects, but it amounted to 27% of the $17 million available. So this is a great program. I hope, and APA and South Central, the South Central Conference has always supported our projects there, and I would hope that be the case this time around. Next slide. Power Project Fund, or what we call PPF Loan Fund. We currently have $31 million outstanding in 16 loans. The largest loan is in Southeast Alaska with Halungnai outside of Ketchikan. We have currently pending applications of $750,000 of projects under review. And at this time, we have fully spent our cash balance. We have no more capital to loan out. And this is an issue that we've raised with the governor and the legislature to see if they would recapitalize this loan program. One of the reasons it's been so successful as of late is due to the Inflation Reduction Act, which can provide tax credits. This fund can be used as state match for a community. So they can borrow against this fund and use that towards their match for a federal grant. Current interest rates in January is 5.39. It's a trailing average of 12 months. And so it's usually real competitive and under the market. And that rate will fluctuate. But again, the program right now is going to be in abeyance until it can be refunded. Or not recapitalized, I meant. Apologize. Next slide. This is kind of the big project. AEA, along with the Railbelt Utilities, applied for what we call the Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnership, GRIP funding. And what our project is to lay an HVDC line, a high voltage direct current submarine cable from Kenai to over near Beluga. That will connect into the South Central system, and not only Anchorage, but benefit Fairbanks also. And we were successful. To kind of put this in context, there were over 700 concept papers and applications. 48 were selected out of the 700. And of those 48 selected, Alaskan AEA received the 5th highest amount of award. So it's really a home run for the team. It's a home run for the state of Alaska, because again, this goes back to, with a program like this where we can lower the cost of power and get redundancy that we don't currently have, that cost savings is going to be passed on through PCE and into rural Alaska. So this one is a real game changer for us. It does require a match of $206.5 million. And so that's a $413 million project. Needless to say, it's going to create a lot of new jobs during the construction of it, and be a game changer for us in Alaska, not just in South Central, but I think Alaska as a whole. And so please watch that as it kind of goes through the legislatures. We're looking for match. Doesn't all have to be in 1 year. It can be over multiple years. But it's just, this is the largest grant, one of the largest grants Alaska's ever received, and clearly the largest that AEA has ever received in our 45-year history. Next slide. This one I want to raise in particular, and that is we also have Grid Resilience, a formula grant. We call it the 401D program. And what this does is we receive formula funds of up to $60 million over the next 5 years. It does require a 15% match from the state, which is about $1.8 million a year. This is actually year 4 of receiving match. It's in the budget to receive the match. But what we're able to do is put money out to communities, and our focus really is to catalyze projects to increase grid resilience against disruptive events. And we've already received $22 million, and that funding, we are currently taking applications similar to like the REF program. You can find more information on our website. We've tried to put it out social media and through press releases, but whether it be SEPA or ALMP or Ketchikan, if there's transmission lines that this money can be used for, they can apply for it. And then on the heels of this $22 million, we're expecting another $17 million by year end. So we will hope to have 40 million of the 60 million being able to be dispersed in 2024. And so please look to that, because this is an active program, formula funding. It does require by federally, I believe, a 33% match by a local utility. But again, it's $60 million. It's literally on the street for people to apply for. So with that, next slide. One of my last things is the state of Alaska, the EV program. We've unlocked close to $30 million in electric vehicle. What we're required to do by law was to do the alternative fuel corridor, which was from Anchorage to Fairbanks. 9 sites were identified. And once those sites are installed and operational, then Federal Highway will let us spend the balance of the funds across the state on national highways. And as we all know, the Marine Highway System is recognized as part of the National Highway System. Therefore, there will be money available for the 30 communities in Southeast Alaska for charging stations, which I think is going to be huge, not only on the rail belt, but more importantly in Southeast Alaska. Probably by capital, Southeast Alaska will have more charging stations than South Central does. So kind of look for that coming down the pike. We've done 1 round of a state plan, the 2nd round. And again, I would just say kudos to the AEA team, because we were one of 6 states in the country that was able to submit our first plan and our second one, where we actually even had the Federal Highway Administrator come up and quote unquote unlock that second $19 million so we can start putting that on the street. So please look for that. I know that through our Volkswagen plan that there was some money for Southeast Conference, about $150,000. But please look for this next tranche as it goes through. Again, it'll probably be more towards the fall before we go out. We have to get these others operational on the rail belt before they let us unlock the second batch of money. But again, primarily recipient by per capita is going to be Southeast Alaska. Next slide. Couple things where we've been partnering. We've partnered actually with the EV program with Department of Transportation, and in this case, AEA, as the State Energy Office, receives $74 million for home efficiency rebates and home electrification and appliance rebates. But rather than AEA standing up a new program, we reached out and we partnered with Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, and they're actually going to take the lead on this program, and they're going to do the quote unquote the front office. We'll do the back office on support of this program because the money did go to AEA. So we do have federal reporting and accounting requirements that fall to us. But this money, you have to, the allotment of $74 million has been given notice to Alaska. Now we have to complete an application of how we expect to spend that money across the state that has to be approved. So probably look for this money not being available until the fall or early winter, because part of this is we have to go through the DOE approval process. But since Alaska Housing has an existing program and they've been successful in the past, we don't see that being a roadblock. And nice thing about this, there is no state match required for this $74 million. Next slide. This one, Black Rapids Training Site. This is more of an example of a partnership. We partnered with Golden Valley Electric, with the Office of Local Defense, with the Department of DOD, and what that was is to extend the transmission line out of out of Delta over to Black Rapids Training Center, which gets them off diesel and puts them as part of the grid. The DOD gave AEA $12.7 million to accomplish that. We partnered with Golden Valley. They actually were looking at this, but they didn't qualify by the definition, but AEA did. So we worked together closely with Golden Valley and to receive the grant funding. And actually the program has been successful that the military gave us an additional $3 million to kind of expand the program. But my purpose along this one is, if there's programs in Southeast Alaska in your community that for whatever reason you don't see that you qualify, but AEA might qualify, give us a call. We'd like to partner with you. And if we have to, just be a pass-through grant to you. But there's no reason why with this federal money that just because you don't qualify that we can't, that we want to work together on that. And there's other examples that we've done that with other programs, similar, like I said, with Alaska Housing Finance and others. So just keep in the back of your mind on that one. Next slide. And those other federal funding opportunities, Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund. That is one also we're coordinating with Alaska Housing Finance Corporation on. We've been working on a state energy plan. That's actually where we came up with the security profile for the state, in addition to the Governor's Energy Task Force, as well as we partnered with Alaska Housing for them to update their software and modernize their retrofit information system database. We have an additional $1.6 million or 1.7 in electric vehicles, primarily because ironically, rural Alaska does not qualify for any of the NEVI funding, the 52 million, because they're not part of the national highway system. But we were successful in receiving a competitive grant for the purpose of working in rural Alaska. And we're not talking the smaller communities, but mainly aimed at the hub communities, not just electric vehicles, but looking at batteries for four-wheelers or snow machines or outboards, or what's going to be important and needed in rural Alaska. And then also there is state-based home energy efficiency contractor training to help train contractors. If we're going to do all this efficiency, we need to have trained people to help and technical support in Alaska. And so that's what that program is for. Next slide. Solar for All. This is a competition. It's a competition. It's a competitive grant. Excuse me. And we've applied for $100 million, and we partnered with Alaska Housing Finance. $50 million of the money we would like to see development of community solar projects in disadvantaged communities across Alaska, not only, but Southeast Alaska will be part of that. And then Alaska Housing Finance wants to focus on residential rooftop solar for low-income households. We should know whether we were successful in this grant sometime next month, in the month of March. But when we tally all this up and look at it across the board, AEA right now is potentially going to receive $634 million in federal dollars. And if this one grant comes through, that's another $100 million. So we're looking at an agency here that, 4 years ago, my budget was $17.5 million all in. Last year, it increased by 1,004%. And now if we turn around and add the GRIP and other money on top of that, we're going to see the budget of AEA go from 17.5 in 5 years to about 3,000% higher. Just looking at the money that is potentially coming through the door. So we have been working hard, been very busy. Appreciate Robert in helping on the task force, helping identify and participate in applying for these grants and providing a Southeast perspective. It's just very important to us. And with that, I think I will leave you and I'll let everyone go on to the next panelist, but I'll be available for any questions. But thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Curtis. It is, that's truly astounding to see the amount of funds, and I really appreciate the leadership that AEA is providing, because we've said long ago, there's a lot of money and opportunity out there, and our fair share would be quite a bit, but why settle for our fair share? Thank you for not accepting that low bar and exceeding it so grandly. Appreciate that. I have one question before we let you go. There's been some request and talk about trying to get more renewable energy funds to projects that have been funded to the cap already. To exceed that cap, would that take separate legislation, or is that an act of appropriations? What would the path forward be for something like that?
That's Robert, it's a good question. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, because when we had very limited funding for the REF, going out, I don't know, 6-8 years ago, when oil prices crashed, it was lowered, and it was lowered by regulation, or it was lowered by AEA. And then we just recently increased it to the max cap that it had been, but it's a question for the legislature. But one thing I think to understand is right now we have round 16, 24 projects, and for $32 million. So if we raise that cap, that might be a hard number to achieve. But the governor's legislation last year on carbon capture actually has 20% of those proceeds going into the REF program. And so if there's some self-sustaining models where the REF would be not necessarily funded out of UGF, but more out of other legislation, that'll be beneficial. But I'll have to get back to you on that $8 million cap. And one thing I didn't mention about the REF program, we recently did a third-party review of that program, and it has saved 85 million gallons of diesel fuel. So it's been a hugely successful program, and the legislature and the governor supports it. It's just really, I think, with everything else, we just have to compete with dollars like everybody else on this program.
Well, let's give Mr. Curtis there a round of appreciation and applause. Thank you. And as he mentioned, Mr. Tim Sandstrom is in the back over there, so we'll direct any further questions to him as we go along. And he's been here for the last couple of days, yesterday and today, so we're sure to direct our questions his way as well. So thank you again, Curtis. And we'll move next to the Deputy Director for the Alaska Power Association, who really, as a trade association, helps represent, first interpret, understand, and then represent the needs of the electrical, utilities and industry for Alaska. And then many of your communities already directly participate with them as members, but Southeast Conference really appreciates and looks to APA for, that direction, both at the state level and the federal level. So Michael, thanks for coming down, and the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thanks, Robert. Can everyone hear me all right out there? Well, thanks, everybody. So yeah, thanks, Robert, for that introduction. And of course, we appreciate everything Southeast Conference does. I know sometimes if I have a Southeast-ish question, I'm just going to text Robert and he'll know what's going on. So I'm the Deputy Director of Alaska Power Association. We're the statewide trade association for electric utilities in Alaska, and our membership is statewide. Down here in Southeast, we have Alaska Power and Telephone, Alaska Electric Light and Power, Inside Passage Electric Cooperative, Southeast Alaska Power Agency, and then Yakutat is powered by Alaska Village Electric Cooperative, which is also a member of ours. I think I got all of them there. We'd love to have more. If you're a municipal utility and you're not in our membership, come talk to us. We've had a number of you in our membership in the past, but our strength is even greater when we have more and more utilities in our membership. And so if you're interested, come talk. We'll cut you a deal on the first year of membership too. That's my sales pitch. So I want to talk about, and cognizant of time, I'll be brief but thorough. I wanted to talk about three things that's going on in the electric utility world these days: opportunities, challenges, and successes. And I'll start with opportunities. One of APA's big policy positions for this year, and you've heard a lot about it during the legislative panels and other speakers, is leveraging these federal funding opportunities, and along with that, fully funding the Renewable Energy Fund that Curtis had just mentioned. And one of the big pieces of that is, obviously that money is important. I mean, it takes money to do these projects, but our fear is that if the state of Alaska doesn't show investment and come up with matching dollars for these big federal grants, then the federal agencies will look at that and say, why bother giving them more money? And so the GRIP grant is an example on the rail belt. Just one example. There's many other grants that have been achieved throughout the state, but that's $206 million. And, the state has to support that with their matching side, so that when they go for more money from that DOE grant or other DOE grants, the agencies don't say, well, Alaska doesn't invest on their own, and so the federal government's not going to do it either. I think that's really important, especially if you're speaking to your legislator or other officials, to remind them that the federal government is looking for our skin in the game as well. And this is really important. We're really at a major inflection point with electric utilities, and the fact that there's a number of new technologies out there that would really be advantageous to many communities in Alaska, but to put the cost of that on the ratepayers, the small ratepayer base we have in Alaska, is just not feasible. Many of you represent very small communities. You know how it's hard to spread cost around those communities. And so federal and state investment in these opportunities are going to be huge. You just can't put it on the backs of the people all the way. I mean, of course, the people have to pay, the rates and such. So APA is advocating for full funding of the Renewable Energy Fund. Curtis said there's 24 projects, $32 million. That has been such a successful program in the past, because a lot of times people don't think a lot of the funding from that sometimes goes to front-end feasibility studies that might cost, $500,000. But the communities that are trying to do these projects, they can't afford that $500,000. But if they get that grant and they can afford those feasibility studies that show the doableness of these projects, the feasibility, then they can go out to funders, grant opportunities, loan agencies, and say, look, this project is viable and it's possible, and here's the proof is kind of in the pudding. And so not all REF grants are massive, project completion style grants. Some of them are really just to get these projects off the ground and get them to a place where they can get to the next step. So that's an important piece of the opportunities out there. Federal funding, state match funding, state funding for other projects, it's huge opportunities. And we're very cognizant of the pressures on the budget at APA. We know there's a lot of different issues out there that cost money, but our argument is that nothing in Alaska will run without safe, reliable, affordable power. That impacts everything. It impacts family budgets, it impacts school budgets, it impacts companies and industry and everything. And so what the state and the federal government wisely investing in the power systems of Alaska will reap the benefits for other people in other industries in the state. Challenges, there's a lot of, and I know a lot of you might be seeing these, the Alaska electric utility industry is seeing them. So we have major supply chain issues. It used to be that, you could have a distribution transformer, the ones that are hanging on the poles or on the pad in a matter of just a few months. Now there's about an 18 to 20 month lead time to get a transformer. One of our members, Cleat, a couple of years ago, their electric cooperative had a dire situation where they had an emergency and they called their distribution provider, and the provider said, "I'm sorry, we can't get you a transformer any sooner than 18 months from now." And the utility said, "Well, we're not going to be able to power a portion of our membership without that." Luckily, one of Southeast owned IPEC, Inside Passage Electric Cooperative, had some extra transformers, and through the wonders of modern shipping, they were able to get them up there. But this impacts everything. I mean, if you get a federal grant or any sort of grant that says you must spend this money within 5 or 6 years and complete your project, and there's that lead time on transformers, other supplies, that's something to consider, and that's a big challenge for the industry. I don't quite know what the answer is. I mean, on the federal level, there's been some moves by the Biden administration to change the formulas of transformers, and we're urging them not to do that because it would cause a complete reversal of the way in which these critical pieces of infrastructure are designed. And so us and our national trade are working on that. But there's supply chain problems. Workforce is becoming a major problem. And this kind of goes, I'm not going to go deep. I know everyone has heard about the issues Alaska has with our population, our workforce, but we have some electric utility members in our membership who have jobs that pay well into the 6 figures, and they're having problems attracting people to those jobs. And some of what their feedback is, these people who are going to take these high paying jobs are very smart people. And they're saying, well, what's there for my family? What's the long-term outlook? Things along those lines. And that also impacts when we get some money to build some projects and we can't find workers to put them together or anyone to be there afterwards to run the project. So those are some challenges. Successes, all of our electric utility members and all of the communities that I've ever been to in Alaska, and all of them, we seem to find a way a lot. And, necessity is a mother of invention, and you'll be impressed to see what electric utilities around the state have done with very little sometimes. This state is extremely unique in that we're not interconnected to any other state or country. We're a series of, hundreds of microgrids around the state, but they're making it happen. And we're getting there incrementally. All over the state, you'll see kind of an energy transition taking place. We're diversifying our fuels away from just one single fuel source, be it diesel in rural Alaska or natural gas in the rail belt. We have a lot of smart people working on integrating solar and wind and battery and hydro and maybe even tidal, maybe even nuclear at some point in the future. But all these successes kind of will be affected by the opportunities and the challenges that I talked about earlier to keep those successes going. And so our hope for the legislative session down here is that there seems to be a growing awareness, but a real keen awareness on the impact that state investment can have in advancing these new technologies and assisting communities in integrating these new products and these new technologies and these new way of generating and transmitting electric power that can bring down the cost, hold down the cost, and make everyone successful and help our economy grow. So, Robert, I think I'll leave it there, and happy to hang out for some questions, but I thought I'd take a little bit of a broad view of this one. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That's a great overview of the value that APA brings in and the insights that you have. Appreciate that. Doing my time management, we probably won't have time to go through the floor as much as I'd hoped to for a lot of updates, but there's 2 partners that I told I was going to chase down, but instead of that, I'm just going to be lazy and ask them to come up. So Clay and Brittany, would you all just come on up here? Well, there's 2 mics up here anyway, and we'll ask you to follow Erin and give kind of updates from you since you're both are valuable and valued partners. So And in that vein, AML, we got, there's a lot going on. It seems like this past 6 months, there's been kind of an explosion of opportunities that, and, you know, I love finding someone as similarly challenged as I think I saw Nils in here, but let me just kind of just tar him with the same brush. He just can't say no. I love people like that. And so he has said yes to so many different things. And so Erin has got stuck with a lot of those things. And so we're going to ask her to kind of give an introduction as to, you know, for her, for AML, and for kind of what's happening here in the energy space.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm going to let you in on a secret. Nils gets secret stars when he actually says no. And I think he's only had, it was a big success, but I think he has like 4 for over 12 months. So,
Okay.
but yeah, so I mean,
One per
you got
quarter.
1 per quarter. That's the quota. All right. So thank you so much for introducing me and for inviting me here to this space. I've got to say, I'm now Anchorage based. I lived out in Unalaska Dutch Harbor for over a decade. So I'm used to Swampsea meetings, but so it's really, this is my first time to be at a Southeast Conference session. So thank you so much for including me. So, I'm Erin Reinders with the Alaska Municipal League. I'm the Director of Infrastructure Development. I've been with AML for almost 2 years. It's great to be with the Alaska Municipal League and get to be in service with the local governments throughout the state. So AML, for those of you that are not aware, get to support local governments, 165 cities and boroughs throughout the state. We've really been ramping up our efforts in response to Bill IJA funding, as well as Inflation Reduction Act, with the goal of really bringing as much benefit as we can to the state of Alaska and the communities as possible. So this includes work in the energy space. So today I'm just going to kind of go through a few of those efforts. There we go. Okay, so it's working. So just briefly, I kind of wanted to set the stage for this. So this is about Energy Shed, but I think some of the facts and figures here really kind of help set the context for a lot of our efforts. So AML, we are helping manage the stakeholder engagement for an Energy Shed project, which is a program out of the Department of Energy in 2 regions of the state, and it's being led by Launch Alaska. So I think it's just important to note, as we all know, that there are some high energy costs here throughout the state, particularly in rural villages. We've got renewable energy projects that are often insufficient in size to really attract outside investment and private investment. We've got infrastructure in place that is well beyond its useful life, which then leads to some power outages and increased costs. So the challenge here and the response to this Energy Shed project is to really try to modernize and be a little bit radical on how we respond to this approach of meeting and the needs of Alaska and lowering those energy costs. So a little bit about this Energy Shed program. As I referenced, it focuses on 2 different regions, specifically Northwest Arctic Borough and Southeast Conference is managing the stakeholder engagement activities in the Southeast. Our partners Deerstone are active with the Northwest Arctic Borough, so they're kind of heading up that region. So this effort will provide a baseline inventory of existing power infrastructure captured into a unified database and a 3D model for participating communities. So there'll be six of those are in the process of being selected for the Southeast right now. And we'll be able to then look at the impact of various energy projects in those regions. Ideally, because of that package of information, the project can be a little bit more attractive to potential funders, including those private investors. And so the goal would be, the outcome would be here to pick at least 3 of those projects to actually put together a funding project for. So I wanted to highlight the Energy Hub. So AML, we received a grant through the DOE to launch this Energy Hub, which is envisioned as a one-stop resource to facilitate the development of energy projects throughout the state. I believe I neglected to actually put the website on there, but if you go to akml.org/energy hub, you can get it. So energy hubs, really, it's intended to make it easier for communities that are developing energy projects to connect with technical assistance providers and with funding agencies, with the goal of really being able to ensure greater impact of that federal funding to make Alaska's energy infrastructure more affordable and more sustainable. So as you can see with this snapshot on there, the intake hub includes a project intake form, which is a way that you can communicate your project idea and be considered for that technical assistance, and then also receive some help in identifying some potential grant opportunities. It also has a project map that when you submit your project through that intake hub, then it'll show up on that map. And that allows for potential funders to kind of take a look at what's being contemplated out there. And also for many of us to kind of look at and see and explore some bundling opportunities, or are there possibilities for us to collaborate together to benefit the whole region or the whole state. There's also a resource tab there, which I imagine will be growing the longer this website and the more this website gets used. And so there's technical assistance information and providers there. There's also an interactive map that shows existing energy projects throughout the state. And then finally, there's a tab there that has information about our energy ambassadors, our Arctic energy ambassadors, which we've recently announced who those ambassadors are. And that guy might look a little bit familiar. So partnering, AML is also partnering with DOE's Arctic Energy Office and the Denali Commission on our Arctic Energy Ambassador Program. And so this program just kicked off last week, where we had our first kickoff meeting with the ambassadors, and it was a long morning, but a really exciting one. We got to meet everybody, and I think there was some good energy. I guess that's a funny pun. All right. So the program really is to foster energy security and to advance clean energy transition across the state. Ambassadors themselves will benefit through shared resources, knowledge sharing, partnerships, and access to technical assistance, and then also really be able to help drive sustainable projects across the state. So there have been 12 ambassadors selected, one for each of the INCSCA regions. They've been selected to participate, and so Robert has been selected as the ambassador for the Southeast region, with the Southeast Conference serving as the host organization. So ambassadors will be tasked with articulating community and region needs, connecting stakeholders, promoting some capacity development, and then really helping to identify some projects that are meaningful for the region, but then also potentially able to be replicated throughout the state. Really a lot of collaborating and learning together, also sharing some resources throughout the region of what opportunities are out there. So thank you, Robert. All right, and then there's also CPRG, which is the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant that AML is involved with. So AML is helping our state DEC with EPA's CPRG program. How many acronyms can I say in one sentence? I'm sure I can do more, but if there was a real pressure there. But so this includes a statewide greenhouse gas inventory and the development of the state's priority and comprehensive sustainable energy plan. So this includes working with communities and state agencies to identify potential projects or types of projects to include in the plan in order for them to become eligible for competitive funding to really strengthen grids and lower costs, and obviously reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So so that first part is a little bit about the planning side, and then there's also an implementation side, and there's an implementation funding opportunity open right now. So CPRG is offering $4.6 billion in implementation grants for key infrastructure. There is a set aside for tribal set aside, and there's no required match. So this is available to state agencies, local governments, tribes, to allow for them to implement what is included in that priority plan. So general competition date is the deadline there for those implementation grants is April 1st, and then the tribal and territory competition deadline is May 1st. So happy to talk more about that offline here. And then finally, I just wanted to kind of share this. This is a fun story that I'm excited about, and we'll be getting started with this next month. So we also have EECBG. So the city of Nenana was awarded funding through EECBG with a bundled application, kind of a partnership application. AML will be serving to kind of help manage the project and facilitate the technical expertise from additional partners. But this project will result in energy assessments and energy and conservation plans for public facilities in 8 different communities throughout the state. So the project, the goals are really to increase energy efficiency, reduce that dependency on diesel, and lead to more economically delivered power for those community facilities. At the end of that project period, the communities will have recommended actions to take, and we'll be able to receive funding to hit on at least one of those priority actions for the community. So there's a little bit more that we're doing in this energy space, but I hope that that gives a good sampling of all the exciting things that we're involved with. So thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thank you. And it is quite, I mean, there's a lot on our plate that's landed there already, but some of the programs like the CPRG, has the potential to really unlock some doors and do some amazing things. And it's like, well, how's Robert going to do all that? One of the things, one of the exercises we did during our bachelor's meeting, it's like we did, through 2 truths and a lie. And when I put out there, spending the afternoon fly fishing, those that knew me said, you don't have time to go fly fishing. Busted. Yes. One of the ways I get things accomplished is by partnering. And 2 of my partners are right down the line there. And, the Alaska Center for Energy and Power started up over a decade ago now. And it was just kind of an energy accelerator that didn't really have a job description, but they, had some good, had Gwen behind it. And that was great. And she had an advisory board, and they were kind of trying to figure out what's going on. Now, ASAP is, wow. And so Brittany Smart is with ASAP, and we've gotten a chance to work together over the years in economic development. But why don't you give us a quick update about what ASAP's doing and some of the resources that you all bring to the table?
Sure. Thank you so much. And good to meet you all and to see some of you all again. I have been tangentially involved with some of you in the past. I previously worked for Mayor Ward at the Fairbanks North Star Borough, so have engaged with some of you through AML and other things. And I've worked with Robert now 7 years, I think, through some of the economic capacity. So looking forward to continuing that in the new role at the university. So as Robert mentioned, the Alaska Center for Energy and Power is an applied research institute at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, but that does not mean that we just look at Fairbanks. We take a statewide approach and beyond, and we're actually looking at opportunities even cross-Arctic. What can we learn from our neighbors in regards to energy and research, and what opportunities does that mean that we can bring back to Alaska to help move our energy future forward, as well as what lessons and stories can we tell from Alaska that can help inform some of our other neighbors who have similar challenges. So our goal and our purpose is to foster innovative solutions to Alaska's energy challenges. And I'm just going to note, I was given 3 minutes, so I have a very abbreviated version. If you ever have any additional questions, feel free to come up and ask later. So I wanted to highlight some of the work that I thought you all would be most interested in, and that is a specific effort on beneficial electrification. What does it look like as we have increased adoption of electric vehicles? What does it look like to electrify ports and harbors? What about space heating? And how do we make sure that that is done in an equitable way, in a beneficially equitable way, and not just lower cost? There's also a lot of work regarding hydroelectric and hydrokinetic. In fact, we just received an announcement that we received a $9.5 million DOE grant for a project in Galena for in-river hydro. So those are the kinds of things where we we can partner with your communities to help explore the questions and opportunities that you may have to help support your community in regards to energy needs. We also work in the biomass space. We have an existing partnership. And in fact, I would be remiss. Nathan Green is probably behind the curtain somewhere, the wizard behind the curtain that's making this all work. He's actually ACEP staff. There he is, literally the wizard coming out to wave. He is ACEP staff that is based here in Juneau, and actually we share a space with Southeast Conference. And we are here present with you all today because we want to strengthen and support these opportunities and grow them. And we want to be available as a resource to you all to help you learn and inform your decision-making, your policy-making, and any projects that you might want to move forward. And to the extent that we can help partner with you all on that, we would love to do that. A lasting thing that I think you all would be most important, be viewed as really important is the workforce development aspect. That is something that we take very seriously. As we look to Alaska's energy future, what does it mean in terms of our existing skill sets? What skill sets are we going to need in the future? And how do we build a workforce that can be responsive to that? So right now, we just completed interviews for our summer internship program. We have 16 internship slots and we had 130 applicants. It is a highly competitive program. It is an exciting 10-week opportunity for one-on-one mentorships and cohort experiences that bring Alaskans and students from across the globe who are interested in energy in the Arctic together to learn. So some projects that we're highlighting this year are related to hydrokinetics, solar, cybersecurity, which is increasingly becoming a concern in regards to energy projects, data management, energy economics, community engagement, and data visualization. There's a lot more happening. Would be happy to chat with you all about it if you are so interested. Happy to be here. Thank you, Robert, for the opportunity to address you all.
All right, thank you, Brittany. And last but not least is Clay Good from REAP, who is one of my favorite partners. He's been working with us on many fronts on the energy projects that we do, including the beneficial electrification with the RETA grant that we have with USDA. He's the catalyst for SSP for their energy program, working with many of the communities here. And so he's a hero by day, superhero by night down at the Alaska bar playing music. I mean, the man does it all. So Clay, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I appreciate the introduction. I did grow up in Juneau. I do play a lot of music. And it's my 6th year partnering with Southeast Conference and Robert on energies of issue in the region. And it's been my real pleasure also to work with ACEP. There's amazing folks who are all working together with very much the same goals in mind. I am employed by the Renewable Energy Alaska Project, centered out of Anchorage. My boss, Chris Rose, is frequently down here working with the legislature on big issues with the legislature regarding green banks and renewable portfolios. My work is more humble than that. I often am, like yesterday, I was in 4th grade classrooms for half the day, teaching them about energy. But I'm also in our communities in Southeast Alaska, helping them to work on energy planning, energy efficiency projects, and new renewable energy projects. And it really couldn't be done unless it was partnerships. And so that's why I'm the Regional Energy Catalyst for the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. We have some really great work we're doing in the region, doing education from K through grade, kids in the communities and also with the adults in the communities. There's a lot we need to know and learn about in this energy revolution. People want to know what a heat pump is and how does it work. They want to know what resources are available for their community if they want to become a less diesel-dependent community. Obviously, we have great hydro resources in the region, and more of our communities are enjoying those. We also have communities that are 100% diesel dependent. I'm looking at Yakutat, of course, and also at our friends in Angoon. This leads to some of the exciting work we're doing. I like to tell the story quickly about Angoon. You know, the prospects for their developing the Thayer Creek hydro project get closer every day. Their permits are essentially all in place. And if financing comes into place, then we have a community that has the potential to be 100% clean energy driven for their heating, transportation, and industry needs. And so recognizing this potential down the road, so many folks, including the Forest Service, the universities, and many other partners got together and decided to support Emma Demert and the folks there in Angoon in their first job fair and their first career fair this last year. So these are first things that happened to Angoon, priming the pump to get them ready to prepare themselves for the energy revolution coming their way, and to prepare their folks there for the jobs and industries that that they have available to them. We also do other work in other communities. We've been working a lot in Sitka lately on our Energy Transitions Innovation Program. There's also the Clean Energies to Community grant that was awarded there recently. All kinds of exciting things happening across the region. I could go on and on and on, and as a former teacher, I often do, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Clay. And as we wrap up, two things I wanted to just make sure to say. You may have seen in our newsletter the upcoming RFP for placement and hosts for electric vehicle chargers. We're getting ready to publish that soon, so let's make sure any of the communities out there that are interested in that, make sure to touch base with us for more information or look out for that RFP. But really can't have a panel like this without at least acknowledging the Denali Commission, who we heard from Jocelyn yesterday. So you know they're kind of a one-stop shop. They help support and underwrite so many different programs. But Jocelyn, I just want to do a shout out and say thank you for the support the Denali Commission gives for so many different areas of our community and economic development. So we're going to go to break till the bottom of the hour, where we'll touch on healthcare, one of our shining success stories in the region, and then we're going to wrap up with a panel that is kind of a collective of things that we couldn't get into a formal time slot for discussion, but things that are on our radar that impact our community. So would you please thank our panel as we go to break? Thank you.
Oh, my. Thank you, Robert. It's always a pleasure to stand up here and talk to everybody. And especially, it's an honor for me to be able to introduce the president of Search, Chuck Clement. And if you live in Southeast Alaska, you've seen what Search is doing right now and what they have done. And if you've lived here for a very long time, you've seen how much we've grown over the years. As Robert said, you know, Haynes's clinic was pretty small, and our clinic had always served the whole community. And when Search wanted to move into Haines and manage our clinic for us, we were very proud to be able to make that work, that everybody in the community was served at our clinic. And it continues today, and they've made so many improvements in Haines. And I know you're not here to listen to me, so it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce the president of Search, Chuck Clement.
Thank you, Jan. It's a pleasure to be here to visit with all of you and share with you a little bit about maybe in some context who Search is, but what we've been up to these last couple of years. It has really been an exciting time filled with opportunities and challenges, but ultimately it's been about a lot of growth. Oh, and so I do have a PowerPoint, but I was told this is more of a conversation rather than a presentation. So we can kind of go either way on that. I'm comfortable to do either one. So again, my name is Chuck Clement, Charles Clement. I was born and raised here in Southeast Alaska. I was actually born in Ketchikan, raised in Metlakatla. So I am a lifelong Alaskan. I spent a good stint up in Anchorage working in healthcare up there as well. But at this point, yesterday, ironically, yesterday, 12 years ago, was my very first day at Search. And I have a picture with Jan Hill over, I don't know if it's Southeast Conference or ANHB, but she was there greeting me on my very first day 12 years ago yesterday. So time does fly when you're having fun. I don't know if this, oh, I guess this doesn't work. There are a couple slides that there we go. This is the one I wanted to hit on. Again, 12 years ago, this map actually looked very different. This is Search, and these are all of the communities and locations that we work out of. I know Search is a reasonably common name for most folks in this room, but there are places where we do have a very limited presence in Southeast Alaska. We don't have a very big presence in Metlakatla. Well, we do some WIC programs down there. We don't have a large presence in Ketchikan. But outside of that, and maybe Petersburg, outside of that, it's very likely there's some sort of Search presence in your community. And this map has grown quite a bit over these last 12 years. Search was originally composed of 15 Alaska Native tribes that came together to pool their IHS funding to try to serve as best they can the Alaska Natives in their communities. And really, again, beginning with Haynes, there was an evolution over a period of years where Search, originally an IHS compactor, then began to get into the community health center business, which means we provide healthcare for financially challenged folks on a sliding fee scale. And it's such, it was a different departure from what Search was doing historically. And I mean, it is a departure, but it's not necessarily unique based on, where you lived. Oftentimes the Search clinic was the only clinic in your community. And while you can go there, we really had no means by which make it readily accessible because we didn't necessarily bill for services and things like that back in those days. So it's been quite an evolution over the last, I think next year will be our 50th anniversary. 50th anniversary is in 25. It is quite exciting. I mean, and again, to be a part of it for the last 12 years where we really have, I didn't bring any of the financial slides, but I think it would be an understatement to say that there's been exponential growth. I think the growth of Search is I think it's a tenfold increase in the volumes and the services that we provide. If you look at a graph, it extrapolates pretty rapidly up. And I think, what I would say as the CEO is that we've been able to come up with a strategy that allows us both to expand services and expand locations and offerings in a financially sustainable way that enables us to bring as much healthcare as close to home as possible. I really think, that is my board's aspiration, which is really, let's try to keep this care as close to home as possible. And as you don't have to be a healthcare expert to understand, some of the communities on that map are quite small, and it's kind of unrealistic. I mean, we run many communities that they have a CHAP or some, a community health aide, and they can't, it's hard to envision putting even a mid-level nurse practitioner in some of these communities. But by pooling our resources and strategically deploying them, we're able to bring that care as close as reasonably possible. And I think for those of you from Juneau or who have spent a little bit of time running around Juneau this last week, you will see, we have a new facility that had just opened last month out by Safeway in the Vintage Park. And it's a medical office building, but really the goal there as we continue to try to expand the types of services that are available here locally in Southeast Alaska is to make Juneau an additional hub. Search is largely hubbed out of Sitka, which is the historical IHS. I didn't put these slides together. The historical headquarters for the Indian Health Service. And there was a time and a place, maybe it makes sense. It used to be the capital of Alaska. It used to be capital of Russian Alaska. So I guess there's some amount of sense there. But as we have these challenges of moving patients around Southeast Alaska and moving them to and from out of Juneau or any community to Anchorage and Seattle, it's really becoming abundantly clear that strategically something's got to change. Getting to and from Sitka is easy from some places. It's quite easy from Cake. It's quite easy from Prince of Wales. But getting to Anchorage from, Upper Lynn Canal is actually quite a challenge, especially depending on the weather. If you got to take a ferry, you got to take 2 ferry, getting there from, Metlakatla, wherever, it can be quite difficult. So our goal as we continue to deploy resources across the region is you'll notice as of this last month, sort of the beginning phases of that evolution where it is our goal to really make Juneau the northern hub for Search to, be supported by Sitka, but really bifurcating some of those services really allows us to continue to grow. I think, one of the things it's really interesting as we bring on new service lines, for some of these services, the demand for those types of services is really, it's very elastic. that means, you start something and the wait list actually gets longer and longer the more of it you do. I think physical therapy for us is a great example. We primarily base out of Sitka, and we have a larger physical therapy program in Sitka than we do in Juneau. But the one in Juneau is growing exponentially. The demand for those types of services, for both as folks get older, they need those services, and young folks when they're playing sports need those services too. So we're sort of figuring those types of things out. Again, I think, if there's a couple takeaways, this is probably one of the big takeaways I would like to share with you, because I get the question a lot from folks saying, search is growing and growing and growing, and where's it all end, and what are you actually doing? What is the goal? Again, the goal is quite simple. The goal is, being able to provide as many healthcare services as possible without having to send people to Anchorage or Seattle. And the trick there, again, it's why it doesn't exist in these places organically, is any one of these communities can be hard pressed to support many of these services. And so by organizing our efforts and consolidating, we package up whole groups, and we consolidate all the orthopedic care in Sitka, and by shipping patients to Sitka and the volumes that we have in Sitka to provide orthopedic care, we could justify doing that. And at this point, that shift this last year, not this year, but last year, is the first time in the history of search that we actually provided more specialty care in Juneau. And we don't even have an office or a hospital here, but we have specialists, our own specialists with our partners from Alaska Native Medical Center, Seattle Children's, and Swedish, that come here and work in our clinics and see patients. And I think, by our calculations, we barely scratched the surface on the demand for those types of services here in Juneau. So that really is the big opportunity for us. I think, there's a couple other slides. I'm kind of going over time a little bit. What have we been up to? It's actually been quite a few years since I've presented to Southeast Conference, maybe 10, something like that. Probably last time Janice on the board. And so what have we been up to in this last year? So on the right is this is the new building, the medical office building that opened up in Vintage Park. If you live in Juneau, or if you have an accident while you're here in Juneau, there's an urgent care clinic in there. So feel free to frequent it. It's beautiful. It's amazing. The staff is fantastic. But in that place, we have urgent care, primary care, ophthalmology or optometry, behavioral health, pediatrics, and coming late spring, early summer, actually an additional physical therapy rehabilitation center. On the left is our new hospital that's under construction. It's actually starting, I think John could attest, it's actually starting to look like that now, which for a lot of years that was just a sketch, but it is remarkably similar to that. That's, that alone, the comprehensive project there is over a $300 million investment. I would say, as far as I know, it's one of the largest private undertakings in Southeast Alaska, and one of the larger ones anywhere, I think. There's just some fantastic statistics. We worked with the city of Sitka, adding additional infrastructure to the entire island, undersea cables that are bored under the channel that are, mile long. It's a really a remarkable and fantastic undertaking, and it's going to be amazing when it's done. And again, that's we're building in Sitka. That will be done. Jan's here, so I don't know if I want to spill the beans, but we're pushing for early spring completion next year. Maybe even earlier than that, but I don't want her to hold me to it. So this is what we're replacing. The bottom is I think now, when I started working on this project, we would tell everybody we have the oldest hospital around. It's 70 years old, but I think it's actually 80 years old now. So it's a fantastic old building, and our folks have taken wonderful care of it, but it's just out of a different era. And so the opportunity to replace that with really a modern, state-of-the-art facility that really is going to be unprecedented. There seems to be a lot of folks in town, both for this and for ANHB. I do believe that we at Search are really raising the bar of what is going to be available in terms of places to work and places to receive services. These facilities are absolutely, hands down, world-class, amazing facilities. And, you know, we believe that our patients deserve to receive care in facilities like that, and we believe that our employees deserve to work in places like that. It is important to be able to recruit and retain these folks. I'm sure that's probably a fair bit of what you're talking about here is workforce development. And, you know, it's a substantial challenge for us. I think, I don't really know how press releases work, but I think we send out press releases this morning that, you know, as an organization, Search has come out and said the minimum wage for working at Search is now, as of today, $25 an hour. There's no job at Search that pays less than $25 an hour. We did the calculations, and it's very, very close to what we thought was a livable wage. It's actually embarrassingly a little bit below it, but we felt as community leaders, it was our place to plant a flag in the ground to say, you know, we value our employees. We need you. We want you. And this is our commitment to you, no matter what you do, whether you're a trainee, a dental assistant trainee, whether you're the courier, the van driver, that's what we're doing. Something that is absolutely near and dear to my heart, and I think many of us growing up in smaller areas have acknowledged this affliction, which is really around opioid use disorder and fentanyl and substance abuse. These last 2 years, we've actually, we have 4 opioid use disorder clinics around Southeast Alaska. We're getting, I think it's 4. Yeah, 4. And we're actually in the closing stretches of working with Ketchikan Indian Community and one of their subsidiaries to open up one in Ketchikan as well. Again, this as both a person of the community and as a friend and a parent and a nephew, I think this issue is something that here in Southeast Alaska and many parts of America is really a terrible affliction. And again, we're working quite vigorously on this to try to help do what we can. I mean, it's a larger problem than a medical problem. It's a societal problem. It's a law enforcement problem. It's a, you know, culture problem. But there is a role that we can play, and we're very proud to play it. Aside from opioid use disorder, we also do alcohol SUDS, substance use disorder, based out of Sitka. You know, there's a housing component there. It's not really well advertised, but it is there, and it's something that we do get a lot of volume, but it's not I think Letha's out there and she says, you know, we don't do a good enough job bragging about all the things we do. So, oh, that's it. There we go. Did I go too far over time or?
Perfect.
Okay, fantastic.
Perfect.
All right, so that's what Search is up to.
Yeah,
Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, I think the one question we always like to ask is how can we as community and economic developers support what your organization is doing? Are there things that
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's some common themes that run from community to community. Housing is one of them. I'm sure you guys talk about that. Childcare.
we're about to?
Yeah, is a big challenge. I mean, and quite frankly, it's hard as an organization because Search is a large organization and people see it with a lot of horsepower and they'll come and say, Chuck or Jan, what are you guys doing about housing? What are you doing about childcare? What are you doing about education? And, you know, these are all issues as community members we care about. But, you know, I think from my beginning time at Search, you know, I think a big part of our success was really as much as reasonably possible trying to stay focused, right? That there's a role for the community, there's a role for the tribes, there's a role for other non-for-profits, non-governmental organizations, there's a role for the government, and trying to work together as constructively as possible to mutually solve these problems without duplicating, right? I mean, I think, you know, in Sitka, for example, I think this last year we built 40-something houses, and we're in the healthcare business. We're not in the housing business. And there's several different housing authorities there, and we haven't been able to figure out a way to make it work. And, you know, that's on Search, but it's also, it is a fear that I have as, you know, it becomes this faceless, nameless, monolithic thing that's doing all these things. And so I see the opportunity in things like that where we're happy to participate and, you know, like on panels and things like that, but I don't think we're ecstatic about taking the lead on every single thing.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, sir. Thank you. So that was a perfect segue into our next and final panel, because when I was talking to Nils, we weren't quite sure what to title it. How about impossible causes? The lingering impossibilities. And so there are a number of things like what Mr. Clement just mentioned, with the child care and some of these different things that are out there that impact businesses, yet don't have a clearly defined answer or path forward. So Nils graciously offered to facilitate this discussion. He's got a few panelists here that he'll introduce, but Nils, thank you very much, and take it away.
I was going to actually take the opportunity to send you home, cut you out of here early, go have a beer, go enjoy the sunshine. I know my audience. This is the third presentation I've given this week, and presented to the fire chiefs and the school superintendents already, and actually offered a pretty dismal outlook to both. And I won't repeat my words. We're in polite company. Maybe I don't know my audience. But for as much as, my sense of things is actually fairly bleak. I think this region stands out in terms of the commitment that we've got, especially from those in the room, to making sure it doesn't end up that way. And I know that the challenges that you've probably identified over the last 2 days seem difficult to overcome, but you've got plans in place, you've got leadership in place, you've got a regional organization that's committed to community and economic development in really important ways that stand out in some ways differently than elsewhere in the state. So the cohesiveness, I think, of this region is something that you should be really proud of and celebrate. And I want to thank Southeast Conference for the work that they do to maybe be the glue to help folks come together. You've tackled all kinds of issues over the last couple of days, really boring ones, like energy, give me a break. This panel is where, we could spend a half day, right, talking about climate change and housing and childcare, and are you going to have enough people to do all those things? When I think about the goals that this organization and this body have set out, there are constraints on economic and community development that if we can't figure those out, if we can't plan, anticipate, and mitigate, address those, we're not going to be successful when it comes to energy, workforce development, transportation, all those kind of bedrock things that economic development organizations might focus on. I'd much rather have a conversation about public education in this room and talk about how investments in kids and schools will make a difference in our communities, not just right now, but in the decades to come. And it'll be those investments that probably lead just as quickly to improvements in transportation, energy, workforce development. But we're not going to talk about that. We are going to talk about some of the things, or I'm just going to follow my directions, really. We'll talk about childcare, climate change, and an aging population. One, so you don't have enough of, you've got too much of, and maybe the third is just right, we'll say. The idea within each, though, and I think the reason this is maybe a closing session, apart from like you didn't know what else to do with me, is to leave us thinking about what are our known unknowns, right? We know that climate change is out there, right? It's looming, thanks to ANTHC for releasing recently a fairly bleak assessment of where we're at and the billions of dollars that we're going to need to combat and adapt to that challenge. But part of this too, it's safe to say that that every year in the years to come, there will be a natural disaster that impacts one of our communities here in Southeast that will impact and take lives. It will hurt our communities. It will threaten the stability of our infrastructure. We can count on those things. We don't know where it will happen, but we know that probably that will happen, which terrifies me, right? And there are things that we have a better ability to anticipate. And, you know, we can look at Melani's work with by the numbers or write something. We know where we're at, right? We know maybe we're a little bit where that's going. We know based on the work the Department of Labor does and what projections look like for our demographics and how that's changing within our communities. How ready we are as communities to change is a different question. And I think that's where I want to focus today's discussion on after a fairly rambling introduction. If we've got these known unknowns, if we've got really pretty critical inhibitors to growth in not enough childcare, in maybe not enough working age population, in not enough housing, and in a climate change scenario, in a climate change world that is not just a slow moving disaster anymore, but that is directly impacting the lives and livelihoods of our residents. We probably as a group need to really come to grips with how do we anticipate that change, plan for it, mitigate, and ultimately make really critical decisions about the investments that we're making into where we want to be in that future. So we've got a couple of panelists who had no idea I was going to say any of that, and hopefully I haven't left them grasping for where to go. But Aurah Landau with HDR is going to help us think through a little bit how does planning contribute to addressing some of these issues, especially as it relates to climate change, hazards mitigation, emergency, all the different resilience type thinking that we need to have from maybe a hard infrastructure perspective. I'm just making stuff up here, or whatever she wants to talk about. And then Dan Robinson from the Department of Labor and Workforce Development is often somebody I turn to when I say, what the heck does this mean that we're losing population, that we're not gaining ground on this front, that we're aging, that we don't have the workforce that we need. And it's not, for me, a workforce development question. It's a changing makeup of our community, and what is the path forward for either responding to what that looks like and being okay with it, or are there measures that we need to have in place to manage that differently? So with that as an introduction, I'm so sorry, you two, that I dragged you into this.
I'm first.
Make Aurah go first. Maybe you can, this is going to be a little bit philosophical too. So really we should be doing this over beers and not just me sending you out to beers. But I want us to think a little bit. So how, with those known and unknowns in mind, how should communities be preparing for that uncertainty? How do we know that if we know that change will occur, we know what it might look like, but how do you allocate resources effectively in that environment? It's like playing whack-a-mole a little bit with your planning and design for these things. But Aurah, do you have any thoughts on?
Yeah, and because I'm a little extra, and also because I can pull on a body of subject matter experts to bring you ideas, I did put together some slides. So maybe we can pop those slides up and go for it. Maybe one or two. Let's see here. Let's get through the credit-y kind of thing. Next, please.
Oh, we've got a clicker. Sorry.
Okay, so I think we all know, and we all universally acknowledge that climate change, with climate change driven rising temperatures and extreme weather, the natural disasters are happening with more frequency and more intensity. And even also man-made events that may not have been big a few years ago are becoming more intense because of drought or soil saturation conditions. And disasters are now higher risk because one disaster can lead to bigger and more impactful disasters in following years. And when you have them happening more frequently, you sometimes don't even get out of a recovery cycle before you have more disasters. And so we're starting to see not only, more frequency of disasters, but also clusters of cascading disasters rather than isolated events. Just a little context on what that really looks like in Alaska. So we've experienced 19 federally declared natural disasters between 2017 and 2023. And these are just federally declared disasters. These do not include ones that are state ones that don't make it to the federal level. And actually, this doesn't include even the recent landslides in Prince of Wales and Wrangell because those are not yet federally declared. Storms and flooding make up most of those disasters, and fire is starting to become a more significant contributor. Predictions are for challenges to grow for Alaska, of course, and here in Southeast Alaska, our annual precipitation increases are to be about 15 to 30% higher than they are now by about between 2020 and 2049. And so storm events will become more intense, frequent, and longer in duration. And of course, the toll isn't just captured in dollars. You see the $300 million in federal project costs that doesn't include local and state costs or the costs of non-federally declared disasters, and just those dollar volumes will be going up. This is a countrywide look at how much is happening and how much how much it costs. So in 2023, there are 28 confirmed weather or climate disaster events with losses exceeding $1 billion each in the United States. And the 1980 to 2023 annual average is 8.5 events. And the annual average for the most recent 5 years for 2019 to 2023 is 20.4 events per year. So significantly increasing. So we as communities, as residents, as individuals, we have to plan for outlier events as if they're certainties. And of course, states and local governments are playing increasing roles in climate change adaptation governance. So what do you do about it? For resiliency planning, design, and delivery, to get out of the whack-a-mole thing, you have to pick priorities. And there's a very rigorous set of protocols you can walk through to do that. I'm not going to go into them in super detail today, but we're doing a risk and vulnerability assessment. So you're identifying your hazards, your climate hazards, and you want to perform a vulnerability and risk assessment. Like how much, if something happens, how vulnerable are you to impact, right? And then what's the risk of it happening? What are the risks associated with that event happening? So you're understanding what will actually happen in your community if an event happens. And then you're prioritizing through shared values, technical feasibility, and impact to pick the priorities that you need to focus on in your community, specific to your microgeography. And then there's a step moving into resiliency planning and action plans where you are developing resiliency strategies. You're figuring out your adaptations, your mitigations, and you're engineering, ideally with some nature-based solutions to resolve some of those items. And then you're delivering those. So you're getting funding and you're implementing and you're monitoring. Okay. So those are kind of the steps of how you would take this big, massive, looming problem and dial it in to what matters the most for your community. Okay, and I'll just stop here.
How many people's property insurance went up last year? How many the slide just a couple two back, this one right here. That's why. Right, more billion-dollar disasters in America than ever in our history, and insurers who are in a place where they're going to stop insuring in some of those states. But the trickle-down effect for local governments, for residents, for everyone else will be that premiums go through the roof. So I think that's something to really be paying attention to. I just wanted to, I'm glad you had that slide.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not Alaska, right? It's not billion-dollar disasters in Alaska. It's not our fault. These will be global events that shape impact in Alaska. Dan, maybe help us think through kind of some of the rest of it when it comes to, the demographics that you're looking at from a workforce, housing, like what else is out there for us to be thinking about and trying to anticipate in different ways?
Yeah, I was thinking about Chuck a little bit and what some of the others have said. And I think the first step, and thinking of it, because it was you, Nils, thinking kind of from a local government perspective. And
Are there other perspectives? Yeah.
Well, I'll
I'm
come
gonna
back
work
to
on it.
that. I'll come back to that. Because I think the critical first step is to take the time to get an accurate diagnosis of what's going on. We have a worker shortage. 20 years ago, my predecessor wrote about the baby boomers. They were going to age out of their working age. So that was a slow moving thing we knew was happening. Climate change would probably be in that category, although the awareness and the acceptance and the parameters of it would be different. But what is new, Infrastructure Act is new. We didn't know about that 20 years ago. A whole lot of money and opportunity coming to the communities. Money that won't come again for generations. And then the other thing is negative net migration. For 11 years now, people have wanted out of Alaska to a greater degree than they want into Alaska. 4 states have had that trend for at least 10 years. We're one of them. New York, Kansas, and Illinois are the other 3. Our losses have been bigger. Why? Why? That's not clear, the answers to that question. I like a lot of what I've heard as I've been in and out yesterday and today, some of the possibilities, housing. And we have to ask ourselves with all of these, how much of this is within our control and how much of this is Alaska or Southeast specific. Housing is a problem nationwide, especially on the coast. Childcare is a problem nationwide. Baby boomers aging out is a problem nationwide. What's not a problem nationwide is more people wanting out than in. So our state government is a possibility. Education is a possibility to me. But spending the time looking with clear eyes at what's going on and what the data tells us about what's uniquely ours. And then at some point, kind of, we have to acknowledge stuff that's relevant but out of our control. So federal government, state government, to different degrees are out of our control. But there are things that are within thinking of communities' control. And at the top of that list is quality of life, to the extent you control those things. And that means different things to different people. But Skagway's had a bit of a success story in the last few years with attracting more people. More people want to go there, especially young families. And it's so small that's we have to kind of keep our conclusions measured a little bit about what we draw from that. But being able to attract young families, what is it that's working in Skagway? What can we learn? I'll stop there. And I hope we have a minute to hear your questions and maybe weigh in on that.
Yeah. Do you, or the risk and vulnerability assessment, and in terms of a slow moving disaster that maybe speeds up at the wrong moment, I wonder about the timing of that. The other thing, Dan, that you said that, you need residents who say, I want to live here, but you need a place where there needs to be another statement that I'm able to live here, right? I have the things in my community that I need that keep me here. I was talking to a municipal manager earlier, and day in, day out, I keep the lights on, keep people from hurting each other, just make sure things are running. There's more to that list maybe in terms of making sure that people can be there, but how much can be controlled at the local level versus state versus national or not is really challenging. To what extent do we accept what's coming, right? So climate change, you can look at projections, right? And things will heat up and get worse. I've seen your bell curves for labor population. Projection, lose more people and people will get older. Do you accept those things as all right, so we're going to have a community of retirees and need less, or do you work to change those things? Is there a right answer to that? Dan, maybe first, and then
Yeah, I'll
Aurah?
start. You definitely should not accept negative net migration. It's a measure with your feet of the desirability of your state or community. We collectively should not accept that. We should work to figure it out. Some of it is out of our control again. But to the extent it's parks, good schools, good public safety, functional local government, arts, all the things that people care about, we absolutely should not accept that. Well, and one quick example, we studied after the pulp mills closed in Sitka and Ketchikan, what happened to those workers. And it was fascinating because a lot of them stayed for a while. They wanted to stay. Those communities were appealing to those workers. And some of them did for about 5 years. Some of them eventually had to go and there was a transformation. But really, I think forefront, that quality of life aspect is something very much within local government's control. Or at least there are things they can do. They can't do everything. And my mind goes to schools primarily. But there are a lot of things they can do. Functional infrastructure, and there are, again, some opportunities coming with all this money coming our way.
Right. Aurah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think in terms of when we think about climate, we think like, wow, this is a global thing, but there really is actually a lot that can be done. And we even talked today about some of the elements. So, I would urge you to think about this in terms of both sustainability and resiliency. So sustainability being the act of balancing the broader concept of integrating multi-factor considerations of environmental, social, and economic needs across a longer time frame to current and future generations. We partnered Launch Alaska, AML, HDR partnered and won that Energy Shed grant, right? We helped Sitka get some grid resilience funding. There's a CPRG funding available. Those kinds of things that are focused on carbon capture, greenhouse gas emissions, renewable generation, electrification, equitable investments. Those are very concrete actions you can take to help reduce the problem cost-wise for your communities, but also globally in terms of just the carbon burden that we're under. And then resiliency is very different. It's the capacity to endure, rapidly respond to, and to prosper and adapt to climate stresses that are there. And the goal is to create a dynamic and adaptive systems, okay, to protect human health and economic security and environmental well-being. And when you start to look at that bucket of work, you kind of divide down into what you need to do in the short term for emergency response and then what you're doing in the long term, because every event that you have is going to affect your infrastructure, your buildings, your people, your natural systems. You have to respond to that in the moment, your emergency operations, your field work, and then you have to be making sure that you're making so that the events that happen have less impact on these systems. This is just a list of the different lifelines that FEMA considers essential for communities. I don't know how much you can see from the background there, but there are lots of different categories of essential infrastructure in the communities. And anything you do to make these systems more resilient is going to make you'll be able to get through your emergencies more easily, obviously, but you will also be creating less of an impact from future disasters. In the disaster cycle, the emergency event cycle, there is a kind of a preparation where you're doing your planning, you're doing your tabletop exercises, you're running your mock jigs, things like that, and then you're responding. Then you've got a set of actions in your response to assess damages and restore critical functionality. When you're in the recovery phase, that kind of starts maybe like a day or so after event happens, and kind of these phases aren't sequential, they overlap, but you've got your designs and your monitoring, your compliance, your communications, and your management to regain what's lost. And then when you're mitigating, you're creating new assessments and plans to achieve your resiliency. And when you're looking at how to achieve resiliency, you've got these different buckets you can work in across the infrastructure life cycle. And so I would encourage you, as you're looking at any of these different activities, funding and financing, planning, design, strategic communications, emergency management, asset management, always start to look at this like, how am I making so that my systems and my assets can be less affected by something? It's not realistic for a lot of communities to move, right? To move out of a tsunami, inundation area. But it is realistic to use pavement types, for example, that are permeable and they shed water more quickly. So if you can get your people out and be safe, and you can, then your roads will clear out and be less affected by the water load, and you'll have your roads more operational and safe in a shorter amount of time. That's resiliency, right? It's not always stopping the event. It's not always, making sure that your assets are going to be perfect afterwards. You're trying to reduce the impact. There's a lot of different ways you can do that. I think I'll stop here because I can go into sort of what some of the resiliency design looks like, but I'll stop for now.
Yeah. I wondered as you were speaking whether we're the state that's starting from the furthest behind with the greatest distance to cover, with potentially some of the fewest resources available at a time when it's most critical, and there are opportunities ahead. And that timing, I mean, it seems to be everything, Dan, that what we knew 20 years ago, what isn't the same as what we know today in terms of here's these opportunities that if we could have been strategic and, had done, different types of assessment and planning to be more prepared for right now. But right now we're dealing with a range of variables that are really challenging to work through. And I don't know that there's much to do about that timing necessarily, but Dan, you mentioned questions from the audience, and I think we want to move there. But any thoughts on, like, how do we line those things up better and be able to actually be mobilized, maybe as a region or as a community in response?
I think timing wise, the more you can shorten the space between when a hazard is identified or an impact is identified and the actual actions that you can take in the community to respond to it, the better. So what I'm trying to say is that, most communities at this point have hazard mitigation plans. And if you don't, there's a lot of funding out there for it. So you should get one. And when you go through that process, you identify at a very detailed level, I'll show you, you identify at a very detailed level exactly which intersections, exactly which hillsides, exactly which water bodies are going to pose hazards for you. You base that information on research and on knowledge of what the climatic conditions are likely to create in your areas. And you can get very, very granular, very specific about the projects. And from there, there's some, you take some work to do some design, to get some funding and some design to mitigate some of those things. But a lot of those things you can deal with. Especially, but the critical piece is to shorten this like analysis sort of paralysis, right? The data is there. Maybe it wasn't there 5 years ago, but it is there now. And you can figure out exactly what to prioritize on to reduce the risk to your community the most. If you look at, this is Kenai Bluffs, this is a several month project to, literally look at the structural condition of the bluffs and the soil characteristics and figure out which exact, 10-foot sections are going to slough in which kind of events. And then to figure out which ones you're not going to armor the whole thing, right? That's crazy expensive. That's what we used to do a long time ago. 10 years ago. We used to armor whole shore sides, right? But now you don't have to. You can armor exactly what you think you're looking at because you can do this modeling and scenario work. And so when you look across a corridor, you're going to, when you get some strategies, this is from the Sepulveda Bull Transit Corridor project in LA County. They're dealing with heat and flooding. Very different from here, but I included it because when you start to very detailed document what your risks are, then you can start to do design that is extremely strategic about what elements you're including in your infrastructure to reduce the risk, right? So if we know that, heat islands are a huge issue, not here, I wish. If heat islands are a huge issue, all your stuff that you put in should have shading. That's not a very expensive thing to add in, but you have to go through that knowledge-based process to develop those extremely specific strategies. And they become very impactful without necessarily adding huge burden to the work that you do.
Dan, is there a childcare housing corollary? Is there a tough bluff slough piece to housing or childcare or demographics?
Well, backing up just slightly.
Yeah.
uh,
I just wanted to use tough bluff
for
slough.
climate
so
change,
yeah.
there are things to like about where we live when it comes to a changing climate. Clean, plentiful water, cool temperatures, clean air. I would not want to buy a house in, especially southern Arizona right now. Water, smoke, hot temperatures. So there are things to like about Southeast when it comes to climate change. There are challenges, of course, but I think childcare, I think everybody's still trying to get their arms around the problem. There's some specific solutions. So I don't think I have anything really to add about that. Housing, the short-term problem is affordability. Part of that's rising interest rates. Part of that's some supply constraints. But that's also kind of a complicated problem. Healthcare in Alaska is unusually expensive, so that's something that affects migration trends. So not a lot there.
But also maybe a lot of things that can be accomplished at the local level, right? And accomplished by communities. So let's, I think we've got a chance for a couple of questions before we wrap up. Any thoughts? I imagine there are plenty of things we didn't cover, but for a catch-all session, I think we did.
Nils, I just have one observation.
Yeah, please.
Angie and I have been going around the state trying to get an assessment of all of the data, all of the installed biomass boilers that we've got. And we discovered something associated with that. There are communities that have stopped insuring municipal buildings because they don't have the money, because you talked about it earlier, that they don't, you know, the insurance costs have tripled in some places or more, right? And so they just, either they stop insuring all or some of their community buildings. They don't have the bandwidth to start planning for any of this.
Right.
So.
I mean, it was the House Education presentation on Monday or Tuesday where the school district's choices, do I heat my schools or pay my teachers? Do I insure my buildings or pay my teachers or have public safety? I mean, I think that's the reality of most conditions in most communities in Alaska where they're facing those really hard choices. I think we know to some extent all the things that should or could happen, but we don't have those necessary resources and bandwidth capacity to accomplish them.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind.
Outlook.
One thing is that, you know, with this bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, there is quite a lot of money specifically for resiliency. And then furthermore, the money that's not specifically earmarked for resiliency often, you know, for other types of funding, often will help with resilience related projects in your communities. You know, so there's 50 billion for resiliency specifically in the bipartisan infrastructure law. And then the Inflation Reduction Act added 375 billion for climate and energy programs. So there is quite a lot out there. You're not robbing Peter to pay Paul when you're going after some of this funding. To the question of whether, you know, we're behind and huge impacts that, you know, whether we're in a like worst case state up here, I don't think we are actually. I think that there are many places in the country that are, you know, as you said, worse off, and their costs are way higher actually because of the scale of what they're dealing with and the scale of the population impact. So in a way, being able to, we have the ability to look very small scale in our communities and be really incisive about how we address this. And that will help reduce the costs over the long run. But yes, I mean, like how to get it all done is an issue. You got to look to the money that's available out there right now and try and leverage as much of it as possible.
Yeah. Other thoughts or questions from the audience before we wrap up?
Thanks. I also, I'm Angie and I work with Karen at Southeast Conference. And when we're working with rural communities, you know, especially on a lot of grants, there's social vulnerability index. And a lot of our communities have not been assessed for that. And so nor do they know if, you know, there has been a statewide climate mapping that has been done for, I believe flooding and fire hazards. But a lot of communities don't know that they have been assessed. So are there like on a national playing level we're pretty disadvantaged in that sense. And what efforts can there be done to address that?
Yeah, I think that's a concern that gets raised very frequently, like what data can we use to show that we have a case to be made for funding? And I'll point you to a couple of data sources. And first, just to say that I think that 3 years ago, people were really struggling with data, and now there's a ton of data that's been compiled, and all the data is out there that you need to make a case for your community. So the first data source you might look to is a National League of Cities Equity Dashboard. It has data, it's government data from all around the country, both at the federal and state level, that's so very well sourced and cited data that you can use to describe your community's vulnerability and demographics in many different ways, from health metrics to transportation to socioeconomic to racial. There are overlays that have been developed specifically with sources of data that relate to specific federal grant programs. It's a wonderful resource for you for finding information. You can go by community, or you can go by kind of region for your searches there. And even if you're not finding something that's specific to your community there, it tells you what kind of information is potentially available for you to help make a case for your community. Secondly, specific to resiliency, NOAA and FEMA have both developed entire catalogs of data that they consider credible data for describing what your current climate risk is and your projected risk is. So tons and tons of information. It takes some time to go through it, but it's there for you. You have a case somewhere.
And if you're not sure how to access those or where those are at, contact one of us, right? Contact AML, contact any of the partners in the room who can help a community work through that. It can be intimidating too, right, to dig into some of those data sets. And I will just mention it was Denali Commission, right, with the Distressed Communities Report, and it's ANTHC and Denali Commission and others who have contributed so much on the climate change front. So really great resources in the room, in the region. Maybe not, I mean, it's not a bleak future, like I said, for the region. There's so much good work going on. There are so many resources available right now. It's just being mobilized and really intentional and strategic about how do you access those and how to address some of the questions that are out there. So thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Thanks to our panelists for jumping up and helping us answer some of these questions, or at least deliberate upon them. Robert, thanks again for your good work.
So before President Simpson comes and closes us out for the day, I wanted to ask Brian Holst, JEDC, to kind of give us an update on the forecast for an event that he has, a couple of projects on his front burner. So Brian.
Thank you, Robert. And I appreciate this is the crowd that really cares, because you stayed to the very, very end. So thank you, Robert. We also do an event every year. It's called the Innovation Summit, and it's a great event, just like this is a great event. It's a little bit different. We focus on a couple topics, and there's 2 topics this year that we're focusing in on. The Tongass Forest Plan is going to be revised. It's going to be announced starting in March. It hasn't been revised since 1997, and it's a big deal for our region. So February 28th and 29th is our event. We're going to be talking about that. And then really apropos to what we just had heard from this last conversation is we're going to be discussing an important concept called scenario thinking. And scenario thinking is in response in part to this challenge that we face, is we need to understand and imagine what is the future for Alaska. We're not going to exactly predict what's the future for Juneau or Southeast or Alaska, but with smart people in the room, we can identify a few plausible futures out there, and then we can decide if those are the futures we want, and then we can figure out what actions we need to take collectively to get there, because individually, it's really hard to change the future. So thank you, Robert. Appreciate the opportunity to mention the Innovation Summit.
Thanks, Brian. So without any further ado, President Simpson, So you heard today during the transportation panel, there's some long-range planning going on, but we didn't talk about the details of that. Tomorrow, the details of that. We talked about new ferries and the fleet of the future. We didn't talk about any details of that. Tomorrow, deep dive, details of that. So many of you are staying for that, and that's what we kind of have queued up for those. But this concludes our official mid-session summit. So Lacey.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, not too much to add. Just again, thank you all very much for attending this year's mid-session summit. It was very productive, I think, and packed and informative couple of days. A lot of information to process. So I'm hoping that all of you take that back to your communities, ruminate on it, go forth, do good work. But while you're in Juneau, that's been said time and time again, but so many of you are here to speak with your legislators about issues that are important to your community or issues that are important to the entire region that has been talked about here today. So please take that opportunity to reiterate some of the information that you heard today and stress to our legislators what support you need from them to carry out those initiatives in your communities. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to the community of Juneau. Thank you to Tlingit and Haida for use of this facility. Thank you to our sponsors. And I have to do this because Robert told me to, and I keep forgetting. I wanted to just highlight and point out our newest board member for the Southeast Conference Board, which is Liz Cornejo. Say hello. Thanks so much, Liz, for stepping up. We are happy to have you. And again, the board of directors is big and diverse, and we represent pretty much every community in Southeast. So if you can't find Robert, come find one of us, and maybe we can help you out. Last but not least, I guess we'll see you in September in my community for the annual meeting. We're really looking forward to having you all there, and go forth, do good work, and we'll see you in September. Thank you so much.